Section 0 of The Captives. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Captives by Hugh Walpole. Preface. I confess that I do not see why the very existence of an invisible world may not in part depend on the personal response which any of us may make to the religious appeal. God himself, in short, may draw vital strength and increase of very being from our fidelity. For my own part, I do not know what the sweat and blood and tragedy of this life mean, if they mean anything short of this. If this life be not a real fight, in which something is eternally gained from the universe by success, it is no better than a game of private theatricals from which one may withdraw at will. But it feels like a real fight, as if there were something really wild in the universe which we, with all our idealities and faithlessness, are needed to redeem, and first of all to redeem our own hearts from atheisms and fears. William James. End of section 0. Section 1 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Beginning of the Journey. Chapter 1, Death of the Reverend Charles Cardinal. Death leapt upon the Reverend Charles Cardinal, rector at St. Driots in South Glebeshire, at the moment that he bent down towards the second long drawer of his wash-hand stand. He bent down to find a clean collar. It is in its way a symbol of his whole life, that death claimed him before he could find one. At one moment his mind was intent upon his collar, at the next he was stricken with a wild surmise, a terror that even at that instant he would persuade himself was exaggerated. He saw before his clouding eyes a black pit. A strong hand striking him in the middle of his back flung him contemptuously forward into it. A gasping cry of protest, and all was over. Had time been permitted him, he would have stretched out a hand towards the shabby black box that, true to all miserly convention, occupied the space beneath his bed. Time was not allowed him. He might take with him into the darkness neither money nor clean clothing. He had been told on many occasions about his heart that he must not excite nor strain it. He allowed that to pass as he allowed many other things because his imagination was fixed upon one ambition, and one alone. He had made, upon this last and fatal occasion, haste to find his collar, because the bell had begun its evensong clatter, and he did not wish tonight to be late. The bell continued to ring, and he lay his broad, wide-spread length upon the floor. He was a large and dirty man. The shabby old house was occupied with its customary life. Down in the kitchen Ellen the cook was snatching a moment from her labours to drink a cup of tea. She sat at the deal table, her full bosom pressed by the boards, her saucer balanced on her hand. She blew, with little heaving pants, at her tea to cool it. Her thoughts were with a new hat and some red roses with which she would trim it. She looked out with little shivers of content at the falling winter's dusk. Anne the kitchen maid scoured the pans. Her bony frame seemed to rattle as she scrubbed with her red hands. She was happy because she was hungry and there would be a beefsteak pudding for dinner. She sang to herself as she worked. Upstairs in the dining-room Maggie Cardinal, the only child of the Reverend Charles, sat sewing. She heard the jangling of the church bell. She heard also, suddenly, with a surprise that made her heart beat for a moment with furious leaps, a tapping on the window-pane. Then, directly after that, she fancied that there came from her father's room above the thud of some sudden fall or collapse. She listened. The bell swallowed all other noise. She thought that she had been mistaken, but the tapping at the window began again, now insistent. The church bell suddenly stopped, and in the silence that followed one could hear the slight creak of some bough driven by the sea wind against the wall. The curtains were not drawn, and where the curve of the hill fell away the sky was faintly yellow. Some cold stars, like points of ice, pierced the higher blue. Carelessly, as though with studied indifference, flakes of snow fell, turning grey against the lamp-lit windows, then vanishing utterly. Maggie, going to the window, saw a dark, shapeless figure beyond the glass. For an instant she was invaded by the terror of her surprised loneliness. Then she remembered her father and the warm kitchen, then realized that this figure in the dark must be her Uncle Matthew. She went out into the hall, pushed back the stiff, clumsy handle of the door, and stepped onto the gravel path. She called out, laughing, "Come in! You frightened me out of my life." As he came towards her, she felt the mingled kindness and irritation that he always roused in her. He stood in the light of the hall lamp, a fat man, a soft hat pushed to the back of his head, a bag in one hand. His face was weak and good-tempered. His eyes had once been fine, but now they were dim and blurred. There were dimples in his fat cheeks. He wore on his upper lip a ragged and untidy moustache, and he had 2 indeterminate chins. His expression was mild, kindly, now a little ashamed, now greatly indignant. It was a pity, as he often said, that he had not more control over his feelings. Maggie saw at once that he was, as usual, a little drunk. "Well," she said, "come in, uncle. Father is in church, I think," she added. Uncle Matthew stepped with careful deliberation into the hall, put his bag on a chair, and began a long rambling explanation. "You know, Maggie, that I would have sent you a postcard if I had had an idea, but upon my soul, there I was, suddenly in Drymouth on important business. I thought to myself on waking this morning, I took a room at the 3 Tuns. Why, there are Charles and Maggie, whom I haven't seen for an age. I'd have sent you a telegram, but the truth is, my dear, that I didn't want to spend a penny more than I must. Things haven't been going so well with me of late. It's a long story. I want your father's advice. I've had the worst of luck, and I could tell you 1 or 2 things that would simply surprise you. But anyway, there it is. Just for a night, I'm sure you won't mind. Tomorrow or the day after I must be back in town, or this thing will slip right through my fingers. These days one must be awake, or one's simply nowhere." He paused and nodded his head very solemnly at her, looking as he did so serious and important. It was thus that he always appeared, for 1 night only, but staying for weeks and weeks in spite of the indignant protests of his brother Charles, who had never liked him and grudged the expense of his visits. Maggie herself took his appearance as she did everything else in her life, with good-tempered philosophy. She had an affection for her uncle. She wished that he did not drink so much, but had he made a success of life, she would not have cared for him as she did. After all, everyone had their weaknesses. She steered her uncle into the dining-room and placed him on a chair beside the fire. In all his movements he attempted restraint and dignity, because he knew that he was drunk, but hoped that his niece, in spite of her long experience of him, would not perceive it. At the same time he knew that she did perceive it, and would perhaps scold him about it. This made him a little indignant, because, after all, he had only taken the tiniest drop. 1 drop at Drymouth, another at Liscane Station, and another at the Hearty Cow at Clinton St. Mary, just before his start on his cold, lonely walk to St. Driots. He hoped that he would prevent her criticism by his easy, pleasant talk, so on he chatted. She sat down near him, and continuing to sew, smiled at him, wondered what there was for dinner, and the kind of mood that her father would be in when he found his dear brother here. Maggie Cardinal at the time was 19 years of age. She was neither handsome nor distinguished, plain indeed, although her mild, good-natured eyes had in their light a quality of vitality and interest that gave her a personality. Her figure was thick and square. She would be probably stout one day. She moved like a man. Behind the mildness of her eyes there was much character and resolve in her carriage, in the strong neck, the firm breasts, the mouth resolute and determined. She had now the fine expectation of her youth, her health, her optimism, her ignorance of the world. When these things left her, she would perhaps be a yet plainer woman. In her dress she was not clever. Her clothes were ugly with the coarse drab grey of their material and the unskilful workmanship that had created them. And yet there would be some souls who would see in her health, her youth, the kind sympathy of her eyes and mouth, the high nobility of her forehead from which her hair was brushed back, an attraction that might hold them more deeply than an obvious beauty. Uncle Matthew, although he was a silly man, was one of these perceptive souls, and had he not been compelled by his circumstances to think continually about himself, would have loved his niece very dearly. As it was, he thought her a fine girl when he thought of her at all, and wished her more success in life than her poor old uncle had had. He looked at her now across the fireplace with satisfaction. She was something sure and pleasant in a world that swayed and was uncertain. He was drunk enough to feel happy so long as he was not scolded. He dreaded the moment when his brother Charles would appear, and he strove to arrange in his mind the wise and unanswerable word with which he would defend himself. But his thoughts slipped just as the firelight slipped, and the floors with the old threadbare carpet. Then suddenly the hall door opened with a jangle. There were steps in the hall. and old Timmy Cathew the sexton appeared in the dining room. He had a goat's face and a body like a hairpin. "Rector's not been to service," he said. "There's Miss Dunnett and Mrs. Giles and the 2 Miss Backshaws. I'm feared he's forgotten." Maggie started up. Instantly to her mind came the memory of that fancied sound from her father's room. She listened now, her head raised, and the 2 men, their eyes bleared but their noses sniffing as though they were dogs, listened also. There were certain sounds, clocks ticking, the bough scraping on the wall, a cart's echo on the frozen road, the maid singing far in the depths of the house. Maggie nodded her head. "I'll go and see," she said. She went into the hall and stood again listening. Then she called, "Father! Father!" But there was no answer. She had never in all her life been frightened by anything, and she was not frightened now. Nevertheless, as she went up the stairs, she looked behind her to see whether anyone followed her. She called again, "Father!" then went to his door, pushed it open, and looked in. The room was cold, with a faint scent of tallow candle and damp. In the twilight she saw her father's body lying like a shadow stretched right across the floor, with the grey dirty fingers of one hand clenched. After that, events followed swiftly. Maggie herself had no time nor opportunity for any personal emotion, save a dumb kind of wonder that she did not feel more. But she saw all through a glass darkly. There had been first that moment when the sexton and Uncle Matthew, still like dogs sniffing, had peered with their eyes through her father's door. Then there had been the summoning of Dr. Bubbage from the village, his self-importance, his continual I warned him, he can't say I didn't warn him," and then, very dim and far away, "Thank you, Miss Cardinal, I think I will have a glass if you don't mind." There had been cook crying in the kitchen, her red roses intended for Sunday must now be postponed, and the maid sniffing in the hall. There had been Uncle Matthew, muddled and confused, but clinging to his one idea that the best thing you can do, my dear, is to send for your Aunt Anne. There had been the telegram dispatched to Aunt Anne, and then after that the house had seemed quite filled with people, ladies who had wished to know whether they could help her in any way, and even the village butcher who was there for no reason but stood in the hall rubbing his hands on his thighs and sniffing. All these persons Maggie surveyed through a mist. She was calm and collected and empty of all personality. Maggie Cardinal, the real Maggie Cardinal, was away on a visit somewhere and would not be back for a time or 2. Then suddenly, as the house had filled, so suddenly it emptied. Maggie found that she was desperately tired. She went to bed and slept instantly. On waking next morning she was aware that it was a most beautiful winter's day, and that there was something strange in the air. There came to her then very slowly a sense of her father. She saw him on the one side, persistently as she had found him in his room, strange, shapeless, with a crumpled face and a dirty beard that seemed to be more dead than the rest of him. On the other side she saw him as she had found him in the first days of her consciousness of the world. He must have been jolly then, large and strong, laughing often, tossing her, she remembered, to the ceiling, his beard jet black and his eyebrows bushy and overhanging. Once that vigour, afterwards this horror. She shook away from her last vision of him, but it returned again and again, hanging about her over her shoulder like an ill-omened messenger. And all the life between seemed to be suddenly wiped away as a sponge wipes figures off a slate. After the death of her mother she had made the best of her circumstances. There had been many days when life had been unpleasant, and in the last year, as his miserliness had grown upon him, his ill temper at any fancied extravagance had been almost that of an insane man. But Maggie knew very little of the affairs of other men, and it seemed to her that everyone had some disadvantage with which to grapple. She did not pretend to care for her father. She was very lonely because the villagers hated him, but she had always made the best of everything, because she had never had an intimate friend to tell her that that was a foolish thing to do. It was indeed marvellous how isolated her life had been. She knew simply nothing about the world at all. She could not pretend that she was sorry that her father had died, and yet she missed him because she knew very well that she was now no one's business, that she was utterly and absolutely alone in the universe. It might be said that she could not be utterly alone when she had her Uncle Matthew, but although she was ignorant of life, she knew her Uncle Matthew. Nevertheless, he did something to remove the sharp alarm of her sudden isolation. Upon the day after her father's death, he was at his very best, his kindest and most gentle. He was rather pathetic, having drunk nothing out of respect to the occasion. He felt somewhere deep down in him a persistent exultation that his brother Charles was dead, but he knew that it was not decent to allow this feeling to conquer him, and he was truly anxious to protect and comfort his niece so well as he was able. Early in the afternoon he suggested that they should go for a walk. Everything necessary had been done. An answer to their telegram had been received from his sister Anne that she could not leave London until that night, but would arrive at Clinton St. Mary station at 9:30 tomorrow morning. That would be in good time for the funeral, a ceremony that was to be conducted by the Reverend Tom Trefusis, the sporting vicar of Cato Hill, the neighbouring parish. The house now was empty and silent. They must escape from that figure, now decent, clean and solemn, lying upon the bed upstairs. Matthew took his niece by the hand and said, "My dear, a little fresh air is the thing for both of us. It will cheer you up." So they went out for a walk together. Maggie knew, with a deep and intimate experience, every lane and road within 20 miles radius of St. Breots. There was the high road that went through Gator Hill, to Clinton and then to Polwint. Here were the paths across the field to Lucent, the lanes that led to the valley of the Lisp, all the paths like spiders' webs through Rothenwood, from whose curve you could see Polchester, grey and white, with its red-brown roofs and the spires of the cathedral thrusting like pointing figures into the heaven. It was the Polchester view that she chose today, but as they started through the deep lanes down the St. Breots hill, she was startled and disturbed by the strange aspect which everything wore to her. She had not as yet realized the great shock her father's death had been. She was exhausted, spiritually and physically, in spite of the deep sleep of the night before. The form and shape of the world was a little strained and fantastic, the colours uncertain, now vivid, now vanishing, the familiar trees, hedges, clouds, screens, as it were, concealing some scene that was being played behind them. But beyond and above all other sensations, she was conscious of her liberty. She struggled against this. She should be conscious, before everything, of her father's loss. But she was not. It meant to her at present not so much the loss of a familiar figure, as the sudden juggling, by an outside future, of all the regular incidents and scenes of her daily life, as at a pantomime one sees by a transformation of the scenery, the tables, the chairs, and pictures the walls dance to an unexpected jig. She was free, 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 alone but free. What form her life would take she did not know. What troubles and sorrows in the future there might be she did not care. Tomorrow her life would begin. Although unsentimental, she was tender-hearted and affectionate, but now, for many years, her life with her father had been a daily battle of ever-increasing anger and bitterness. It may be that once he had loved her. That had been in those days when she was not old enough to love him. Since she had known him, he had loved only money. She would have loved him had he allowed her, and because he did not, she bore him no grudge. She had always regarded her life, sterile and unprofitable as it was, with humour until now when, like a discarded dress, it had slipped behind her. She did not see it even now with bitterness. There was no bitterness for anything in her character. As they walked, Uncle Matthew was considering her for the first time. On the other occasions when he had stayed in his brother's house, he had been greatly occupied with his own plans, requests for money, invariably refused, schemes for making money, plots to frighten his brother out of one or other of his possessions. He had been frankly predatory, and that plain, quiet girl, his niece, had been pleasant company, but no more. Now she was suddenly of the first importance. She would in all probability inherit a considerable sum. How much there might be in that black box under the bed one could not say, but surely you could not be so relentless a miser for so long a period without accumulating a very agreeable amount. Did the girl realize that she would perhaps be rich? Uncle Matthew licked his lips with his tongue. So quiet and self-possessed was she that you could not tell what she was thinking. Were she only pretty, she might marry anybody. As it was with that figure, but she was a good girl. Uncle Matthew felt kind and tender-hearted towards her. He would advise her about life, of which he had had a very considerable experience, and of which, of course, she knew nothing. His heart was warm, although it would have been warmer still had he been able to drink a glass of something before starting out. "And what will you do now, my dear, do you think?" he asked. They had left the deep lanes and struck across the hard-rutted fields. A thin powder of snow lay upon the land, and under the yellow light of the winter sky the surface was blue, shadowed with white patches where the snow had fallen more thickly. The trees and hedges were black and hard against the white horizon that was tightly stretched like the paper of a Japanese screen. The smell of burning wood was in the air, and once and again a rook slowly swung its wheel, cutting the air as it flew. The cold was so pleasantly sharp that it was the best possible thing for Uncle Matthew, who was accustomed to an atmosphere of hissing gas, unwashen glasses, and rinds of cheese. Maggie did not answer his question, but herself asked one. "Uncle Matthew, do you believe in religion?" "Religion, my dear," answered her uncle, greatly startled at so unusual a question. "What sort of religion?" "The kind of religion that Father preached about every Sunday, the Christian religion." "To tell you the truth, my dear," he answered confidentially, "I've never had much time to think about it. With some men, you see, it's part of their lives, and with others, well, it isn't. My lines never ran that way." "Was Father very religious when he was young?" "No, I can't say that he was. But then we never got on, your father and I. Our lines didn't run together at all. But I shouldn't have called him a religious man." "Then all this time Father has been lying?" Her uncle gazed at her apprehensively. He did not wish to undermine her faith in her father on the very day after his death, but he was so ignorant about her thoughts and beliefs and desires, that he did not know what her idea of her father had been. His idea of him had always been that he was a dirty, miserly scoundrel, but that was not quite the thing for a daughter to feel, and there was an innocence and simplicity about Maggie that perplexed him. "I can't truly say that I ever knew what your father's private feelings were. He never cared for me enough to tell me. He may have been very religious in his real thoughts. We never discussed such things." Maggie turned round upon him. "I know, you're pretending. You've said to yourself, I mustn't tell her what I think about her father the very day after his death. That isn't a pleasant thing to do. We've all got to pretend that he was splendid. But he wasn't. Never. Who can know it better than I? Didn't he worry Mother until she died? Didn't he lead me an awful life always? And aren't I delighted now that he's dead? It's everything to me. I've longed for this day for years, and now we've got to pretend that we're sorry and that it would be a good thing if he were alive. It wouldn't be a good thing. It would be a bad thing for everyone. He was a bad man, and I hated him." Then quite suddenly she cried. Turning away from her uncle, she folded her face in her arms like a small child and sobbed. Standing, looking at her bent shoulders, her square, ugly figure, her shabby old hat with its dingy black ribbon, pushed a little to the side of her head, Uncle Matthew thought that she was a most incomprehensible girl. If she felt like that about her father, why should she cry? And if she cried, she must surely have some affection for his memory. All he could say was, There, my dear. Well, it's all right." He felt foolish and helpless. She turned round at last, drying her eyes. "It's such a shame," she said, still sobbing, "that that's what I shall feel about him. He's all I had, and that's what I feel. But if you knew all the things he did." They walked on again, entering Rothin Wood. "He never tried to make me religious," she went on. "He didn't care what I felt. I sat in the choir, and I took a Sunday school class, and I visited the villages, but myself, what happened to me, he didn't care. He never took any trouble about the church. He just gabbled the prayers and preached the same old sermons. People in the village said it was a scandal and that he ought to be turned out, but no one ever did anything. They'll clean everything up now. There'll be a new clergyman. They'll mend the holes in the kitchen floor and the ceiling of my bedroom. It will be all new and fresh." "And what will you do, Maggie?" said her uncle, trying to make his voice indifferent as though he had no personal interest in her plans. "I haven't thought yet," she said. "I've an idea," he went on. "What do you say to your living with me? A nice little place somewhere in London. I've felt for a long time that I should settle down. Your father will have left you a little money, not much perhaps, but just enough for us to manage comfortably. And there we'd be, as easy as anything. I can see us very happy together." But he did not as yet know his niece. She shook her head. "No," she said, "I'm going to live with Aunt Anne and Aunt Elizabeth. We wouldn't be happy, uncle, you and I. Our house would always be in a mess, and there are so many things that I must learn that only another woman could teach me. I never had a chance with father." He had entered upon this little walk with every intention of settling the whole affair before their return. He had had no idea of any opposition. Her ignorance of the world would make her easy to adapt. But now, when he saw that she had already considered the matter and was firmly resolved, his arguments deserted him. "Just consider a moment," he said. "I think it will be best for me to live with the aunts," she answered firmly. "They have wished it before. Of course, then it was impossible, but now it will do very well." He had one more attempt. "You won't be happy there, my dear, with all their religion and the rest of it. And 2 old maids. You'll see no life at all." "That depends upon myself," she answered. "And as to their religion, at least they believe in it." "Yes, your Aunt Anne is a very sincere woman," Uncle Matthew answered grimly. He was angry and helpless. She seemed suddenly someone with whom it was impossible to argue. He had intended to be pathetic, to paint delightful pictures of uncle and niece sheltering snugly together, defended by their affection against a cold and hostile London. His own eyes had filled with tears as he thought of it. What a hard, cold-hearted girl she was. Nevertheless, for the moment he abandoned the subject. That she should go and live with her aunts was not for Maggie in any way a new idea. A number of years ago, when she had been a little girl of 13 or 14 years of age, her father had had a most violent quarrel with his sister Anne. Maggie had never known the exact cause of this, although even at that period she suspected that it was in some way connected with money. She found afterwards that her father had considered that certain pieces of furniture bequeathed to the family by a defunct relation were his and not his sister's. Miss Anne Cardinal, a lady of strong character, clung to her sofa, cabinet and porcelain bowls, and successfully maintained her right. The Reverend Charles forbade the further mention of her name by any member of his household. This quarrel was a grievous disappointment to Maggie, who had often been promised that when she should be a good girl she should go and stay with her aunts in London. She had invented for herself a strange, fascinating picture of the dark, mysterious London house, with London like a magic cauldron bubbling beyond it. There was moreover the further strangeness of her aunt's religion. Her father in his anger had spoken about their wicked blasphemy, their insolence in the eyes of God, their blindness and ignorant conceit. Maggie had discovered on a later day from her uncle that her aunts belonged to a sect known as the Kingscote Brethren, and that the main feature of their creed was that they expected the second coming of the Lord God upon earth at no very distant date. "Will it really happen, Uncle Matthew?" she asked in an awestruck voice when she first heard this. "It's all bunkum, if you ask me," said her uncle. "And it's had a hardening effect on your aunts, who were kind women once, but they're completely in the hands of the blackguard who runs their chapel, poor innocents. I'd wring his neck if I caught him." All this was very fascinating to Maggie, who was of a practical mind with regard to the facts immediately before her, but had beyond them a lively imagination. Her life had been so lonely, spent for the most part so far from children of her own age, that she had no test of reality. She did not see any reason why the Lord God should not come again, and she saw every reason why her aunts should condemn her uncle. That London house swam now in a light struck partly from the wisdom and omniscience of her aunts, partly from God's threatened descent upon them. Aunt Anne's name was no longer mentioned in St. Riot's, but Maggie did not forget, and at every new tyranny from her father she thought to herself, "Well, there is London. I shall be there one day." As they walked, Maggie looked at her uncle. What was he really? He should be a gentleman, and yet he didn't look like one. She remembered things that he had at different times said to her. "Why, look at myself," he had on earlier days, half maudlin from his drop at the Bull and Bush, exclaimed to Maggie. "I can't call myself a success. I'm a rotten failure, if you want to know, and I had most things in my favour to start with. Went to Cambridge, had a good opening as a barrister, but it wasn't quick enough for me. I was restless and wanted to jump the moon. Now look at me. Same with your father, only he's put all his imagination into money. Same as your aunts have put theirs into religion. We're not like ordinary people, us cardinals." "And have I got a lot of imagination too?" Maggie had asked on one occasion. "I'm sure I don't know," her uncle had answered her. "You don't look to me like a cardinal at all, much too quiet. But you may have it somewhere. Look out for a bad time if you have." Today Maggie's abrupt checking of his projects had made him sulky, and he talked but little. Damn it all! He had started out with the most charming intentions towards the girl, and now look at her. Was it natural conduct in the day after she had lost her only protector? No, it was not. Had she been pretty he might have, even now, forgiven her, but today she looked especially plain with her pale face and shabby black dress, and her obstinate mouth and chin. He was uneasy too about the imminent arrival of his sister Anne, who always frightened him and made him think poorly of the world in general. No hope of getting any money out of her, nor would Charles have left him a penny. It was a rotten, unsympathetic world, and Uncle Matthew cursed God as he strutted sulkily along. Maggie also had fallen into silence. They came at last out of the wood and stood at the edge of it, with the pine trees behind them, looking down over Polchester. On this winter's afternoon, Polchester, with the thin covering of snow upon its roofs, sparkled like a city under glass. The cathedral was dim in the mist of the early dusk, and the sun, setting behind the hill, with its last rays caught the windows so that they blazed through the haze like smoking fires. Whilst Maggie and her uncle stood there, the bells began to ring for evensong, and the sound like a faint echo seemed to come from behind them out of the wood. In the spring all the Polchester orchards would be white and pink with blossom. In the summer the river that encircled the city wall would run like a blue scarf between its green sloping hills. Now there was frost and snow and mist, with the fires smouldering at its heart. She gazed at it now as she had never gazed at it before. She was going into it now. Her life was beginning at last. When the sun had left the windows and the walls were grey, she turned back into the wood and led the way silently towards home. The house that night was very strange with her father dead in it. She sat, because she thought it her duty, in his bedroom. He lay on his bed, with his beard carefully combed and brushed now, spread out upon the sheet. His closed eyes and mouth gave him a grave and reverent appearance which he had never worn in his life. He lay there under the flickering candlelight, like some saint who at length, after a life of severe discipline, had entered into the joy of his Lord. Beneath the bed was the big black box. Maggie did not look at her father. She sat there near the dark window, her hands folded on her lap. She thought of nothing at all except the rats. She was not afraid of them, but they worried her. They had been a trouble in the house for a long time past. Poison had been laid for them, and they had refused to take it. They had had, perhaps, some fear of the Reverend Charles. At any rate, they scampered and scurried now behind the wainscoting as though conscious of their release. Even the rats are glad, Maggie thought to herself. In the uncertain candlelight, the fancy seized her that one rat, a very large one, had crept out from his hole, crawled onto the bed, and now sat on the sheet looking at her father. It would be a horrible thing did the rat walk across her father's beard, and yet for her life she could not move. She waited, fascinated. She fancied that the beard stirred a little as though the rat had moved it. She fancied that the rat grew and grew in size. Now there were many of them, all with their little sharp beady eyes watching the corpse. Now there were none, only the large limbs outlined beneath the spread, the waxen face, the ticking clock, the strange empty shape of his grey dressing-gown hanging upon a nail on the wall. Where was her father gone? She did not know, she did not care. Only she trusted that she would never meet him again. Never again. Her head nodded. Her hands and feet were cold. The candlelight jumped, the rats scampered. She slept. When it was quite dark beyond the windows and the candles were low, Maggie came downstairs, stiff, cold, and very hungry. She felt that it was wrong to have slept and very wrong to be hungry, but there it was. She did not pretend to herself that things were other than they were. In the dining room she found supper laid out upon the table, cold beef, potatoes in their jackets, cold beetroot, jelly and cheese, and her uncle playing cards on the unoccupied end of the table in a melancholy manner by himself. She felt that it was wrong of him to play cards on such an occasion, but the cards were such dirty grey ones, and he obtained obviously so little pleasure from his amusement, that he could not be considered to be wildly abandoning himself to riot and extravagance. She felt pleasure in his company. For the first time since her father's death she was a little frightened and uneasy. She might even have gone to him and cried on his shoulder had he given her any encouragement, but he did not speak to her except to say that he had already eaten. He was still a little sulky with her. When she had finished her meal, she sat in her accustomed chair by the fire, her head propped on her hands, looking into the flame, and there, half asleep, half awake, memories, conversations, long-vanished scenes trooped before her eyes, as though they were bidding her a long farewell. She did not, as she sat there, sentimentalize about any of them. She saw them as they were, some happy, some unhappy, some terrifying, some amusing, all of them dead and past, grey and thin, the life gone out of them. Her mind was fixed on the future. What was it going to be? Would she have money, as her uncle had said? Would she see London and the world? Would she find friends, people who would be glad to be with her and have her with them? What would her aunts be like? And so from them, what about all the other members of the family of whom she had heard? She painted for herself a gay scene in which, at the door of some great house, a fine gathering of cardinals waited with smiles and outstretched hands to welcome her. Then, laughing at herself as she always did when she had allowed her fancy free rein, she shook her head. No, it certainly would not be like that. Relations were not like that. That was not the way to face the world, to encourage romantic dreams. Her uncle, watching her surreptitiously, wondered of what she was thinking. Her determined treatment of him that afternoon continued to surprise him. She certainly ought to make her way in the world, but what a pity that she was so plain. Perhaps if she got some colour into her cheeks, dressed better, brushed her hair differently. No, her mouth would always be too large and her nose too small, and her figure was absurd. Uncle Matthew considered he was a judge of women. He rose at last, and rather shamefacedly said that he should go to bed. Maggie wondered at the confusion that she detected in him. She looked at him, and he dropped his eyes. "Good night, Uncle Matthew." He looked at her then, and noticed by her white face and dark-lined eyes what a strain the day had been to her. He saw again the figure in the shabby black hat sobbing in the lane. He suddenly put his arms about her and held her close to him. She noticed that he smelled of whisky, but she felt his kindness, and putting her hand on his fat shoulder, kissed once more his cheek. When he had left her, her weariness came suddenly down upon her, overwhelming her as though the roof had fallen in. The lamp swelled before her tired eyes as though it had been an evil, unhealthy flower. The table slid into the chairs and the cold beef leered at the jelly. The pictures jumped and the clock ran in a mad scurry backwards and forwards. She dragged her dazed body up through the silent house to her bedroom, undressed, and was instantly in bed and asleep. She slept without dreams, but woke suddenly as though she had been flung into the midst of one. She sat up in bed, knowing from the thumping of her heart that she was seized with panic, but finding in the first flash no reason for her alarm. The room was pitch black with shadows of light here and there, but she had with her, in the confusion of her sleep, uncertainty as to the different parts of the room. What had awakened her? Of what was she frightened? Then suddenly, as one slits a black screen with a knife, a thin line of light cracked the darkness. As though someone had whispered it in her ear, she knew that the door was there, and the dark well of uncertainty into which she had been plunged was suddenly changed into her own room, where she could recognize the window, the chest of drawers, the looking-glass, the chairs. Someone was opening her door, and her first thought that it was, of course, her father was checked instantly by the knowledge, conveyed again as though someone had whispered it to her, that her father was dead. The thin line of light was now a wedge. It wavered, drew back to a spider's thread again, then broadened with a flush of colour into a streaming path. Someone stood in the doorway holding a candle. Maggie saw that it was Uncle Matthew in his shirt and trousers. "What is it?" she said. He swayed as he stood there, his candle making fantastic leaps and shallows of light. He was smiling at her in a silly way, and she saw that he was drunk. She had had a horror of drunkenness ever since, as a little girl, she had watched an inebriated carter kicking his wife. She always after that saw the woman's bent head and stooping shoulders. Now she knew, sitting up in bed, that she was frightened not only of Uncle Matthew, but of the house, of the whole world. She was alone. She realized her loneliness in a great flash of bewilderment and cold terror, as though the ground had suddenly broken away from her, and she was on the edge of a vast pit. There was no one in the house to help her. Her father was dead. The cook and the maid were sunk in heavy slumber at the other end of the house. There was no one to help her. She was alone, and it seemed to her that in the shock of that discovery she realized that she would always be alone now, for the rest of her life. "What is it, Uncle Matthew?" she said again. Her voice was steady, although her heart hammered. Some other part of her brain was wondering where it was that he had got the drink. He must have had a bottle of whisky in his room. She remembered his shyness when he said good night to her. He stood in the middle of the floor, swaying on his feet and smiling at her. The flame of the lights rose and fell in jerks and spasms. "I thought," he said, "I'd come to see my little Maggie, my little niece, just to talk a little bit and cheer her up." He drew nearer the bed. "She'll be lonely," I said. "Lonely. Very. Aren't you Lonely, Maggie?" "It's very late," she said, "and you're dropping grease all over the floor with that candle. You go back to bed, uncle. I'm all right. You go back to bed." "Go back? No, no, no. Oh, no, not back to bed. It'll soon be morning. That'll be jolly, jolly. We'll talk together till morning." He put the candle on a chair, nearly falling as he did so, then came towards her. He stood over her, his shirt open at the neck, protubrating over his stomach, his short, thick legs swaying. His red, unshaven face with the trembling lips was hateful to her. Suddenly he sat on the edge of her bed and put his hands out towards her. He caught her hair. "My little Maggie, my little Maggie," he said. The fright, the terror, the panic that seized her was like the sudden rising of some black figure who grew before her, bent towards her, and with cold hard fingers squeezed her throat. For an instant she was helpless, quivering, weak in every bone of her body. Then someone said to her, "But you can manage this." "I can manage this," she answered almost aloud. "You're alone now. You mustn't let things be too much for you." She jumped out of bed, on the farther side away from her uncle. She put on her dressing gown. She stood and pointed at the door. "Now, uncle, you go back to your room at once. It's disgraceful coming in the middle of the night and disturbing everyone. Go back to bed." The new tone in her voice startled him. He looked at her in a bewildered fashion. He got up from the bed. "Why, Maggie, I only..." He stared from her to the candle and from the candle back to her again. "Now go," she repeated. "Quick now." He hung his head. "Now you're angry with your poor old uncle. Poor old uncle." He looked at her, his eyes puzzled as though he had never seen her before. "You're very hard," he said, shaking his head. He stumbled towards the door. "Very hard," he repeated, and went out, his head still hanging. She heard him knock his foot against the stairs. Soon there was silence. She blew out the candle and went back to bed. She lay there, her heart at first throbbing, her eyes straining the darkness. Then she grew more tranquil. She felt in her heart a strange triumph, as though already she had begun life, and had begun it with success. She thought, before she sank deep into sleep, that anything would yield to one did one only deal sensibly with it. After all, it was a fine thing to be alone. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 2. Aunt Anne. In the morning, however, she discovered no fine things anywhere. The hours that had elapsed since her father's death had wrought in him a sea change. He had gained nobility, almost beauty. She wondered with a desolate self-criticism whether during all those years she had been to blame and not he. Perhaps he had wished for sympathy and intimacy, and she had repulsed him. His little possessions here and there about the house reproached her. Uncle Matthew had a bad headache and would not come down to breakfast. She felt indignant with him, but also indulgent. He had shown himself hopelessly lacking in good taste and good feeling, but then she had never supposed that he had these things. At the same time, the last support seemed to have been removed from her. It might well be that her Aunt Anne would not care for her, and would not wish to have her in her house. What should she do then? Whither should she go? She flung up her head and looked bravely into the face of Ellen, the cook, who came to remove the breakfast, but she had to bite her lip to keep back the tears that would come and fill her eyes, so that the world was misty and obscure. There was, she fancied, something strange about Ellen. In her eyes some obscure triumph or excitement, some scorn and derision, Maggie fancied, of herself. Had the woman been drinking? Then there arrived Mr. Brassey, her father's solicitor from Cato Hill. He had been often in the house, a short fat man with a purple face, clothes of a horsey cut, and large red swollen fingers. He took now possession of the house with much self-importance. "Well, Miss Maggie," he blew his words at her as a child blows soap bubbles. "Here we are, then. Very sad indeed. Very. I've been through the house. Got the will all right. Your aunt, you say, will be with us?" "My aunt from London, Miss Anne Cardinal. I expect her in half an hour. She should have arrived at Clinton by the 9:30 train." "Well, well. Yes, yes, indeed. Your uncle is also here?" "Yes, he will be down shortly." Very good, Miss Maggie, very good. She hated that he should call her Miss Maggie. He had always treated her with considerable respect, but today she fancied that he patronised her. He placed his hand for a moment on her shoulder, and she shrank back. He felt her action, and, abashed a little, coughed and blew his nose. He strutted about the room. Then the door opened, and Ellen the cook looked in upon them. "I only wished to see, miss, whether I could do anything for you." "Nothing, thank you," said Maggie. "Been with you some time, that woman?" said Mr. Brassey. "Yes," said Maggie, "about 5 years, I think." Name of Harmer?" "Yes, Harmer." "Not married?" "No," answered Maggie, wondering at this interest. "Not so far as you know?" "No, she's always Miss Harmer." "Quite so, quite so. Dear me, yes." Other people appeared, asked questions, and vanished. It seemed to have been all taken out of her hands, and it was strange how desolate this made her. For so many years she had had the management of that house, since her 14th birthday indeed. Ugly and dilapidated though the place had been, it had grown after a time to belong to her, and she had felt as though it were in some way grateful to her for keeping it, poor thing, together. Now it had suddenly withdrawn itself, and was preparing for the next comer. Maggie felt this quite definitely, and thought that probably it was glad that now its roof would be mended, and its floors made whole. It had thrown her off. Well, she would not burden it long. There were sounds then of wheels on the gravel. The old dilapidated cab from Clinton, with its rickety windows and moth-eaten seats that smelt of straw and beer, was standing at the door, the horse puffing great breaths of steam into the frozen air. Her aunt had arrived. Maggie, standing behind the window, looked out. The carriage door opened, and a figure that seemed unusually tall appeared to straighten itself out and rose to its full height on the gravel path, as though it had been sitting in the cab pressed together, its head upon its knees. Then in the hall that was dark even on the brightest day, Aunt Anne revealed herself as a lady, tall indeed, but not too tall, of a fine carriage, in a black rather shabby dress and a black bonnet. Her face was grave and sharply pointed, with dark eyes, sad rather, and of the pale remote colour that the Virgin in the St. Driot's East End window wears. Standing there in the dusky hall, quietly, quite apart from the little bustle that surrounded her, she seemed to Maggie even in that first moment like someone rapt, caught away into her own visions. "I paid the cabman 5 shillings," she said very softly. "I hope that was right. And you are Maggie, are you?" She bent down and kissed her. Her lips were warm and comforting. Maggie, who had, when she was shy, something of the off-hand manner of a boy, said, "Yes, that's all right. We generally give him 4 and 6. They went into the dining-room, where was Mr. Brassey. He came forward to them, blowing his words at them, rubbing his hands. "Miss Cardinal, I am honoured. My name is Brassey, your brother's lawyer. Very, very sad. So sudden, so sudden. The funeral is at 12. If there is anything I can do." Miss Cardinal did not regard him at all, and Maggie saw that this annoyed him. The girl watched her aunt, conscious of some strange new excitement at her heart. She had never seen anyone who in the least resembled this remote, silent woman. Maggie did not know what it was that she had expected, but certainly it had not been this. There was something in her aunt's face that recalled her father and her uncle, something in the eyes, something in the width and height of the forehead, but this resemblance only accentuated the astounding difference. Maggie's first impression was her ultimate one, that her aunt had strayed out of some stained-glass window into a wild world that did not bewilder her only because she did not seriously regard it. Maggie found herself wondering who had fastened her aunt's buttons and strings when she rose in the morning. How had she ever travelled in the right train, and descended to the right station? How could she remember such trifles when her thoughts were fixed on such distant, compelling dreams? The pale oval face, the black hair brushed back from the forehead, the thin hands with long tapering fingers, the black dress, the slender upright body, this figure against the cold, bright winter sunlight was a picture that remained always from that day in Maggie's soul. Her aunt looked about her as though she had just awakened from sleep. "Would you care to come up to your room?" asked Maggie, feeling the embarrassment of Mr. Brassey's presence. "Yes, dear, thank you, I will," said Miss Cardinal. They moved from the room, Aunt Anne walking with a strange, almost clumsy uncertainty, halting from one foot to the other as though she had never learnt to trust her legs, a movement with which Maggie was to become intensely familiar. It was as though her aunt had flown in some earlier existence, and had never become accustomed to this clumsier earthly fashion. The spare bedroom was a bright room with a broad, high window. The view was magnificent, looking over the hill that dropped below the vicarage out across fields and streams to Cato Hill, to the right into the heart of the St. Driot woods, to the left to the green valley through whose reeds and sloping shadows the Lisp gleamed like a burnished wire threading its way to the sea. There was a high-backed old-fashioned chair by the window. Against this Miss Cardinal stood, her thin body reflected motionless, as though it had been painted in a long glass behind her. She gazed before her. Maggie saw that she was agitated, passionately moved. The sun catching the hoar-frost on the frozen soil turned the world to crystal, and in every field were little shallows of blue light. The St. Driot woods were deep black with flickering golden stars. She tried to speak. She could not. Tears were in her eyes. "It is so long since London," she smiled at Maggie. Then Maggie heard her say, "The Lord is my shepherd, therefore I can lack nothing. He shall feed me in a green pasture, and lead me forth beside the waters of comfort. He shall convert my soul, and bring me forth in the paths of righteousness, for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff comfort me. Thou shalt prepare a table before me against them that trouble me. Thou hast anointed my head with oil, and my cup shall be full. But thy loving kindness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." There was a pause. Then Maggie said timidly, "Won't you take off your bonnet? It will be more comfortable." "Thank you, my dear." She took off her bonnet and laid it on the bed. Then she resumed her stand at the window, her eyes lost in the sunny distance. "I did wrong," she said, as though she were speaking to herself. "I should not have allowed that quarrel with your father. I regret it now very deeply. But we always see too late the consequences of our proud self-will." She turned then. "Come here, dear," she said. Maggie came to her. Her aunt looked at her, and Maggie was deeply conscious of her shabby dress, her rough hands, her ugly boots. Then, as always when she was self-critical, her eyes grew haughty and her mouth defiant. Her aunt kissed her cool, firm fingers against the girl's warm neck. "You will come to us now, dear. You should have come long ago." Maggie wanted to speak, but she could not. "We will try to make you happy, but ours is not an exciting life." Maggie's eyes lit up. "It has not," she said, "been very exciting here always." Then she went on, colour in her cheeks. "I think father did all he could. I feel now that there were a lot of things that I should have done, only I didn't see them at the time. He never asked me to help him, but I wish now that I had offered, or suggested." Her lips quivered. Again she was near tears. And again, as it had been on her walk with Uncle Matthew, her regret was not for her father, but for the waste that her life with him had been. But there was something in her aunt that prevented complete confidence. She seemed in something to be outside small daily troubles. Before they could speak any more, there was a knock on the door, and Uncle Matthew came in. He stood there looking both ashamed of himself and obstinate. He most certainly did not appear at his best, a large piece of plaster on his right cheek showing where he had cut himself with his razor, and a shabby and tight black suit, it was his London suit and had lain crumpled disastrously in his handbag, accentuating the undue roundness of his limbs. His eyes blinked and his mouth trembled a little at the corners. He was obviously afraid of his sister, and flung his niece a watery wink, as though to implore her silence as to his various misdemeanours. Brother and sister shook hands, and Maggie, as she watched them, was surprised to feel within herself a certain sympathy with her uncle. Aunt Anne's greeting was gentle and kind, but infinitely distant, and had something of the tenderness with which the Pope washes the feet of the beggars in Rome. "I'm so glad that you were here," she said in her soft voice. "It must have been such a comfort to Maggie." "He has been indeed, Aunt Anne," Maggie broke in eagerly. Her uncle looked at her with great surprise. After his behaviour of last night he had not expected this. Reassured, he began a voluble explanation of his movements and plans, rubbing his hands together and turning one boot against the other. He had a great deal to say because he had seen neither of his sisters for a very long time. Then he wished to make a good impression because Maggie the heiress would be of importance now. What an idiot he had been last night! What had he done? He could remember nothing. It was evident that it had been nothing very bad. Maggie bore him no grudge. Good girl, Maggie. He felt affectionate towards her and would have told her so had her aunt not been present. These thoughts underlay his rambling history. He was aware suddenly that his audience was inattentive. He saw indeed that his sister was standing with her back half turned, gazing on to the shining country beyond the window. He ceased abruptly, gave his niece a wink, and when this was unsuccessful, muttering a few words, stumbled out of the room. The whole village attended the funeral, not because it liked the Reverend Charles, but because it liked funerals. Maggie was, in all probability, the only person present who thought very deeply about the late vicar of St. Driot's. The Reverend Tom Trefusis, who conducted the ceremony, was a large, red-faced man who had played rugby football for his university and spent most of his energy over the development of cricket and football clubs up and down the county. He could not be expected to have cared very greatly for the Reverend Charles, who had been at no period of his life, and in no possible sense of the word, a sportsman. As he conducted the service, his mind speculated as to the next vicar. The Reverend Tom knew an excellent fellow, stroke of the Cambridge boat in 12, who would be just the man. The possibility of the frost breaking in time for the inter-county rugby match at Trucks, the immediate return of his wife from London, he was very fond of his wife, and lastly a certain cramp in the stomach that sometimes bowled him over, and of which the taking of a funeral, here today and gone tomorrow, always reminded him. I wonder how long I'll last, he thought as he stood over the grave of the Reverend Charles and let his eyes wander over the little white gravestones that ran almost into the dark wall of St. Driot woods, as though they were trying to hide themselves. Wish the frost 'ud break, ground'll be as hard as nails. The soil fell, thump, thump, upon the coffin. Rooks cawed in the trees. The bell tolled its cracked note. The Reverend Charles was crammed down with the soil by the eager spades of the sexton and his friend, who were cold and wanted a drink. Maggie meanwhile watched the final disappearance of her father with an ever-growing remorse. Ever since her declaration to her uncle during their walk yesterday, this new picture of her father had grown before her eyes. She had already forgotten many, many things that might now have made her resentful or at least critical. She saw him as a figure most disastrously misunderstood. Without any sentimentality in her vision, she saw him lonely, proud, reserved, longing for her sympathy, which she denied him. His greed for money she saw suddenly as a determination that his daughter should not be left in want. All those years he had striven, and his apparent harshness, sharpness, unkindness had been that he might pursue his great object. She did not cry. Some of the villagers, curiously watching her, thought her a hard-hearted little thing. But her heart was full of tenderness as she stood there, seeing the humped grey church that was part of her life, the green mounds with no name, the dark wood, the grey roofs of the village clustered below the hill, hearing the bell, the rooks, the healthy voice of Mr. Trefusis, the bark of some distant dog, the creak of some distant wheel. I missed my chance, she thought. If only now I could have told him. Her aunt stood at her side, and once again Maggie felt irritation at her composure. After all, he was her brother, she thought. She remembered the feeling and passion with which her aunt had repeated the 23rd Psalm. She was puzzled. A moment of shrinking came upon her as she thought of the coming London life. Then the service was over. The villagers, with that inevitable disappointment that always lingers after a funeral, went to their homes. The children remained until night under the illusion that it was Sunday. Maggie spent the rest of the day, for the most part, alone in her room and thinking of her father. Her bedroom, an attic with a sloping roof, contained all her worldly possessions. In part because she had always been so reserved a child, in part because there had been no one in whom she might confide even had she wished it, she had always placed an intensity of feeling around and about the few things that were hers. Her library was very small, but this did not distress her because she had never cared for reading. Upon the little hanging shelf above her bed, deal wood painted white with blue cornflowers, were The Heir of Redcliffe, a shabby blue-covered copy, Ministering Children, Madame How and Lady Why, The Imitation of Christ, Robinson Crusoe, Mrs. Beeton's Cookery Book, the Holy Bible, and the poems of Longfellow. These had been given her upon various Christmases and birthdays. She did not care for any of them except The Imitation of Christ and Robinson Crusoe. The Bible was spoilt for her by incessant services and Sunday school classes. The Heir of Redcliffe and Ministering Children she found absurdly sentimental and unlike any life that she had ever known. Mrs. Beeton she had never opened, and Longfellow and Kingsley's Natural History she found dull. For Robinson Crusoe she had the intense human sympathy that all lonely people feel for that masterpiece. The imitation pleased her by what she would have called its common sense. Such a passage, for example, "Oftentimes something lurketh within, or else occurreth from without, which draweth us after it. Many secretly seek themselves in what they do, and know it not. They seem also to live in good peace of mind, when things are done according to their will and opinion. But if things happen otherwise than they desire, they are straightway moved and much vexed." And behind this common sense she did seem to be directly in touch with someone whom she might find, had she more time and friends to advise her. She was conscious in her lonely hours that nothing gave her such a feeling of company as did this little battered red book, and she felt that that friendliness might one day advance to some greater intimacy. About these things she was intensely reserved, and she spoke of them to no human being. Even for the books whose contents she did not care, she had a kindly feeling. So often had they looked down upon her when she sat there exasperated, angry at her own tears, rebellious, after some scene with her father. No other place but this room had seen these old agonies of hers. She would be sorry after all to leave it. There were not many things beside the books. 2 bowls of blue Glebeshire pottery, cheap things but precious, a box plastered with coloured shells, an amber bead necklace, a blue leather writing case, a photograph of her father as a young clergyman with a beard and whiskers, a faded daguerreotype of her mother, last, but by no means least, a small black lacquer musical box that played 2 tunes, "Weel May the Keel Row" and "John Peel." These were her worldly possessions. She sat there. As the day closed down, the trees were swept into the night, the wind rose in the dark wood, the winter's moon crept pale and cold into the sky, snow began to fall, at first thinly, then in a storm, hiding the moon, flinging the fields and roads into a white shining splendour. The wind died, and the stars peeped between the flakes of whirling snow. She sat without moving, accusing her heart of hardness, of unkindness. She seemed to herself then deserving of every punishment. "If I had only gone to him," she thought again and again. She remembered how she had kept apart from him, enclosed herself in a reserve that he should never break. She remembered the times when he had scolded her, coldly, bitterly, and she had stood, her face as a rock, her heart beating, but her body without movement, then had turned and gone silently from the room. All her wicked, cold heart that in some strange way cared for love, but could not make those movements towards others that would show that it cared. What was it in her? Would she always, through life, miss the things for which she longed through her coldness and obstinacy? She took her father's photograph, stared at it, gazed into it, held it in an agony of remorse. She shivered in the cold of her room, but did not know it. Her candle, caught in some draught, blew out, and instantly the white world without leapt in upon her, and her room was lit with a strange unearthly glow. She saw nothing but her father. At last she fell asleep in the chair, clutching in her hand the photograph. Thus her aunt found her later in the evening. She was touched by the figure, the shabby black frock, the white, tired face. She had been honestly disappointed in her niece, disappointed in her plainness, in her apparent want of heart, in her silence and moroseness. Matthew had told her of the girl's outburst to him against her father, and this had seemed to her shocking upon the very day after that father's death. Now, when she saw the photograph clenched in Maggie's hand, tears came into her eyes. She said, "Maggie, dear Maggie," and woke her. Maggie, stirring, saw her aunt's slender figure and delicate face, standing in the snowlight, as though she had been truly a saint from heaven. Maggie's first impulse was to rise up, fling her arms around her aunt's neck and hug her. Had she done that, the history of her life might have been changed. Her natural shyness checked her impulse. She got up, the photograph dropped from her hand, she smiled a little and then said awkwardly, "I've been asleep. Do you want me? I'll come down." Her aunt drew her towards her. "Maggie, dear," she said, "don't feel lonely any more. Think of me and your Aunt Elizabeth as your friends, who will always care for you. You must never be lonely again." Maggie's whole heart responded. She felt its wild beating, but she could do nothing, could say nothing. Her body stiffened. In spite of herself, she withdrew herself. Her face reddened, then was pale. "Thank you, Aunt," was all she could say. Her aunt moved away. Silently they went downstairs together. At about 10 the next morning they were seated in the dining-room, Aunt Anne, Uncle Matthew, Maggie, and Mr. Brassey. Mr. Brassey was speaking. "I'm afraid, Miss Cardinal, that there can be no question about the legality of this. It has been duly witnessed and signed. I regret extremely, but as you can well understand, I was quite unable to prevent. With the exception of a legacy of £300 sterling to Miss Maggie Cardinal, everything goes to Miss Ellen Harmer, to whom I owe more than I can ever possibly—" "Thank you," interrupted Aunt Anne. "This is, I think, the woman who has been cook here during the last 4 years." "About 5, I think," said Mr. Brassey softly. Uncle Matthew was upon his feet, trembling. "This is monstrous," he stuttered, "absolutely monstrous. Of course an appeal will be made. Undue influence, the most abominable thing." Maggie watched them all as though the whole business were far from herself. She sat there, her hands folded on her lap, looking at the mantelpiece with the ugly marble clock, the letter clip with old soiled letters in it, the fat green vase with dusty everlastings. Just as on the night when her uncle had come into her room, she had fancied that someone spoke to her, so now she seemed to hear, "Ah, that's a nasty knock for you, a very nasty knock." Her father had left all his money with the exception of £300 sterling to Ellen the cook. Maggie did not for a moment speculate as to the probable total amount. £300 seemed to her a very large sum. It would at any rate give her something to begin life upon. But the thing that seized and held her was the secret friendship that must have existed between her father and Ellen. Secret friendship was the first form that the relationship assumed for her. She saw Ellen, red of face, with little eyes and a flat nose upon which flies used to settle, a fat short neck, the wheezings and the pantings, the stumping walk, the great broad back. And she saw her father, first as the tall, dirty man whom she used to know, with the shiny black trousers, the untidy beard, the frowning eyes, the nails bitten to the quick, the ragged shirt-cuffs, then as that veiled shape below the clothes, the lift of the sheet above the toes, the loins, the stomach, the beard neatly brushed, the closed yellow eyelids, the yellow forehead, the rats with their gleaming eyes. In a kind of terror, as though she were being led against her will into some disgusting chamber where the skulls were stale and the sights indecent, she saw the friendship of those two, Ellen the cook and her father. Young, inexperienced though she was old already in a certain crude knowledge of facts. It could not be said that she traced to their ultimate hiding-place the relations of her father and the woman, but in some relation, ugly, sordid, degraded, she saw those two figures united. Many, many little things came to her mind as she sat there, moments when the cook had breathlessly, and in a sudden heat, betrayed some unexpected agitation, moments when her father had shown confusion, moments when she had fancied whispers, laughter behind walls, scurrying feet. She entwined desperately her hands together as pictures developed behind her eyes. Ah, but she was ashamed, most bitterly ashamed. The rest of the interview came to her only dimly. She knew that Uncle Matthew was still upon his feet protesting, that her aunt's face was cold and wore a look of distressed surprise, as though someone had suddenly been rude to her. From very, very far away came Mr. Brassey's voice. "I was aware that this could not be agreeable, Miss Cardinal, but I am afraid that under the circumstances there is nothing to be done. As to undue influence, I think that I should warn you, Mr. Cardinal, that there could be very little hope, and of course the expense, if I may advise you." The voice sank away again, the room faded, the air was still and painted. Like figures on a stage acting before an audience of one, Maggie saw those grotesque persons. She did not speak one word during the whole affair. After a time she saw that Mr. Brassey was not in the room. Her aunt was speaking to her. "Maggie, dear, I'm so very sorry, but you know that you will come to us and find a home there. You mustn't think about the money." With a sudden impulse she arose, almost brushing her aunt aside. "Ah, that's not it, she cried. Then, recovering herself a little, she went on, "It's all right, Aunt Anne, I'm all right. I'm going out for a little. If I'm not back for lunch, don't wait. Something cold, anything, tell Ellen." At the sudden mention of that name she stopped, coloured a little, turned away and left the room. In the hall she nearly ran against the cook. The woman was standing there, motionless, breathing deeply, her eyes fixed upon the dining-room. When she saw Maggie, she moved as though she would speak, then something in the girl's face checked her. She drew back into the shadow. Maggie left the house. The brother and sister, remaining in the room, walked towards one another as though driven by some common need of sympathy and protection against an outside power. Matthew Cardinal felt a genuine indignation that had but seldom figured in his life before. He had hated his brother always, and never so greatly as the moments of the man's reluctant charity towards him. But now, in the first clean uplift of his indignation, there was no self-congratulation at the justification of his prophecies. I knew him for what he was, but that he could do this. He meant it to hurt too. That was like him all over. He had us in his mind. I wish I'd never taken a penny from him. I'd rather have starved. Yes, I would, far rather. I've been bad enough, but never a thing like that. His sister said quietly, "He's dead, Matthew. We can do nothing. Maggie, poor child." He approached for an instant more nearly than he had ever done. He took her hand. There were tears in his eyes. "It's good of you, Anne, to take her." She withdrew her hand, very gently. "I wish we'd taken her before. She must have had a terrible time here. I'd never realized." He stood away from her near the window, feeling suddenly ashamed of his impetuosity. "She's a strange girl," Anne Cardinal went on. "She didn't seem to feel this, or anything. She hasn't, I think, much heart. I'm afraid she may find it a little difficult with us." Matthew was uncomfortable now. His mood had changed. He was sullen. His sister always made him feel like a disgraced dog. He shuffled on his feet. "She's a good girl," he muttered at last, and then, with a confused look about him, as though he were searching for something, he stumbled out of the room. Meanwhile Maggie went on her way. She chose instinctively her path, through the kitchen garden at the back of the village, down the hill by the village street, over the little bridge that crossed the rocky stream of the Driat, and up the steep hill that led on to the outskirts of Rothen Moor. The day, although she had no eyes for it, was one of those sudden impulses of misty warmth that surprised the Glebeshire frosts. The long stretch of the moor was enwrapped by a thin silver network of haze. The warmth of the sun, seen so dimly that it was like a shadow reflected in a mirror, struck to the very heart of the soil. Where but yesterday there had been iron frost, there was now soft yielding earth. It was as though the heat of the central fires of the world pressed dimly upward through many miles of heavy-weighted resistance, straining to the light and air. Larks, lost in golden mist, circled in space. Maggie could feel upon her face and neck and hands the warm moisture. The soil under her feet, now hard, now soft, seemed to tremble with some happy anticipation. The moor, wrapped in its misty colour, had no bounds. The world was limitless space with hidden streams, hidden suns. The moor had a pathetic attraction for her, because not very long ago a man and a woman had been lost, only a few steps from Boreheadon Farm, in the mist. Lost their way and been frozen during the night. Poor things. Lovers, perhaps, they had been. Maggie felt that here she could walk for miles and miles, and that there was nothing to stop her. The clang of a gate, a house, a wall, a human voice was intolerable to her. Her first thought as she went forward was disgust at her own weakness. Once again she had been betrayed by her feelings. She could remember no single time when they had not betrayed her. She recalled now with an intolerable self-contempt her thoughts of her father at the time of the funeral and the hours that followed. It seemed to her now that she had only softened towards his memory because she had believed that he had left her money. And now, when she saw that he had treated her contemptuously, she found him once again the cruel, mean figure that she had before thought him. For that she most bitterly, with an intensity that only her loneliness could have given her, despised herself. And yet something else in her knew that that reproach was not a true one. She had really softened towards him only because she had felt that she had behaved badly towards him, and the discovery now that he had behaved badly towards her did not alter her own original behaviour. She did not analyse all this. She only knew that there were in her longings for affection, a desire to be loved, an aching for companionship, and that these things must always be kept down, fast hidden within her. She realised her loneliness now with a fierce, proud, almost exultant independence. No more tears, no more leaning upon others, no more expecting anything from anybody. She was not dramatic in her new independence. She did not cry defiance to the golden mist or the larks or the hidden sun. She only walked on, stumping forward in her clumsy boots, her eyes hard and unseeing, her hands clasped behind her back. Her expectation of happiness in her opening life, that had been so strong with her that other day when she had looked down upon Polchester, was gone. She expected nothing, she wanted nothing. Her only thought was that she would never yield to anyone, never care for anyone, never give to anyone the opportunity of touching her. At moments through the mist came the figure of the cook, stout, florid, triumphant. Maggie regarded her contemptuously. "You cannot touch me," she thought. Of her father she would never think again. With both hands she flung all her memories of him into the mist, to be lost forever. She came suddenly upon a lonely farmhouse. She knew the place, Borehedden. It had often been a favourite walk of hers from the vicarage to Borehedden. The farmer let rooms there, and because the house was very old, some of the rooms were fine, with high ceilings, thick stone walls, and even some good panelling. The view, too, was superb across to the Broads and to the Mole-catcher, or back to the Dreart woods, or to the dim towers of Polchester Cathedral. The air here was fine, one of the healthiest spots in Glebeshire. The farm today was transfigured by the misty glow. Cows and horses could be faintly seen, ricks burnt with a dim fire. Somewhere dripping water falling onto stone gave a vocal spirit to the obscurity. The warm air seemed to radiate about the house like a flame that is obscured by sunlight. The stealthy movements of the animals, the dripping of the water, were the only sounds. To Maggie the house seemed to say something comforting and reassuring. Standing there, she registered her vow that through all her life she would care for no one. No one should touch her. Had there been an observer, he might have found some food for his irony in the contemplation of that small, insignificant figure so ignorant of life and so defiant of it. He would have found perhaps something pathetic also. Maggie thought neither of irony nor of pathos, but turned homewards with her mouth set, her eyes grave, her heart controlled. As she walked back, the sun broke through the mist, and, turning, she could see Borehedden like a house on fire, its windows blazing against the sky. It was natural that her aunt should wish to return to London as soon as possible. For one thing, Ellen the cook had packed her clothes and retired to some place in the village, there to await the departure of the defeated family. Then the house was not only unpleasant by reason of its atmosphere and associations, but there were also the definite discomforts of roofs through which the rain dripped and floors that swayed beneath one's tread. Moreover, Aunt Elizabeth did not care to be left alone in the London house. Uncle Matthew left on the day after the funeral. He had one little last conversation with Maggie. "I hope you'll be happy in London," he said. "I hope so," said Maggie. "I know you'll do what you can to help your aunts." Then he went on more nervously. "Think of me sometimes. I shan't be able to come and see you very often, you know. Too busy. But I shall like to know that you're thinking about me." Maggie's newfound resolution taken so defiantly upon the moor was suddenly severely tested. She felt as though her uncle were leaving her to a world of enemies. She drove down her sense of desolation, and he saw nothing but her quiet composure. "Of course I'll think of you," she answered, "and you must come often." "They don't like me," he said, nodding his head towards where Aunt Anne might be supposed to be waiting. "It's not my fault altogether, but they have severe ideas. It's religion, of course." She suddenly seemed to see in his eyes some terror or despair, as though he knew he was going to drop this time farther than ever before. She caught his arm. "Uncle Matthew, what are you going to do? Where will you live? Take my £300 if it will help you. I don't want it just now. Keep it for me." He had a moment of resolute, clear-sighted honesty. "No, my dear, if I had it, it would go in a week. I can't keep money, I never could. I'm really better without any. I'm all right. You'll never get rid of me, don't you fear. We've got more in common than you think, although you're a good girl and I've gone to pieces a bit. All the same, there's plenty worse than me. Your aunt, for all her religion, is damned difficult for a plain man to get along with. Most people would find me better company after all. One last word, Maggie." He bent down and whispered to her. "Don't you go getting caught by that sweep who runs their chapel up in London. He's a humbug if ever there was one, you mark my words. I know a thing or two. He's done your aunts a lot of harm, and he'll have his dirty fingers on you if you let him." So he departed, his last kiss mingled with the usual aroma of whisky and tobacco, his last attitude as he turned away, that strange confusion of assumed dignity and natural genial stupidity that was so especially his. Maggie turned, with all her new defiant resolution, to face the world alone with her Aunt Anne. Throughout the next day she was busied with collecting her few possessions, with her farewells to the one or two people in the village who had been kind to her, and with little, sudden, almost surreptitious visits to corners of the house, the garden, the wood where she had at one time or another been happy. As the evening fell and a sudden storm of rain leapt up from beneath the hill and danced about the house, she had a wild longing to stay at any cost and in any discomfort. London had no longer interest, but only terror and dismay. She ran out into the dark and rain-drenched garden, felt her way to an old and battered seat that had seen in older days dolls' tea parties and the ravages of bad temper, stared from it across the kitchen garden to the lights of the village, that seemed to rock and shiver in the wind and rain. She stared passionately at the lights, her heart beating as though it would suffocate her. At last, her clothes soaked with the storm, her hair dripping, she returned to the house. Her aunt was in the hall. "My dear Maggie, where have you been?" in a voice that was kind but aghast. "In the garden," said Maggie, hating her aunt. "But it's pouring with rain. You're soaking. You must change at once. Did you go out to find something?" Maggie made no answer. She stood there, her face sulky and closed, the water dripping from her. Afterwards, as she changed her clothes, she reflected that there had been many occasions during these 3 days when her aunt would have felt irritation with her had she known her longer. She had always realized that she was careless, that when she should be thinking of one thing she thought of another, that her housekeeping and management of shops and servants had been irregular and undisciplined, but until now she had not sharply surveyed her weaknesses. Since the coming of her aunt she had been involved in a perfect network of little blunders. She had gone out of the room without shutting the door, had started into the village on an errand, and then, when she was there, had forgotten what it was. There had been holes in her stockings and rents in her blouses. After Ellen's departure she had endeavoured to help in the kitchen, but had made so many mistakes that Aunt Anne and the kitchen maid had been compelled to banish her. She now wondered how during so many years she had run the house at all, but then her father had cared about nothing so that money was not wasted. She knew that Aunt Anne excused her mistakes just now because of the shock of her father's death and the events that followed it. But Maggie knew also that these faults were deep in her character. She could explain it quite simply to herself by saying that behind the things that she saw there was always something that she did not see, something of the greatest importance and just beyond her vision. In her efforts to catch this farther thing she forgot what was immediately in front of her. It had always been so. Since a tiny child she had always supposed that the shapes and forms with which she was presented were only masks to hide the real thing. Such a view might lend interest to life, but it certainly made one careless, and although Uncle Matthew might understand it and put it down to the cardinal imagination, she instinctively knew that Aunt Anne, unless Maggie definitely attributed it to religion, would be dismayed, and even if it persisted, angered. Maggie had not, after all, the excuse and defence of being a dreamy child. With her square body and plain face, her clear unspeculative eyes, her stolid movements, she could have no claim to dreams. With a sudden desolate pang, Maggie suspected that Uncle Matthew was the only person who would ever understand her. Well then, she must train herself. She would close doors, turn out lights, put things back where she found them, mend her clothes, keep accounts. Indeed, a new life was beginning for her. She felt, with a sudden return to the days before her walk on the moor, that if only her aunts would love her, she would improve much more rapidly. And then with her new independence she assured herself that if they did not love her, she most certainly would not love them. That night she sat opposite her aunt beside the fire. The house lay dead and empty behind them. Aunt Anne was so neat in her thin black silk, her black shining hair, her pale pointed face, a little round white locket rising and falling ever so slowly with the lift of her breast. There were white frills to her sleeves, and she read a slim book bound in purple leather. Her body never moved. Only once and again her thin, delicate hand ever so gently lifted, turned a page, then settled down onto her lap once more. She never raised her eyes. The fire was heavy and sullen. The wind howled. That old familiar beating of the twigs upon the pane seemed to reiterate to Maggie that this was her last evening. She pretended to read. She had found a heavy gilt volume of Paradise Lost with Doré's pictures. She read these words: "Beyond this flood a frozen continent lies dark and wild, beat with perpetual storms of whirlwind and dire hail, which on firm land thaws not, but gathers heap, and ruin seems of ancient pile, all else deep snow and ice. A gulf profound as that Serbonian bay betwixt Dalmatia and Mount Casius old, where armies whole have sunk. The parching air burns froze, and cold performs the effect of fire." Further again words caught her eye. Thus roving on, in confused march forlorn, that venturous bands with shuddering horror pale, and eyes aghast, viewed first their lamentable lot, and found no rest. Through many a dark and dreary vale they passed, and many a region dolorous. O'er many a frozen, many a fiery Alp, rocks, caves, lakes, fens, bogs, dens, and shades of death, a universe of death, which God by curse created evil. For evil only good, where all life dies, death lives, and nature breaks perverse, all monstrous, all prodigious things, abominable, inutterable, and worse than fables yet have feigned, or fear conceived, gorgons, and hydras, and chimeras dire. She did not care for reading, most especially she did not care for poetry, but tonight she saw the picture. Up to the very bounds of the house this waste country, filled with beasts of prey, animals with fiery eyes and incredible names, the long stretch of snow and ice, the black water with no stars reflected in it, the wind. A coal crashed in the fire. She gave a little cry. "My dear, what is it?" said Aunt Anne. Then with a little shake of her shoulders she added, "There's a horrid draught. Perhaps you forgot to close the kitchen door when you came away, Maggie dear." Maggie flushed. Of course she had forgotten. She left the room, crossed the hall. Yes, there was the door wide open. She locked it. The place was utterly cold and desolate. She closed the door, stood for a moment in the little hall. "I don't care what's going to happen," she cried aloud. So ended her life in that house. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 3, The London House. It was strange after this that the start on the London journey should be so curiously unexciting. It was perhaps the presence of Aunt Anne that reduced everything to an unemotional level. Maggie wondered as she sat in the old moth-eaten, whisky-smelling cab whether her Aunt Anne was ever moved about anything. Then something occurred that showed her that, as yet, she knew very little about her aunt. As, clamping down the stony hill, they had a last glimpse at the corner of the 2 vicarage chimneys, looking above the high hedge like a pair of inquisitive lunatics, Maggie choked. She pressed her hands together, pushed her hair from her face, and in so doing touched her black hat. "Your hat's crooked, Maggie dear," said her aunt gently. The girl's hot hands clutched the soft packet of sandwiches and a little black handbag that yesterday Aunt Anne had bought for her in the village. It was a shabby little bag, and had strange habits of opening when it was not expected to do so, and remaining shut when something was needed from it. It gaped now, and, just as the cab climbed Cato Hill, it fell forward and flung the contents onto the floor. Maggie, blushing, looked up expecting a reproof. She saw that her aunt's eyes were fixed upon the view. As upon the day of her arrival, so now. Her face wore a look of rapture. She drank it in. Maggie also took the last joy of the familiar scene. The vicarage, like a grey crouching cat, lay basking on the green hill. The sunlight flooded the dark wood. Galleons of clouds rolled like lumbering vessels across the blue sky. "It's lovely, isn't it?" whispered Maggie. "Beautiful, beautiful," sighed her aunt. "I've always loved just this view. I've often walked here just to see it," Maggie said. Aunt Anne sat back in her seat. "It's been hard for me always to live in London. I love the country so." "So do I," said Maggie passionately. For a moment they were together, caught up by the same happiness. Then Aunt Anne said, "Why, your bag, dear. The things are all about the place." Maggie bent down. When she looked up again, they had dipped down on the other side of the hill. Maggie had only once in all her life been in a train, but on this present occasion she did not find it very thrilling. It was rather like being in anything else, and her imagination exercised itself upon the people in the carriage rather than the scenery outside. She was at first extremely self-conscious and fancied that everyone whispered about her. Then, lulled by the motion of the train and the warmth, she slept. She was more deeply exhausted by the events of the last week than she knew, and throughout the day she slumbered, woke, and slumbered again. Quite suddenly she awoke with a definite shock to a new world. Evening had come. There were lights that rushed up to the train, stared in at the window, and rushed away again. On every side things seemed to change places in a general post. Trees and houses, hedges and roads, all lit by an evening moon and wrapped in a white and wavering mist. Then the town was upon them, quite instantly. Streets ran like ribbons into grey folds of buildings. Rows of lamps, scattered at first, drew into a single point of dancing flame. Towers and chimneys seemed to jump from place to place as though they were trying to keep in time with the train. A bell rang monotonously. Wreaths of smoke rose lazily against the stars and fell again. When at last she found herself, a tiny figure, standing upon the vast platform under the high black dome, the noise and confusion excited and delighted her. She rose to the waves of sound as a swimmer rises in the sea. Her heart beat fast, and she was so eagerly engaged in looking about her, in staring at the hurrying people, in locating the shrill screams of the engines, in determining not to jump when the carriages jolted together, that her little black bag opened unexpectedly once more and spilled a handkerchief, a hand mirror, a paper packet of sweets, a small pair of scissors, and a shabby brown purse upon the station floor. She was greatly confused when an old gentleman helped her to pick them up. The little mirror was broken. "Oh, it's bad luck," she cried, staring distressfully at the old man. He smiled, and would have certainly been very agreeable to her had not Aunt Anne, who had been finding their boxes and securing a cab, arrived and taken Maggie away. "You shouldn't speak to strange gentlemen, dear," said Aunt Anne. But Maggie did not listen. It was characteristic of Anne Cardinal that she should secure the only four-wheeler in the station, rejecting the taxicabs that waited in rows for her pleasure. Had Maggie only known, her aunt's choice was eloquent of their future life together. But Maggie did not know and did not care. Her excitement was intense. That old St. Driot life had already swung so far behind her that it was like a fantastic dream. As they rumbled through the streets, the cries, the smells, the lights seemed arranged especially for her. She could not believe that they had all been just like this before her arrival. As with everything, she was busy imagining the world behind this display, the invisible circle inside the circle that she saw. They came into the Strand, and the masses of moving people seemed to her like somnambulists walking without reason or purpose. She felt as though there would suddenly come a great hole in the middle of the street into which the cab would tumble. The noise seemed to her country ears deafening, and when suddenly the lighted letters of some advertisement flashed out gigantic against the sky, she gave a little scream. She puzzled her aunt by saying, "But it isn't really like this, is it?" To which Aunt Anne could only say, "You're hungry and tired, dear, I expect." With one last outrending scream, the whole world seemed to fling itself at the window, open because Aunt Anne thought the cab had a smell. Oosh! 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 Maggie drew back as though she expected someone to leap in upon them. Then, with that marvellous and ironical gift of contrast that is London's secret, they were suddenly driven into the sleepiest quiet. They stumbled up a street that was like a cave for misty darkness and muffled echoes. The cab's wheels made a riotous clatter. A man posting a letter in a pillar box was the only figure in the street. The stars shone overhead with wonderful brilliance, and a little bell jangled softly close at hand. All the houses were tall and secret, with high white steps and flat faces. A cat slipped across the street. Another swiftly followed it. St. Driot seemed near at hand again, and Ellen the cook not so far away. Maggie felt a sudden forlornness and desolation. "What a very quiet street," she whispered, as though she were afraid lest the street should hear. They stopped before one of the flat-faced houses. Aunt Anne rang the bell, and an old woman with a face like a lemon helped the cabman with the boxes. Maggie was standing in a hall that smelt of damp and geraniums. It was intensely dark, and a shrill scream from somewhere did not make things more pleasant. "That's Edward the parrot," said Aunt Anne. "Take care not to approach him too closely, dear, because he bites." Then they went upstairs, Maggie groping her way and stumbling at the sharp corners. The darkness grew. She knocked her knee on the corner of something, cried out, and a suddenly opened door threw a pale green light upon a big picture of men in armour, attacking a fortified town beneath a thundery sky. This picture wavered and faltered, hung as it was upon a thin cord strained to breaking point. Maggie reached the security of the room beyond the passage. Her shoulders bent a little as though she expected to hear at every instant the crashing collapse of the armoured men. Her eyes unused to the light, she stumbled into the room, fell into someone's arms, felt that her poor hat was crooked and her cheeks burning, and then was rebuked, as it seemed, by the piercing cry of Edward the parrot from the very bowels of the house. She stammered something to the man who had held her and then let her go. She was confused, hot and angry. "They'll think me an idiot who can't enter a room properly." She glared about her and felt as though she had been taken prisoner by some strange people who lived under the sea. She was aware, when her eyes were accustomed to the dim light, that the entrance of herself and her aunt had interrupted the conversation of 3 people. Near the fireplace sat a little woman wearing black mittens and a white lace cap. Standing above her, with his arm on the mantelpiece, was a thin, battered-looking gentleman with large spectacles, high gaunt features and a very thin head of hair. Near the door was the man against whom Maggie had collided. She saw that he was young, thick-set and restless. She noticed even then his eyes, bright and laughing as though he were immensely amused. His mouth opened and closed again, his eyes were never still, and he made fierce dumb protests with his body, jerking it forward, pulling it back, as a rider strives to restrain an unruly horse. Maggie was able to notice these things because during the first moments her Aunt Anne entirely held the stage. She advanced to the fireplace with her halting movement, embraced the little lady by the fire with a soft and unimpassioned clasp. "Well, Elizabeth, here we are, you see," turned to the thin gentleman, saying, "Why, you, Mr. Magnus, I thought that you were still in Wiltshire." Then from the middle of the room addressing the stout young man, "I'm very glad to see you, Mr. Warlock." Maggie fancied that the 3 persons were nervous of her aunt. The stout young man was amused, perhaps, at the general situation, but Mr. Magnus by the fireplace showed great emotion, the colour mounting into his high, bony cheeks, and his nostrils twitching like a horse's. Maggie had been always very observant, and she was detached enough now to notice that the drawing-room was filled with ugly and cumbrous things, and yet seemed unfurnished. Although everything was old and had been there obviously for years, the place yet reminded one of a bare chamber into which furniture had just been piled without order or arrangement. Opposite the door was a large and very bad painting of the 2 sisters as young girls, sitting, with arms encircled, in low dresses, on the seashore before a grey and angry sea, and Uncle Matthew was a small, shiny-faced boy in tight, short blue trousers, carrying a bucket and spade, and a smug, pious expression. The room was lit with gas that sizzled and hissed in a protesting undertone. There was a big black cat near the fire, and this watched Maggie with green and fiery eyes. She stood there by the door, tired and hungry. She felt unacknowledged and forgotten. "I know I shall hate it," was her thought. She was conscious of her arms and her legs. Her ankle tickled in her shoe, and she longed to scratch it. She sneezed suddenly, and they all jumped as though the floor had opened beneath them. "And Maggie?" said the little lady by the fireplace. Maggie moved forward with the awkward gestures and the angry look in her eyes that were always hers when she was ill at ease. "Maggie," said Aunt Anne, "has been very good." "And she's tired, I'm sure," continued the little lady, who must of course be Aunt Elizabeth. "The journey was easy, dear, and you had no change. They gave you foot warmers, I hope. It's been lovely weather. I'm so glad to see you, dear. I've had no photograph of you since you were a baby." Aunt Elizabeth had a way, Maggie thought, of collecting a number of little disconnected statements, as though she were working out a sum, and hoped, but was not very certain, that she would achieve a successful answer. Add 2 and 5 and 3 and 4. The statements that she made were apparently worlds apart in interest and importance, but she hoped with good fortune to flash upon the boards a fine result. She was nervous, Maggie saw, and her thin shoulders were a little bent, as though she expected someone from behind to strike her suddenly in the small of the back. "She's afraid of something," thought Maggie. Aunt Elizabeth had obviously not the strong character of her sister Anne. "Thank you," said Maggie, looking for no reason at all at Mr. Magnus. "I slept in the train, so I'm not tired." She stopped then, because there was nothing more to say. She felt that she ought to kiss her aunt. She thought she saw in her aunt's small, rather watery eyes an appeal that she should do so. The distance, however, seemed infinite, and Maggie had a strange feeling that her bending down would break some spell, that the picture in the passage would fall with a ghostly clatter, that Edward the parrot would scream and shriek, that the gas would burst into a bubbling horror, that the big black cat would leap upon her and tear her with its claws. "Well, I'm not afraid," she thought, and as though she were defying the universe, she bent down and kissed her aunt. She fancied that this act of hers produced a little sigh of relief. Everyone seemed to settle down. They all sat, and conversation was general. Mr. Magnus had a rather melancholy, deprecating voice. but with some touch of irony too, as though he were used to being called a fool by his fellow beings, but after all knew better than they did. He did not sound at all conceited, only amused with a little gentle melancholy at his own position. "I'm glad to see you so well, Miss Cardinal," he said with an air of rather old-fashioned courtesy. "I had been afraid that it might have exhausted you. I only came to welcome you. I must return at once. I have an article to finish before midnight." Aunt Anne smiled gently. "No, I'm not tired, thank you. And what has happened while I have been away?" "I have been away too, as you know," said Mr. Magnus. "But I understand that your sister has been very busy. Quite a number—" Aunt Elizabeth said in her trembling voice, "No, Anne, I assure you, nothing at all. As you know, the Bible Committee wanted to discuss the new scheme. Last Tuesday, Mr. Warlock, Mr. Sims, young Holliday, Miss Martin and Mary Hurst, and Sophie Dunn, and Mr. Turner. Nothing at all. It was a wet day, last Tuesday afternoon." "Your mother is quite well, I hope, Mr. Warlock," said Aunt Anne, turning to the young man. "Yes, she's all right," he answered. "Just the same. Amy wants you to go and see her. I was to give you the message, if you could manage tomorrow sometime. Or she'd come here if it's more convenient. There's something important, she says, but I don't suppose it's important in the least. You know what she is." He spoke, laughing. His eyes wandered all round the room and suddenly settled on Maggie with a startled stare, as though she were the last person whom he had expected to find there. "Yes, tomorrow afternoon, perhaps. About 3, if that would suit her. How is Amy?" "Oh, she's all right, as eager to run the world as ever, and she never will run it, so long as she shows her cards as obviously as she does. I tell her so, but it's no good. She doesn't listen to me, you know." Aunt Anne, with the incomparable way that she had, brushed all this very gently aside. She simply said, "I'm glad that she's well." Then she turned to the other gentleman. "Your writing's quite satisfactory, I hope, Mr. Magnus." She spoke as though it had been a cold or a toothache. He smiled his melancholy, ironical smile. "I go on, you know, Miss Cardinal. After all, it's my bread and butter." Maggie, looking at him, knew that this was exactly the way that he did not regard it, and felt a sudden sympathy towards him with his thin hair, his large spectacles and his shabby clothes. But her look at him was the last thing of which she was properly conscious. The wall beyond the fireplace that had seemed before to her dim and dark now suddenly appeared to lurch forward, to bulge before her eyes. The floor with its old, rather shabby carpet rose on a slant as though it was rocked by an unsteady sea. Worst of all, the large black cat swelled like a balloon, its whiskers distended like wire. She knew that her eyes were burning, that her forehead was cold, and that she felt sick. She was hungry, and at the same time was conscious that she could eat nothing. Her only wish was to creep away and hide herself from everyone. However, through all her confusion she was aware of her determination not to betray to them that she was ill. "If only the cat wouldn't grow so fast, I believe I could manage," was her desperate thought. There was a roaring in her ears. She caught suddenly from an infinite distance the voice of the stout young man. "She's ill. She's fainting." She was aware that she struggled to face him with fierce protesting eyes. The next thing she knew was that she lay for the second time that afternoon in his arms. She felt that he laid her, clumsily but gently, upon the sofa. Someone sprinkled cold water on her forehead. Deep down in her soul she hated and despised herself for this weakness before strangers. She closed her eyes tightly, desiring to conceal not so much the others as herself from her scornful gaze. She heard someone say something about a cup of tea, and she wanted it suddenly with a desperate, fiery desire, but she would not speak, no, not if they were to torture her with thirst for days and days. To that extent at least she could preserve her independence. She heard her Aunt Elizabeth say something like, "Poor thing, strain, last week, father, too much." She gathered all her energies together to say, "It hasn't been too much, I'm all right." But they brought her a cup of tea, and before that she succumbed. She drank it with eager greed, then lay back, her eyes closed, and slowly the bars of hot iron withdrew from her forehead. She slept. She woke to a room wrapped in a green trembling twilight. She was alone save for the black cat. The fire crackled, the gas was turned low, and the London murmur beyond the window was like the hum of an organ. There was no one in the room. She felt as she lay there an increasing irritation at her weakness. She was afraid too for her future. Did she faint like this at the earliest opportunity, people would allow her no chance of earning her living. Where was that fine independent life upon which, outside Boyhead Farm, she had resolved? And these people, her aunts, the young man, the thin spectacled man, what would they think of her? They would name it affectation, perhaps, and imagine that she had acted in such a way that she might gain their interest and sympathy. Such a thought sent the colour flaming to her cheeks. She sat up on the sofa. She would go to them at once and show them that she was perfectly strong and well. The door opened and Aunt Elizabeth came in, very gently as though she were going to steal something. She was, Maggie saw now, so little as to be almost deformed, with a soft, pale face, lined and wrinkled, and blue watery eyes. She wore a black silk wrapper over her shoulders and soft black slippers. Alice in Wonderland was one of the few books that Maggie had read in her childhood. Aunt Elizabeth reminded her strongly of the White Queen in the second part of that masterpiece. "Oh, you're not asleep, dear," said Aunt Elizabeth. "No, I'm not," said Maggie. "I'm perfectly all right. I can't think what made me behave like that. I've never done such a thing before. I'm ashamed." "It was very natural," said Aunt Elizabeth. "You should have had some tea at once. It was my fault. It's late now, 9 o'clock. My sister suggests bed. Supper in bed. Very nice, I always think, after a long journey. It will be fine tomorrow, I expect. We've had beautiful weather until this morning, when it rained for an hour. Chicken and some pudding. There's a little Australian wine that my sister keeps in the house for accidents. I liked it myself when I had it once for severe neuralgia." She suddenly, with a half-nervous, half-desperate gesture, put out her hand and took Maggie's. Her hand was soft like blancmange. It had apparently no bones in it. Maggie was touched and grateful. She liked this little shy, frightened woman. She would do anything to please her. "Don't think," she said eagerly, "that I've ever fainted like that before. I assure you that I've never done anything so silly. You mustn't think that I'm not strong. I'm strong as a horse. Father always said so. I've come to help you and Aunt Anne in any way I can. You mustn't think that I'm going to be in the way. I only want to be useful." Aunt Elizabeth started and looked at the door. "I thought I heard something," she said. They both listened. "Perhaps it was the parrot," said Maggie. Aunt Elizabeth smiled bravely. "There are often noises in an old house like this," she said. The black cat came towards them, slowly, with immense dignified indifference. He swung his tail as though to show them that he cared for no one. He walked to the door and waited, then followed them out of the room. Maggie found that her bedroom was a room at the top of the house, very white and clean, with a smell of soot and tallow candle that was new and attractive. There was a large text in bright purple over the bed. "The Lord cometh, prepare ye the way of the Lord." From the window one saw roofs, towers, chimneys, a sweeping arc of skylights now spun and sparkled into pathways and out again, driven by the rumble behind them that never ceased, although muffled by the closed window. They talked together for a little while, standing near the window, the candle wavering in Aunt Elizabeth's unsteady hand. "We thought you'd like this top room. It's quieter than the rest of the house. Sometimes when the sweep hasn't been, the soot tumbles down the chimney. You mustn't mind that. Thomas will push open the door and walk in at times. It's his way." "Thomas?" said Maggie, bewildered. "Our cat. He has been with us for many years now. Those who know say that he might have taken prizes once. I can't tell, I'm sure. If you pull that bell when you want anything, Martha will come. She will call you at 7:30. Prayers are in the dining room at 8:15. Sometimes the wind blows through the wallpaper, but it is only the wind." Maggie drew back the curtains that hid the glitter of the lights. "Were those great friends of yours, those gentlemen this evening?" "The one who wears spectacles, Mr. Magnus, yes, he is a very old friend. He is devoted to my sister. He writes stories." "What, in the papers?" "No, in books. 2 every year." "And the other one?" "That is young Mr. Warlock. He is the son of our minister." "Does he live near here?" "He lives just now with his parents. Of late years he has been abroad." "He doesn't look like the son of a minister," said Maggie. "No, I'm afraid—" Aunt Elizabeth suddenly stopped. "His father has been minister of our chapel for 20 years. He is a great and wonderful man." "Where is the chapel?" "Very near at hand. You will see it tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday." There was a long pause. Maggie knew that now was the time when she should say something friendly and affectionate. She could say nothing. She stared at her aunt, then at a long mirror that faced her bed, then at the lighted sky. She felt warmly grateful, eager to show all the world that she would do her best, that she was ready to give herself to this new life with all her soul and strength. She could say nothing. They waited. At last her aunt said, "Good night, dear Maggie. Good night, Aunt Elizabeth." She stole away, leaving the candle upon the chest of drawers. The cat followed her, swinging his tail. Left alone, Maggie felt the whole sweep of her excitement. She was exhausted, her body felt as though it had been trampled upon. She was so tired that she could scarcely drag her clothes from her, but the exultation of her spirit was beyond and above all this. Half undressed, she stood before the long mirror. She had never before possessed a long looking-glass, and now she seemed to see herself as she really was for the first time. Was she very ugly and unattractive? Yes, she must be, with that stumpy body, those thick legs and arms, that short nose and large mouth. And she did not know what to do to herself to make herself attractive. Other girls knew, but she had never had anyone who could tell her. Perhaps she would make girl-friends now who would show her. But after all, she did not care. She was herself. People who did not like her could leave her. Yes, they could, and she would not stir a finger to fetch them back. Then, deep down in her soul, she knew that she wanted success, a magnificent life, a great future. Nay, more, she expected it. She had force and strength, and she would compel life to give her what she wanted. She laughed at herself in the glass. She was happy, almost triumphant, and for no reason at all. She went to her windows and opened them. There came up to her the tramping progress of the motor omnibuses. They advanced like elephants charging down a jungle, nearer, nearer, nearer. Before the tramp of one had passed, another was advancing, and then upon that another, ceaselessly advancing and retreating. In her nightdress she leaned out of the window, poised as it seemed to her above a swaying carpet of lights. Life seemed to hold every promise in store for her. She crossed to her bed, drew the clothes about her, and, forgetting her supper, forgetting all that had happened to her, her journey, her fainting, the young man, Edward the parrot, she fell into a slumber as deep, as secure as death itself. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 4, The Chapel. Maggie woke next morning to a strange silence. Many were the silent mornings that had greeted her at St. Driot's, but this was silence with a difference. It was the silence, she was instantly aware, of someone whose very soul was noise and tumult. She listened, and the sudden chirping of some sparrows beyond her window only accentuated the sense of expectation. She had never, in all her days, been so conscious of Sunday. She was almost afraid to move, lest she should break the spell. She lay in bed and thought of the preceding evening. A fainting fit seemed to her now more than ever unfortunate. It had placed her at a disadvantage with them all. She could imagine the stout young man returning to his home and saying, "Their niece has arrived. Seems a weak little thing. Fainted right off there in the drawing-room." Or her aunts saying anxiously to one another, "Well, I didn't know she was as delicate as that. I hope she won't be always ill." And she wasn't delicate. No one stronger. She had never fainted before. The silliness of it. The next thing that disturbed her was the comfort and arrangement of everything. Certainly the drawing-room had not been very orderly, full of old things badly placed, but this bedroom was clean and tidy, and the supper last night so neat on its tray with everything that she could want. She could feel the order and discipline of the whole house. And she had never, in all her life, been either orderly or disciplined. She had never been brought up to be so. How could you be orderly when there were holes in the bedroom ceiling and the kitchen floor, holes that your father would never trouble to have mended? Her aunts would wish her to help in the house, and she would forget things. There passed before her, in that Sunday quiet, a terrible procession of the things that she would forget. She knew that she would not be patient under correction, especially under the correction of her Aunt Anne. Already she felt in her a rebellion at her aunt's aloofness and passivity. After all, why should she treat everyone as though she were God? Maggie felt that there was in her aunt's attitude something sentimental and affected. She hated sentiment and affectation in anyone. She was afraid, too, that Anne bullied Aunt Elizabeth. Maggie was sorry for Aunt Elizabeth, but, with all the arrogance of the young, a little despised her. Why did she tremble and start like that? She should stand up for herself and not mind what her sister said to her. Finally, there was something about the house for which Maggie could not quite account, some uneasiness or expectation, as though one knew that there was someone behind the door and was therefore afraid to open it. It may have been simply London that was behind it. Maggie was ready to attribute anything to the influence of that tremendous power, but her own final impression was that the people in this house had for too long a time been brooding over something. "It would do my aunts a lot of good to move somewhere else," she said to herself. "As Aunt Anne loves the country so much, I can't think why she doesn't live there." There were many things that she was to learn before the end of the day. Her thoughts were interrupted by a little whir and clatter, which, thin and distant though it was, penetrated into her room. The whir was followed by the voice, clear, self-confident and cheerful, of a cuckoo. Maggie was in an instant out of bed, into the passage, and standing, in her nightdress, before a high old cuckoo clock that stood at the top of the stairs. The wooden bird, looking down at her in friendly fashion, cuckooed 8 times, flapped his wings at her and disappeared. It is a sufficient witness to Maggie's youth and inexperience that she was enraptured by this event. It was not only that she had never seen a cuckoo clock before, she had, for that matter, never heard of the existence of such a thing. It gave her greater happiness than any bare mechanical discovery could have done. The bird seemed to have come to her in the friendliest way, to remove some of the chilly passivity of the house. Her greatest fear since her arrival had been that this was a house in which nothing was ever going to happen, and that she would never get out of it. "It will be just as it has been all my life, seeing nothing, doing nothing, only instead of father it will be the aunts." The bird seemed to promise her adventure and excitement. To most people it would have been only a further sign of an old-fashioned household far behind the times. To Maggie it was thrilling and encouraging. He would remind her every hour of the day of the possibility of fun in a world that was full of surprises. She heard suddenly a step behind her and a dry voice saying, "Your hot water, Miss Maggie." She turned round, blushing at being caught staring up at a cuckoo clock like a baby in her nightdress, to face the wrinkled old woman who the night before had brought her with a grudging countenance her supper. Maggie had thought then that this old Martha did not like her and resented the extra work that her stay in the house involved. She was now more than ever sure of that dislike. "I thought I was to be called at 7:30. "8 on Sundays," said the old woman. "I hope you're better this morning, miss." Maggie felt this to be deeply ironical and flushed. "I'm quite well, thank you," she said stiffly. "What time is breakfast on Sundays?" "The prayer bell rings at 9:15, miss." They exchanged no more conversation. At 9:15 a shrill, jangling bell rang out and Maggie hurried down the dark staircase. She did not know where the dining-room was, but by good chance she caught sight of Aunt Elizabeth's little body moving hurriedly down the passage and hastened after her. She arrived only just in time. There, standing in a row before 4 chairs, their faces red and shining, their hands folded in front of them, were the domestics. There, with a little high desk in front of her, on the other side of the long dining-room table, was Aunt Anne. Here, near the door, were 2 chairs obviously intended for Aunt Elizabeth and Maggie. Maggie, in her haste, pushed the door, and it banged loudly behind her. In the silent room the noise echoed through the house. It was followed by a piercing scream from Edward, whom, Maggie concluded, it had awakened. All this confused her very much and gave her anything but a religious state of mind. What followed resembled very much the ceremonies with which her father had been accustomed to begin the day, except that her father, with one eye on the bacon, had gabbled at frantic pace through the prayers, and Aunt Anne read them very slowly and with great beauty. She read from the Gospel of St. John, "These things I command you, that ye love one another," but the clear, sweet tones of her voice gave no conviction of a love for mankind. Maggie, looking from that pale remote face to the roughened cheeks and plump body of the kitchen-maid, felt that here there could be no possible bond. When they knelt down she was conscious, as she had been since she was a tiny child, of 2 things: the upturned heels of the servants' boots, and the discomfort to her own knees. These two facts had always hindered her religious devotions, and they hindered them now. There had always been to her something irresistibly comic in those upturned heels, the dull flat surfaces of these cheap shoes. In the kitchen maids there were the signs of wear. Martha's were new and shining. The housemaids were smart and probably creaked abominably. The bodies above them sniffed and rustled and sighed. The vacant, stupid faces of the shoes were Aunt Anne's only audience. Maggie wondered what the owners of those shoes felt about the house. Had they a sense of irritation too, or did they perhaps think about nothing at all save their food, their pay, and their young man or their night out? The pain to her knees pierced her thoughts. The prayers were very long. Aunt Anne's beautiful voice was interminable. Breakfast was quiet and silent. Edward, who received apparently a larger meal on Sundays than at ordinary times, chatted happily to himself, and Maggie heard him say complacently, "Poor parrot, poor parrot, how do you do, how do you do?" "Service is at 11 o'clock, dear," said Aunt Anne. "We leave the house at 10 minutes to 11. Maggie, not knowing what to do with the hour in front of her, went up to her bedroom, found the servant making the bed, came down into the drawing-room and sat in a dark corner under a large bead mat that, nailed to the wall, gave little taps and rustlings as though it were trying to escape. She felt that she should be doing something, but what? She sat there, straining her ear for sounds. One always seems to be expecting someone in this house, she thought. The weather that had been bright had now changed, and little gusts of rain beat upon the windows. She thought with a sudden strange warmth of Uncle Matthew. What was he doing? Where was he? How pleasant it would be, were he suddenly to walk into that chilly dark room. She would not show him that she was lonely, but she would give him such a welcome as he had never had from her before. Had he money enough? Was he feeling perhaps as desolate amongst strangers as she? The rain tickled the window-panes. Maggie, with a desolation at her heart that she was too proud to own, sat there and waited. She looked back afterwards upon that moment as the last shivering pause before she made that amazing plunge that was to give her new life. The sound of a little forlorn bell suddenly penetrated the rain. It was just such a bell as rang every Sunday from chapels across the Glebeshire moors, and Maggie knew, when Aunt Elizabeth opened the door and looked in upon her, that the summons was for her. "Oh, my dear," a favourite exclamation of Aunt Elizabeth's, "and you're not ready. The bell's begun. The rain's coming down very hard, I'm afraid. It's only a step from our door. Your things, dear, as quick as you can." The girl ran upstairs, and, stayed by some sudden impulse, stood for a moment before the long mirror. It was as though she were imploring that familiar casual figure that she saw there not to leave her, the only friend she had in a world that was suddenly terrifying and alarming. Her old black dress that had seemed almost smart for the St. Driat funeral now appeared most desperately shabby. She knew that her black hat was anything but attractive. "What do I care for them all?" her heart said defiantly. "What do they matter to me?" She marched out of the house behind the aunts with her head in the air, very conscious of a hole in one of her thin black gloves. The street, deserted, danced in the rain. The little bell clanged with the stupid monotony of its one obstinate idea. The town wore its customary Sunday air of a stage when the performance is concluded. The audience vanished, and the lights turned down. The aunts had a solemn air as though they were carrying Maggie as a sacrifice. All these things were depressing. They turned out of their own street into a thin grey one in which the puddles sprang and danced against isolated milk cans and a desolate pillar-box. The little bell was now loud and strident, and when they passed into a passage which led into a square, rather grimy yard, Maggie saw that they had arrived. Before her was a hideous building, the colour of beef badly cooked, with grey stone streaks in it here and there, and thin, narrow windows of grey glass with stiff iron divisions between the glass. The porch to the door was of the ugliest grey stone, with "The Lord cometh" in big black letters across the top of it. Just inside the door was a muddy red mat, and near the mat stood a gentleman in a faded frock-coat and brown boots, an official apparently. There arrived at the same time as Maggie and her aunts a number of ladies and gentlemen, all hidden beneath umbrellas. As they stood in the doorway, a sudden scurry of wind and rain drove them all forward, so that there was some crush and confusion in the little passage beyond the door. Waterproofs steamed. Umbrellas were ranged in dripping disorder against the wall. The official, who talked in a hushed whisper that was drowned by the creaking of his boots, welcomed them all with the intimacy of an old acquaintance. "Oh, Miss Hurst, terrible weather. No, she's not here yet. Good morning, Mrs. Smith. Very glad you're better. Yes, I spoke to them about the prayer books. They promised to return them this morning." And so on. He turned, pushed back a door and led the way into the chapel. The interior was as ugly as the outside. The walls were of the coldest grey stone, broken here and there by the lighter grey of a window. Across the roof were rafters built of that bright shining wood that belongs intimately to colonial life, sheep shearing, apples of an immense size, and brushwood. 2 lamps of black iron hung from these rafters. At the farther end of the chapel was a rail of this same bright wood, and behind the rail a desk and a chair. In front of the rail was a harmonium before which was already seated a stout and expectant lady, evidently eager to begin her duties of the day. The chapel was not very large and was already nearly filled. The congregation was sitting in absolute silence, so that the passing of Maggie and her aunts up the aisle attracted great attention. All eyes were turned in their direction, and Maggie felt that she herself was an object of very especial interest. Aunt Anne walked first and took what was obviously her own regular seat near the front. Maggie sat between her 2 aunts. She could not feel for the moment anything but a startled surprise at the ugliness of the building. She had entered at different times the Glebeshire chapels, but their primitive position and need had given them the spirit of honest sincerity. Here she had expected she did not know what. Always from those very early days when she had first heard about her aunts, she had had visions of a strange illuminated place into which God, riding on a chariot clothed in flames, would one day come. Even after she had grown up, she had still fancied that the centre of her aunt's strange, fantastic religion must be a strange, fantastic place. And yet now, as she looked around her, she was not, to her own surprise, disappointed. She was even satisfied. The wonder was not in the building. Well, then it must be in something inside, something that she had yet to discover. The chapel had the thrilling quality of a little plain deal box that carries a jewel. She examined then the people around her. Women were in a great majority, a man scattered forlornly amongst them once and again. She discovered at once the alert eyes of young Mr. Warlock. He was seated in the side aisle with a thin, severe-looking woman beside him. He stared straight in front of him, wriggling sometimes his broad back as though he were a dog tied by a chain. Someone else very quickly claimed Maggie's attention. This was a girl who, in the seat behind Mr. Warlock, was as noticeable in that congregation as a bird of paradise among a colony of crows. She was wearing a dress of light blue silk and a large hat of blue, with a grey bird in the front of it. Her hair beneath the hat was bright gold, her cheeks were the brightest pink, and her eyes sparkled in a most lovely and fascinating manner. She was immensely interesting to Maggie, who had never in her life dreamed of anything so dazzling. She was very restless and animated and self-conscious. There sat at her side a stout and solemn woman, who was evidently from a strange, almost ironical likeness her mother. The young lady seemed to regard both the place and the occasion as the greatest joke in the world. She flung her eyes from one to another as though inviting someone to share her merriment. Amongst that black-garbed assembly the blue dress shone out as though it would attract everything to itself. "She's very pretty," thought Maggie, who was more conscious of her shabby clothes than ever. But her chief feeling was of surprise that so brilliant a bird had been able to penetrate into the chapel at all. She must be a stranger just come out of curiosity. Then the girl's eyes suddenly met Maggie's and held them. The brilliant creature smiled, and Maggie smiled in return. She looked afterwards at Aunt Anne, but Aunt Anne, buried in her book of devotions, had seen nothing. Suddenly, after a strange wheeze and muffled scream, the harmonium began. Everyone looked up expectantly. Mr. Warlock alone appeared from a door at the right of the screen and took his place behind the desk. He stood for a moment facing them before he took his place. He was a man of great size, old now, but holding himself absolutely erect. He was dressed in a plain black gown with a low white collar and a white tie. This long gown added to his height, but the width of his shoulders and neck, and the carriage of his head, showed that he was a man built on a noble scale. His hair was snow white, and he wore a beard that was in startling contrast against his black gown. His cheeks were of high colour, his eyes blue. He was older than Maggie had expected, and must, she thought, be over 70. His whole bearing and behaviour was of a man who had enjoyed great physical health. His expression was mild and simple, dignified but not proud, utterly unconscious of self, earnest and determined, lacking in humour perhaps. There was nothing in the least theatrical about him, and yet he conveyed an impression that was startling and dramatic. His was a figure that would have been noticed anywhere, if only for its physical health and shining cleanliness. Maggie felt that to many people there his entrance was a sensation, sought for and expected by them. So startling was the impression that he made upon herself that she wondered that the chapel was not crowded by an excited throng. She liked him at once, felt that she would be at ease with him as she had never been with anybody in her life. And yet behind this there was perhaps some subtle sense of disappointment. He was not mysterious, he did not seem very clever. He was only an old man, magnificently preserved. There was no fear nor wonder in her attitude to him. He could not convince her, she thought, of things that she herself had not seen. He knelt and prayed for a moment before his desk. Then he rose and, with his hands resting on the wood before him, said, "Let us offer thanks to Almighty God that He has kept us in safety and in health during the past week." They all knelt down. He prayed then in a voice that was soft and clear, and that hid behind the words a little roughness of accent that was not unpleasant. His prayer was extempore, and he addressed God intimately and almost conversationally. "Thou knowest how we are weak and foolish, our faults are all known to Thee, and our blunders are not hid. Therefore we thank Thee that Thou hast not been impatient with us, but seeing that we are but little children in Thy hands, hast deemed the thunderbolt too heavy for our heads, and the lightning too blinding for our eyes. With humble hearts we thank Thee, and pray that Thou wilt keep us mindful of Thy coming, that we may be found watching, with our loins girt and our lamps lit, waiting in prayer for Thy dreadful day." During this prayer Maggie was conscious of a strange excitement. She knelt with her eyes tightly closed, but through the darkness she felt as though he were addressing her alone. She seemed to approach him, to feel his hands upon her shoulders, to hear his voice in her ears. When she rose at the ending of the prayer, it was as though she had definitely passed through some door into a new room. Then, rising, she was conscious that the laughing eyes of the young lady in blue were again trying to hold her own. She refused to look. She coloured, hanging her head so that her eyes should not be caught. For some time she was unaware of the progress of the service. Then the clear emphasis of his voice caught again her attention. "Our lesson for today," he said, "is from the 40th chapter of Isaiah." He proceeded to read. Comfort ye, my people, saith your God. Speak ye comfortably to Jerusalem, and cry unto her, that her warfare is accomplished, that her iniquity is pardoned. For she hath received of the Lord's hand double for all her sins. The voice of him that crieth in the wilderness, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. The voice said, Cry, and he said, What shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the goodliness thereof is as the flower of the field. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God shall stand for ever. O Zion, that bringest good tidings, get thee up into the high mountain. O Jerusalem, that bringest good tidings, lift up thy voice with strength. Lift it up, be not afraid. Say unto the cities of Judah, Behold your God. Behold, the Lord God will come with strong hand, and his arm shall rule for him. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather the lambs with his arm, and carry them in his bosom, and shall gently lead those that are with young. How many times had Maggie heard the reading of those words? They brought instantly back to her father's voice, the strange snuffling hurry with which he hastened to the end, his voice hesitating a little as his wandering eye caught the misbehaviour of some small boy in the choir. Now the words were charged with a conviction that was neither forced nor adopted for dramatic effect. It was as though a herald read some proclamation for his master who was approaching the gates of the city. The hymns and prayers that followed seemed to have no importance. The hymns happened on that day to be familiar ones that Maggie had always known. As pants the hart for cooling streams, Just as I am without one plea, and Jerusalem the golden. These were sung, of course, slowly, badly, and sentimentally, the harmonium screaming in amazing discords, and the deep and untuneful voices of some members of the congregation drowning the ladies, and placing a general discord upon everything. Especially distressing was Aunt Elizabeth, who evidently loved to sing hymns, but had little idea of melody or rhythm, and was influenced entirely by a copious sentiment, which overflowed into her eyes and trembled at the tips of her fingers. All this was as naive and awkward as is always the singing of English hymns in English churches by English citizens. The chapel, which had seemed before to be rising to some strange atmosphere of expectation, slipped back now to its native ugliness and sterility. The personality was in the man, and in the man alone. Maggie looked about her at the faces of the women who surrounded her. They were grey, strained, ugly in the poor light of the building. The majority of them seemed to be either servant girls or women who had passed the adventurous period of life, and had passed it without adventure. When the time for the sermon arrived, Mr. Warlock prayed, his head bowed, during a moment's silence, then leaning forward on his desk repeated some of the words of his earlier reading. "Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall be made straight, and the rough places plain. Say unto the cities of Judah, Behold your God." What followed was practical, eloquent, the preaching of a man who had, through the course of a long life, addressed men of all kinds and in all places. But behind the facility and easy flow of his words, Maggie fancied that she detected some urgent insistence that came from the man's very heart. She was moved by that as though he were saying to her personally, "Don't heed these outward words of mine, but listen to me myself. There is something I must tell you. There is no time to lose. You must believe me. I will compel your belief. Follow me, and I will show what will transform your life." He concluded his sermon with these words: "And what of our responsibility? We may compare ourselves, I think, to men who, banded together on some secret service, wait for the moment when they are to declare themselves and, by that action, transform the world. Until that moment comes they must lead their ordinary daily lives, seem as careless of the future as their fellows, laugh and eat and work and play as though nothing beyond the business of the day were their concern. But in their hearts is the responsibility of their secret knowledge. They cannot be as other men knowing what they do. They cannot be to one another as they are to other men with the bond of their common duty shared between them. Much has been given them, much will be demanded of them. And when the day comes, it will not be the events of that day that will test them, but the private history, known only to themselves and their master, of the hours that have preceded that day. I tell you what I have often told you before from this same place, that beside the history of the spirit, the history of the body is nothing, and that history of the spirit is no easy, tranquil progress from birth to death, but must rather be, if we are to have any history at all, a struggle, a wrestling, a contest, bloody, unceasing, uncertain in its issue from the first hour until the last. This is no mere warning spoken from the lips only by one who, from sheer weakly necessity, may seem to you formal and official. It is as urgent, as deeply from the heart as though it were a summons from a messenger who has come to you directly from his master. I beg of you to consider your responsibility, which is greater than that of other men. We are brothers bound together by a great expectation, a great preparation, a great trust. We are in training for a day when more will be demanded of us than of any other men upon the earth. That is no light thing. Let us hold ourselves then as souls upon whom a great charge is laid." When he had ended and knelt again to pray, Maggie felt instantly the inevitable reaction. The harmonium quavered and rumbled over the first bars of some hymn which began with the words, "Cry, sinner, cry before the altar of the Lord." The man with the brown creaking boots walked about with a collection plate. An odour of gas pipes, badly heated, penetrated the building. The rain lashed the grey window panes. Maggie, looking about her, could not see in the pale, tired faces of the women who surrounded her the ardent souls of a glorious band. Their belief in the coming of God had, it seemed, done very little for them. It might be true that the history of the soul was of more importance than the history of the body, but common sense had something to say. Her mind went back inevitably to St. Driot's church, her father, Ellen the cook. That was what the history of the spirit had been to her so far. What reason had she to suppose that this was any more real than that had been? Nevertheless, when at the end of the sermon she left the building and went once more into the soaking streets, some sense of expectation was with her, so that she hastened into her aunt's house as though she would find that some strange event had occurred in her absence. Nothing, of course, had occurred. During the afternoon the rain ceased to fall, and a dim grey light, born of an intense silence, enveloped the town. About 3 o'clock the aunts went out to some religious gathering, and Maggie was left to herself. She discovered in Aunt Elizabeth's bedroom a bound volume of good words, and with this seated herself by the drawing-room fire. Soon she slept. She was awakened by a consciousness that someone was in the room, and sitting up, staring through the gloom, heard a movement near the door, a rustle, a little jingle, a laugh. "Is anyone there?" said a high, shrill voice. Maggie got up. "I'm here," she said. Someone came forward. It was the girl of the blue dress who had smiled at Maggie in chapel. She held out her hand. "I hope you don't think me too awful. My name's Caroline Smith. How do you do?" They shook hands. Maggie, still bewildered by sleep, said, stammering, "Won't you sit down? I beg your pardon. My aunt's—" "Oh, it isn't the aunts I wanted to see," replied Miss Smith, laughing so that a number of little bracelets jingled most tunefully together. "I came to see you. We smiled at one another in chapel. It was your first time, wasn't it? Didn't you think it all awfully quaint?" "Won't you sit down," said Maggie again, "and I'll ring for the lamp." "Oh, don't ring for the lamp. I like the dusk, and we can make friends so much better without a lamp. I always say if you want to know anybody really well, don't have a light." She seated herself near the fire, arranging her dress very carefully, patting her hair beneath her hat, poking her shoes out from beneath her skirts, then withdrawing them again. "Well, what do you think of it all?" Maggie stared. She did not know what to say. She had never met anyone in the least like this before. "I do hope," Miss Smith went on, "that you don't think me forward. I dare say you do, but I can't bear wasting time. Of course I heard that you were coming, so then I looked out for you in chapel today. I thought you looked so nice that I said to Mother, I'll go and see her this very afternoon. Of course I've known your aunts for ages. I'm always in and out here so that it isn't as bad as it seems. They'll all be back for tea soon, and I want to have a talk first." "Thank you very much," was all that Maggie could think of to say. "You've come to live here, haven't you?" continued Miss Smith. "I'm so glad. I think you look so nice. You don't mind my saying that, do you? I always tell people what I think of them, and then one knows where one is. Now do tell me, I'm simply dying to know. What do you think of everything?" "Well," said Maggie, smiling, "I only arrived here yesterday. It's rather difficult to say." "Oh, I know. I saw Mr. Magnus this morning, and he told me that he met you. He said you were ill. You don't look ill." "It was very silly of me," said Maggie. "I don't know what made me faint. I've never done such a thing before." "I used to faint simply heaps of times when I was a kid," said Miss Smith. "I was always doing it. I had all sorts of doctors. They thought I'd never grow up. I'm not very strong now, really. They say it's heart, but I always say it can't be that because I've given it all away." Here Miss Smith laughed immoderately. "Weren't they the most terrible set of frumps at chapel this morning?" She did not wait for an answer, but went on. "Mr. Warlock's all right, of course. I think he's such a fine-looking man, don't you? Of course he's old now, but his beard's rather attractive, I think. He's a duck, but isn't that harmonium ghastly? I can't think why they don't buy an organ. They're most awfully rich, I know, and do simply nothing with their money." "Why do you go," said Maggie, "if you think it all so dreadful?" "Oh, I have to go," said Miss Smith, "to please Mother. And one has to do something on Sunday, and besides one sees one's friends. Did you notice Martin Warlock, Mr. Warlock's son, you know? He was sitting quite close to me." "He was here yesterday afternoon," said Maggie quietly. "Oh, was he really? Now that is interesting. I wonder what he came for. He scarcely ever comes here. Did you like him?" "I didn't speak to him," said Maggie. "Of course he's only been here a little time. He's Mr. Warlock's only son. He's lived for years abroad, and then the other day his aunt died and left him some money, so he came home. His father simply adores him. They say, but of course I don't know. Don't quote me. That he's been most awfully wild. Drink, all sorts of things. But of course they'll say anything of anybody. I think he's got such an interesting face, don't you?" "I don't think," said Maggie, "that you ought to say those things of anyone if you don't know they're true." "Oh, what a darling you are," said Miss Smith. "You're perfectly right, one oughtn't. But everyone does. When you've lived up here a little while, you will too. And what does it matter? You're sure to hear it sooner or later. But that's right. You keep me straight. I know I talk far too much. I'm always being told about it. But what can one do? Life's so funny. One must talk about it. You haven't seen Miss Avies and Mr. Thurston yet, have you?" "No," said Maggie, "not unless I saw them in chapel this morning." "Ah, they're the ones," said Miss Smith. "No, they weren't there today. They're away on a mission. They make things hum. They quarrel with Mr. Warlock because they say he isn't noisy enough. Mr. Thurston's awful and Miss Avies isn't much better. You'll have them on to you soon enough. But of course I'm not one of the inside ones." "Inside ones?" asked Maggie. "Yes, the real ones. They'll be at you after a time and ask you if you'll join them. The congregation this morning was just anybody who likes to come. But the real brethren have to swear vows and be baptized and all sorts of things. But that's only if you believe God's really coming in a year or two. Of course I don't, although sometimes it makes one quite creepy, all down one's spine. In case, after all, he really should come, you know." "Are my aunts inside?" asked Maggie. "Of course they are. Miss Anne Cardinal's one of the chief of them. Miss Avies is jealous as anything of her, but your aunt's so quiet that Miss Avies can't do anything. I just love your aunts. I think they're sweet. You will be a friend of mine, won't you? I like you so much. I like your being quiet and telling me when I talk too much. I sound silly, I know, but it's really Mother's fault, as I always tell her. She never brought me up at all. She likes me to wear pretty things and doesn't care about anything else. Poor Mother. She's had such a time with Father. He's one of the most serious of all the brethren and never has time to think about any of us. Then he's in a bank all the week, where he can't think about God much because he makes mistakes about figures if he does, so he has to put it all into Sunday. We will be friends, won't we?" It came to Maggie with a strange, ironic little pang that this was the first time that anyone had asked her for her friendship. "Of course," she said. Miss Smith's further confidences were interrupted by the aunts, and behind them, to Maggie's great surprise, Mr. Warlock and his son. The sudden descent of these gentlemen upon the still lingering echoes of Miss Caroline Smith's critical and explanatory remarks embarrassed Maggie. Not so Miss Smith. She kissed both the aunts with an emphasis that they apparently appreciated, for they smiled, and Aunt Anne laid her hand affectionately upon the girl's sleeve. Maggie, watching, felt the strangest little pang of jealousy. That was the way that she should have behaved, been warm and demonstrative from the beginning. But she could not. Even now she stood back in the shadows of the room, watching them all with large grave eyes, hoping that they would not notice her. With Mr. Warlock and his son also, Miss Smith seemed perfectly at home, chattering, laughing up into young Warlock's eyes, as though there were some especial understanding between them. Maggie nevertheless fancied that he, young Warlock, was not listening to her. His eyes wandered. He had that same restlessness of body that she had before noticed in him, swinging a little on his legs set apart, his hands clasped behind his thick broad back. He had some compelling interest for her. He had had that, she now realized, since the first moment that she had seen him. It might be that the things that girl had told her about him increased her interest and perhaps her sympathy. But it was his strange detached air of observation that held her, as though he were a being from some other planet watching them all, liking them, but bearing no kind of relation to them except that of a cheerful observer. It was this that attracted her. She liked his thick, rough, untidy hair, the healthy red-brown of his cheeks, his light blue eyes, his air of vigour and bodily health. As she waited, she was startled into consciousness by a voice in her ear. She turned to find the elder Mr. Warlock beside her. "You will forgive my speaking to you, Miss Cardinal. I saw you at our chapel this morning." His great height towered above her short, clumsy figure. He seemed to peer down at her from above his snowy beard, as though he were the inhabitant of some other world. His voice was of an extreme kindliness, and his eyes, when she looked up at him, shone with friendliness. She found herself, to her own surprise, talking to him with great ease. He was perfectly simple, human and unaffected. He asked her about her country. "I spend my days in longing to get back to my own place, and perhaps I shall never see it again. I was born in Wiltshire, Salisbury Plain." My great-grandfather, my grandfather, my father, they all were ministers of our chapel there before me. They had no thought in their day of London. I have always missed that space, the quiet. I shall always miss it. Towns are not friendly to me. She told him about St. Driot's, a little about her father. Ah, you're lucky, he said. You'll return many times before you die, and you'll find no change there. Those places do not change as towns do. They were standing apart from the others near the window. He suddenly put his hand on her arm, smiling at her. "My dear," he said, "you don't mind me saying, my dear, but an old man has his privileges. Will you come and see us whenever you care to? My wife will be so glad. I know that at first one can be lonely in this great place. Just come in when you please." He took her hand for a moment and then turned back to Aunt Anne, who was now pouring out tea at a little table by the fire. Martin Warlock, as his father moved away, came across to her. She had known that he would do that as though something had been arranged between them. When he came to her, however, he stood there before her and had nothing to say. She also had nothing to say. His eyes searched her face, then he broke out abruptly. "Are you better?" "I'm all right," she answered him brusquely. "Please don't say anything about yesterday. It was an idiotic thing to do." "That's what I came about today, to see how you were," he answered her, his eyes laughing at her. "I should never have dreamed of coming otherwise, you know. I saw you in the chapel this morning, so I guessed you were all right, but it seemed such bad luck fainting right off the minute you got here." "I've never fainted in my life before," she answered. "No, you don't look like the sort of girl who'd faint. But I suppose you've had a rotten time with your father and all." His eyes still searched for hers. She determined that she would not look at him. Her heart was beating strangely, and although she did not look, she could in some subconscious way see the rough toss of his hair against his forehead. She could smell the stuff of his coat, but she would not look up. "You're going to live here, aren't you?" "Yes," she said. "I've only just come back," he went on. "I know," she said. "Oh, of course. That girl," jerking his head in the direction of the tea-table and laughing. "She told you. She's been here this afternoon, hasn't she? She chatters like anything. Don't you believe half she says." There was another pause. The voices at the tea-table seemed to come from very far away. Then he said roughly, moving a very little nearer to her, "I'm glad you've come." At that she raised her eyes, her cheeks flushed. She looked him full in the face, her head up. Her heart thundered in her breast. She felt as though she were at the beginning of some tremendous adventure, an adventure enthralling, magnificent, and perilous. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. The Chariot of Fire. Chapter 1. The Warlocks. There is beyond question in human nature such a thing as an inherited consciousness of God, and this consciousness, if inherited through many generations, may defy apparent reason, all progress of vaunted civilizations, and even, it may be suggested, the actual challenge of death itself. This consciousness of God had been quite simply the foundation of Mr. Warlock's history. In the middle of the 18th century it expressed itself in the formula of John Wesley's revival. The John Wesley of that day preached up and down the length and breadth of Westmoreland, Cumberland, Northumberland, Durham, and being a fighter, a preacher, and a simple-minded human being at one and the same time, received a large following and died full of years and honours. It was somewhere about 1830 that this John's grandson, James Warlock, Martin's grandfather, broke from the main body and led his little flock onto the wide spaces of Salisbury Plain. James Warlock, unlike his father and grandfather, was a little sickly man with a narrow chest, no limbs to speak of, and a sharp, pale face. Martin had a faded daguerreotype of him set against the background of the old Wiltshire kitchen. His black clothes hung upon him like a disguise, his eyes burning even upon that faded picture with the fire of his spirit. For James Warlock was a mystic, a visionary, a prophet. He walked and talked with God. In no jesting spirit it was said that he knew God's plans and could turn the world into a blazing coal so soon as he pleased. It was because he knew with certainty that God would, in person, soon descend upon the earth, that he separated from the main body and led his little band down into Wiltshire. Here on the broad gleaming plain they prepared for God's coming. Named now the Kingscote Brethren after their new abode, they built a chapel, sat down and waited. Then in 1840 the prophet declared that the coming was not yet, that it would be in the next generation, but that their preparations must not be relaxed. He himself prepared by taking to himself a wife, a calm, untroubled countrywoman of the place, that she might give him a son, whom he might prepare in due course for his great destiny. John, father of Martin, was born, a large-limbed, smiling infant, with the tranquillity of his mother as well as something of the mysticism of his father. Upon him, as upon his ancestors, this consciousness of God had most absolutely descended. Never for a moment did he question the facts that his father told to him. He grew into a giant of health and strength, and those who, in those old days, saw them tell that it was a strange picture to watch the little wizened man walking with odd emotional gestures, with little hops and leaps and swinging of the arms, beside the firm, long stride of the young man towering above him. When young John was 23 years of age, his father was found dead under a tree upon a summer's evening. His expression was of a man challenging some new and startling discovery. He had found, perhaps, new visions to confront his gaze. They buried him in Kingscote, and his son reigned in his stead. But they were approaching new and modern times. These old days of simple faith and superstition were passing never to return. There were new elements in the Kingscote company of souls, and these elements demanded freer play both of thought and action. They argued that, as to them alone out of all the world the time and manner of God's coming was known, they should influence with their activities some wider sphere than this Wiltshire village. John Warlock clung with all his strength to the old world that he knew, the world that gave him leisure and quiet for contemplation. He had no wish to bring in converts, to stir England into a frenzy of terror and anticipation. God gave him no command to spread his beliefs. Even his father, fanatic though he had been, had cherished his own small company of saints as souls to whom these things, hidden deliberately from the outside world, had especially been entrusted. So long as he could, he resisted. Then, when he was about 40, somewhere around 1880, the Kingscote Brethren moved to London. In this year, 1907, John Warlock was 67, and the Kingscote Brethren had had their chapel in Solomon's Place, behind Garrick Street, for 27 years. In 1880, John Warlock had married Amelia, daughter of Francis Stevens, merchant. In 1881, a daughter, Amy, was born to them. In 1883, Martin. They had no other children. Martin was, at the time of Maggie's arrival in London, 24 years of age. Upon a certain fine evening, a fortnight after Martin Warlock's first meeting with Maggie, he arrived at the door of his house in Garrick Street, and having forgotten his latchkey, was compelled to ring the old screaming bell that had long survived its respectable, reputable days. The Warlocks had lived during the last 10 years in an upper part above a curiosity shop, 4 doors from the Garrick Club in Garrick Street. There was a house door that abutted onto the shop door, and passing through it, you stumbled along a little dark passage like a rabbit warren, up some crooked stairs, and found yourself in the Warlock country without ever troubling Mr. Spencer, the stout, hearty but inartistic owner of the curiosity shop. On the present occasion, after pulling the bell, Martin stared down the street as though somewhere in the dim golden light of its farthest recesses he would find an answer to a question that he was asking. The broad, sturdy strength of his body, the easy good temper of his expression spoke of a life lived physically rather than mentally. And yet this was only half true. Martin Warlock should at this time have been a quite normal young man with normal desires, normal passions, normal instincts. Such he would undoubtedly have been, had he not had his early environment of egotism, mystery and claptrap. Had he, also, not developed through his childhood and youth his passionate devotion to his father. The religious ceremonies of his young days had made him self-conscious and introspective, and although during his years abroad he had felt on many occasions that he was completely freed from his early bondage, scenes, thoughts and longings would recur and remind him that he was celebrating his liberty too soon. The licenses that to most men in their first youth are incidental and easily forgotten engraved themselves upon Martin's reluctant soul, because of that religious sense that had been driven in upon him at the very hour of his birth. He could not sin and forget. He sinned and was remorseful, was impatient at his remorse, sinned again to rid himself of it, and was more remorseful still. The main impulse of his life at this time was his self-distrust. He fancied that by returning home he might regain confidence. He longed to rid himself of the conviction that he was set aside by some fate or other, call it God or not, as you please. He thought that he hurt all those whom he loved when his only longing was to do them good. He used suddenly to leave his friends because he thought that he was doing them harm. It was as though he heard some power saying to him, "I marked you out for my own in the beginning, and you can't escape me. You may struggle as you like. Until you surrender, everything shall turn to dust in your hands." He came back to England determined to assert his independence. He gazed now at the placidity of Garrick Street with the intensity of some challenging "stand and deliver." All that the street had to give for the moment was a bishop and an actor mounting the steps of the Garrick Club, an old lady with a black bonnet and a milk jug, a young man in a hurry, and a failure selling bootlaces. None of them could be expected to offer reassurance to Martin. None of these noticed him. But an intelligent observer, had such a stranger to Garrick Street been present, might have found that gaze of interest. Martin's physical solidity could not entirely veil the worried, uncertain glance that flashed for a moment and then, with a little reassuring sigh, was gone. The door opened. A girl looked for a moment into the street. He passed inside. Having stumbled up the dark stairs, pushed back their private entrance, hung up his coat in the little hall, with a deliberate effort he shook off the suspicions that had, during the last moments, troubled him and prepared to meet his mother and sister. Because he had a happy, easy and affectionate temperament, absence always gilded his friends with gifts and qualities that their presence only too often denied. His years abroad had given him a picture of his mother and sister that the few weeks of his return had already dimmed and obscured. His mother's weekly letters had, during 10 long years, built up an image of her as the dearest old lady in the world. He had always, since a child, seen her in a detached way. His deep and permanent relations had been with his father. But those letters, of which he had now a deep and carefully cherished pile, gave him a most charming picture of her. They had not been clever nor deep, nor indeed very interesting, but they had been affectionate and tender, with all the gentleness of the figure that he remembered sitting in its lace cap beside the fire. After 3 weeks of home life, he was compelled to confess that he did not in the least understand his mother. His intuitions about people were not in fact of a very penetrating character. His mother appeared to all her world as a sweet old lady, but even Martin could already perceive that was not in the least what she really was. He had seen her old hands tremble with suppressed temper on the very day after his arrival. He had seen her old lips white with anger because the maid had brought her the wrong shawl. Old ladies must of course have their fancies, but his mother had some fixed and fierce purpose in her life that was quite beyond his powers of penetration. It might of course have something to do with her attachment to his father. Attached, Martin could see that she was, but at the same time completely and eternally outside her husband's spiritual life. That might have been perhaps in the first place by her own desire. She did not want to be bothered with all that nonsense. But certainly all these years with him had worked upon her. She was not perhaps so sure now that it was all nonsense. She wanted, it might be, a closer alliance with him, which she could not have because she had once rejected the chance of it. Martin did not know. He was aware that there was a great deal going on in the house that he did not fathom. Amy, his sister, knew. There was an alliance between his mother and his sister, deep and strong, as he could see. He did not yet know that it was founded very largely on dislike and fear of himself. How fantastic these theories of fire and passion must seem, he amused himself by considering, to anyone who knew his mother only from the outside. She was sitting today, as always, in her little pink and white chintz drawing-room, a bright fire burning and a canary singing in a cage beside the window. The rest of the house was ugly and strangely uninhabited, as though the Warlocks had merely pitched their tents for a night and were moving forward tomorrow. But this little room, close, smelling of musk and sweet biscuits, a silver box with lemon-shaped biscuits in it stood on a little table near the old lady. With its pretty pink curtains, its canary, and its heavy and softly closing door, was like a place enclosed, dedicated to the world, and ruled by a remorseless spirit of comfort. Mrs. Warlock was only 60 years of age, but she had, a number of years ago, declared herself an invalid, and now never, unless she drove on a very fine afternoon, left the house. Whether she were truly an invalid, nobody knew. She presented certainly a most healthy appearance, with her shell-pink cheeks, her snow-white hair, her firm bosom rising and falling with such gentle regularity beneath the tight and shining black silk that covered it, her clear bright eyes like shining glass. She always sat in a deep armchair covered with the chintz of the curtains and filled with plump pillows of pink silk. A white filmy shawl was spread over her knees. At her throat was a little bright coquettish blue bow that added amazingly to the innocent charm of her old age. On her white hair, crinkled and arranged as though it were some ornament, not quite a wig but still apart from the rest of her body, she wore a lace cap. She was fond of knitting. She made warm woolen comforters and underclothing for the children of the poor. She was immensely fond of conversation, being of an inquisitive nature. But above all she was fond of eating. This covetousness of food had grown on her as her years had increased. The thought of foods of various kinds filled many hours of her day, and the desire for pleasant things to eat was the motive of many of her most deliberate actions. She cherished warmly and secretly this little lust of hers. None of the family was aware of the grip that the desire had upon her, nor of the speed with which the desire was growing. She did not ask directly for the things that she liked, but manoeuvred with little plots and intrigues to obtain them. The cook in the Warlock household had neither art nor science at her disposal, but as it happened old Mrs. Warlock lusted after very simple things. She loved rice pudding. Her heart beat fast in her breast when she thought of the brown crinkly skin of the rich warm milk of a true rice pudding. She also loved hot buttered toast, very buttery so that it soaked your fingers. Also beefsteak pudding with gravy rich and dark, and its white covering thick and heavy. She also loved hot and sweet tea and the little cakes that Amy sometimes bought, red and yellow and pink, held in white paper. Also plum pudding, which, alas, only came at Christmas time, and wedding cake, which scarcely ever came at all. This vice, of which she was almost triumphantly conscious as though it were a proof of her enduring vitality, she clutched eagerly to herself. She did not wish that any human being should perceive it. Of her husband she was not afraid. It would never possibly occur to him that food was of importance to anyone. Amy might discover what she pleased. She was in strong alliance with her mother and would never betray her. Her fear was of Martin. She feared very deeply his influence upon her husband. During Martin's absence she and Amy had managed very successfully to have the house as they wished it. John Warlock, the master, had been too deeply occupied with the affairs of the soul to be concerned also with the affairs of the body. She had, she believed, exercised an increasing influence over him. She had always loved him with a fierce and selfish love, but now, when he was nearly 70, and to both of them only a few years of earthly ambition could remain, she desired, with all the urgent ferocity of a human being, through whose fingers the last sands of his opportunity are slipping, to seize and hold and have him entirely hers. He had always eluded her. Although he had once certainly loved her with, at any rate, a semblance of earthly passion, his spiritual life had always come between them, holding him from her, helping him to escape when he pleased, tantalizing, sometimes maddening too. She was certainly not now so ready to dismiss that spiritual life as once she had been. She was herself an old heathen. For herself she believed in nothing but her earthly appetites and desires, but for him and for others there might be something in it. And perhaps some day some dreadful thing would occur. A chariot of fire descend upon the chapel, and some sort of a fierce and hostile god deliver judgment. She only hoped that she would be dead before then. Meanwhile she and Amy had undoubtedly, during these last years, increased their influence over him. He was not aware of it, but as he was growing now older and weaker, he had had trouble with his heart, he inevitably depended more upon them. The old lady began to count upon her triumph. Then came Martin's return. She had forgotten Martin. It is true that she had written to him every week during his long absence, but her letters had been all part of the dear old lady habit which was put on by her just as an actress prepares herself, nightly, for a character in which she knows she is the greatest possible success. "Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith. No, we've not heard from Martin now for 3 weeks. Careless boy. I always write myself every week so that he may have at any rate one little word from home." She had never felt that she had any real share in his life. He had always belonged to his father. Nor was she a woman who cared about children. Martin had long ago become to her simply an opportunity for further decoration. Since his return it had been quite another affair. In one moment she had seen her power over her husband shrivel and disappear. Martin was home again. Martin must be here, Martin must be there. Martin must see this, Martin must do this. She had seen before in earlier days the force of her husband's passion when it was roused. There was something now in his reception of their son that terrified her. She had at once perceived that Amy was as deeply moved as she. The girl, plain, awkward, silent, morose, had always adored her father, but she had never known how to approach him. She was not clever. She had not been able to enter into his life, although she would have done anything that he desired of her. What she had suffered during those early years when, as a little ugly girl, she had watched her brother, accepted, received into the brotherhood, praised for his wisdom, his intimacy with God, his marvellous saintly promise, praised for these things when she had known all his weaknesses, how he had slipped away to a music hall when he was only 14 and smoked and drank there, how he had laughed at Mr. Thurston's dropping of his H's, or at Miss Avy's prayer meetings. No one ever knew what in those years she had thought of her brother. Then, after Martin had flung it all away and escaped abroad, she had begun, slowly, painfully, but with dogged persistence, to make herself indispensable to her father. Martin she had put out of her mind. He would never return, or at least the interval of his departure should have been severe enough to separate him forever from his father. In a moment's glance, in a clasp of the hand, in a flash of the eye, she had seen that love leap up in her father's heart as strong as ever it had been. Every day of Martin's residence in the house had added fire to that love. She was a good woman. She struggled hard to beat down her jealousy. She prayed. She lay for hours at night struggling with her sins. If Martin had been worthy, if he had shown love in return, but from the bottom of her soul, as the days increased, she despised him for his light heart, his care of worldly things, his utter lack of comprehension of their father, his scorn, even now but badly concealed, of all the sanctities that she had in reverence. Therefore she drew near to her mother, and the two of them watched and waited. His mother was knitting. She lifted to him her pink wrinkled face, and her spectacles balanced on the end of her nose, smiled the smile of the dearest old lady in the world. "Well, dear, and have you had a pleasant day?" "All right, mother, thank you. Funny thing, met a man in the street, hadn't seen for 5 years. Saw him last in Rio. Funny thing. Well, we lunched together. Not a bad fellow. Seen a thing or two he has." Mrs. Warlock counted her stitches. 14, 15, 16. "How nice for you, dear. What was his name?" "Thompson." "I say." Martin suddenly raised his head as though he heard something. "Where's Amy?" "Changing. She's been paying a call on the Miss Cardinals. Thought it would be polite because of the new niece. 6, 7, 8 and 9. What did she think of her?" "Of whom, dear?" "Of the niece." "Oh, I don't think she liked her very much. She said that she was plain and silent, and looked cross, Amy thought." "Oh yes, Amy would." His face, as was his way when he was vexed, flushed very slowly, the deeper red rising through the red-brown until, ceasing in the middle of his forehead, it left a white line beneath his hair. "She isn't cross a bit." "I don't know, dear. It isn't my opinion. I only tell you what Amy said. People here don't seem to like her. Mrs. Smith was telling me yesterday that she's so difficult to talk to and seems to know nothing about anything, poor girl." "Mrs. Smith?" He swung his body on his hips indignantly. "A lot she knows about anything. I hate that woman and her chattering daughter." "Well, dear, I don't know, I'm sure. Mrs. Smith always seems to me very kind." He looked at her as though he had suddenly remembered something. "I say, is it true what Amy says, that I woke you up this morning when I went out by banging my door?" "I'm sure you didn't. Amy shouldn't say such things. And if you did, what does it matter? I sleep so badly that half an hour more or less makes very little difference." "Well, she says so," he went on, dropping his voice. "I say, mother, what's the matter with Amy? Why is she so sick with me? I haven't done anything to offend her, have I?" "Of course not. What a silly boy you are, Martin. 9, 10, 11. There, that's enough for this evening. I'll finish it another day. You mustn't mind Amy, Martin. She isn't always very well." The door opened and Amy came in. She was a tall, gaunt woman who looked a great deal older than her brother. She did not make the best of herself, brushing her thin black hair straight back from her bony forehead. She had a habit of half closing her eyes when she peered at someone as though she could not see. She should long ago have worn spectacles, but from some strange half-conscious vanity had always refused to do so. Every year her sight grew worse. She was wearing now a dress of black silk, very badly made, cut to display her long skinny neck and bony shoulders. She wore her clothes as though she struggled between a disdain for such vanities and a desire to appear attractive. A manner of twisting her eyelids and wrinkling her nose gave her a peevish expression, but behind that there was a hint of pathos, a half-seen glimpse of a soul that desired friendship and affection. She was very tall, and there was something masculine in the long angularity of her limbs. She offered a strange contrast to the broad and ruddy Martin. There was, however, something in the eyes of each, some sudden, surprised, almost visionary flash that came and went, that showed them to be the children of the same father. To Mrs. Warlock they bore no resemblance whatever. Amy stopped when she saw her brother as though she had not expected him to be there. "Well, Martin," she said, then came forward and sat in a chair opposite her mother. "Mr. Thurston's coming to supper," she said. Martin frowned. "Oh, hang it, what for?" he cried. "He's taking me to Miss Airy's Bible meeting," Amy answered coldly. "What a baby you are about people, Martin. I should have thought all your living abroad so much would have made you understanding. But you're like the rest. You must have everyone cut to the same pattern." Martin looked up for a moment as though he would answer angrily. Then he controlled himself and said, laughing, "I suppose I have my prejudices like everyone else. I dare say Thurston's a very good sort of fellow, but we don't like one another, and there's an end of it. Everybody can't like everybody, Amy. Why, even you don't like everyone." "No, I don't," she answered shortly. She looked for an instant at her mother. Martin caught the glance that passed between them, and suddenly the discomfort of which he had been aware as he stood, half an hour before in the street, returned to him with redoubled force. What was the matter with everybody? What had he done? "Well, I'll go and change," he said. "Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, dear," said his mother. "I'll be in time all right," he said. At the door he almost ran into Mr. Thurston. This gentleman had been described on some earlier occasion by an unfriendly observer as the suburban Savonarola. He was tall and extremely thin, with a bony pointed face that was in some lights grey and in others white. He had the excited staring eyes of a fanatic, and his hair, now very scanty, was plastered over his head in black shining streaks. He wore a rather faded black suit, a white low collar and a white bow tie. He had a habit at moments of stress of cracking his fingers. He had a very pronounced Cockney accent when he was excited. At other times he struggled against this with some success. He passed from brooding silences into sudden bursts of declamation with such abruptness that strangers thought him very eloquent. When he was excited, the colour ran into his nose as though he had been drinking, and often his ears were red. His history was simple. The son of a small draper in Streatham, he had at an early age joined himself to an American revivalist called Harper. When, after some 6 years of successful enterprise, Mr. Harper had been imprisoned for forgery, young William Thurston had attached himself to a Christian Science chapel in Hoxton. Then, somewhere about 1897, he had met Miss Avies at a revivalist meeting in the Albert Hall, and, fascinated by her ardent spirit, transferred his services to the Kingscote Brethren. He had now risen to a position of great importance in the chapel. It was known that he disagreed profoundly with his leader on some vital questions, and it was thought that he might at a later date definitely secede and conduct a party of his own. Certainly he had exceptional energies and gifts of exhortation and invective not to be despised. Martin politely wished him good evening and escaped to his room. As he changed his clothes, he tried to translate into definite facts his vague discomfort. 1, he hated that swine Thurston. 2, Amy was vexed with him. What strange impossible creatures women were. 3rd, and by far the most important of them all, his father wanted to talk to him. He knew very well that this talk had been preparing for him ever since his return from abroad. He dreaded it. Oh, he dreaded it most horribly. He loved his father, but with a love that had in it elements of fear, timidity, every possible sort of awkwardness. Moreover, he was helpless. Ever since that first day when, as a tiny child of 4 or 5, he had awakened to behold that figure, enormous in a long nightshirt, summoning God in the middle of the night with a candle flickering fantastic shadows onto the wall behind them, Martin had been weak as putty in his father's hands. Against other men he could stand up. Against that strange company of fears, affections, superstitions, shadowy terrors, dim expectations that his father presented to him, he could do nothing. Well, that conversation had to come sometime. He must show that he was a man now, moulded by the world with his own beliefs, purposes, resolves. But if he did not love him, how much easier it would be. When he went downstairs he found the old man in the little pink drawing-room. He looked tired and worn. Martin remembered with alarm the things he had heard recently about his father's heart. He glanced up, and the older man's hand fastened on his shoulder. They stood there side by side. After a few minutes they all went into supper. Mr. Thurston's nose was flushed with the success of the mission from which he had just returned. He had been one of a number whose aim it had been during the preceding week to bring light and happiness into the lives of the inhabitants of Putney. They had been obviously appreciated, as the collection for the week had amounted to between £70 and £80. A proper share of this fine result Mr. Thurston naturally appropriated to his own efforts. His long tapering fingers were not so clean as they might have been, but this did not prevent him from waving them in the air and pointing them at imaginary Putney citizens whom he evoked in support of his statements. "We had a really thumping meeting on Thursday. Town hall. One for the women in the small hall, and one for the men in the main hall. Almost no opposition, you might say, and when it came to the hymn singing it fairly took the roof off. A lot of 'em stopped afterwards. One lad of 18 or so is coming over to us here, butcher's apprentice. Says he's felt the Lord pressing him a long way back, but the flesh held him. Might work him up into a very useful lad with the Lord's help. Thank you, Mrs. Warlock. I will try a bit more of that cold beef, if you don't mind. Pretty place, Putney. Ever been there, Mr. Warlock? Oh, you should go." Amy Warlock listened with the greatest interest. Otherwise, it must be confessed, Mr. Thurston's audience was somewhat inattentive. Mr. Warlock's mind was obviously elsewhere. He passed his hand through his beard, his eyes staring at the tablecloth. Mr. Thurston, noticing this, tried another topic. "What have you heard, Mrs. Warlock, about the new Miss Cardinal? I haven't seen her yet myself." Mrs. Warlock, who had just given herself a little piece of beef, some potato and some spinach, and was arranging these delicacies with the greatest care upon her plate, just smiled without raising her eyes. Amy answered, "I've seen her. I was there this afternoon. I can't say that I found her very interesting. Plain ugly, in fact. She never opened her mouth all the afternoon. Caroline Smith tells me that she knows nothing at all, seen nothing, been nowhere. Bad-tempered, I should think." "Dear, dear," said Mr. Thurston with a gratified sigh. "Is it so, really?" Martin looked across at his sister indignantly. "Trust one woman about another," he said. "Just because she doesn't chatter like a magpie, you conclude she's got nothing to say. It's even conceivable that she found you dull, Amy." Amy looked at him with a strange penetrating glance that in some undefined way increased his irritation. "It's quite possible," she said quietly, "but I don't think even you, Martin, can call her handsome. As to her intelligence, she never gave me a chance of judging." "I've been there several times," said Martin hotly. "I like her immensely." He felt as soon as he had spoken that it had been a foolish thing to say. He saw Mr. Thurston smile. In the pause that followed, he felt as though he had, with a gesture of the hand, flung a stone into a pool of chatter and scandal, whose ripples might spread far beyond his control. At that moment he hated his sister. "I didn't know you knew her so well, dear," said his mother. "I don't know her," he said. "I've only seen her 3 times, but she ought to be given her chance. It can't be much fun for her coming here where she knows no one, after her father suddenly dying. I believe she was all alone with him." He had expected his father to defend her. He remembered that he had apparently liked her, but his father said nothing. There was an awkward and uncomfortable pause. After supper, Mr. Thurston rubbed his hands, helped Amy Warlock into her cloak, said to the company in general, "Good night. Should be a very full meeting tomorrow. Well, well. Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Warlock, I'm sure." The door was closed. Mrs. Warlock retired into her bedroom. The house was left to Martin and his father. Mr. Warlock's room was hideous. It opened somewhat ironically out of Mrs. Warlock's pink drawing-room. A huge and exceedingly ugly American roll-top desk took up much of the room. There were bookshelves into which books had been piled. Commentaries on the Bible, volumes of sermons, pamphlets, tattered copies of old religious magazines. A bare carpet displayed holes and rents. The fireplace was grim with dirty pieces of paper and untidy shavings. In the midst of this disorder there hung over the mantelpiece, against the faded grey wallpaper, a fine copy of Raphael's Transfiguration. Mr. Warlock lighted a candle, and the flame flickered with changing colours upon the picture's surface. It had been given to John Warlock many years before by an old lady who heard him preach and had been, for a week, converted, but on his demand that she should give her wealth to the poor and fling aside her passion for musical comedy, left him with indignation. The picture had remained. It hung there now crooked on its cord. John Warlock was unconscious of the dust and disorder that surrounded him. His own passion for personal cleanliness sprang from the early days with his father, to whom bodily cleanliness had been part of a fanatical mysticism. Partly also by reason of that early training, sloth, drunkenness, immorality had no power over him. And of the whole actual world that surrounded him he was very little conscious except that he hated towns and longed always for air and space. So that the windows were open, one room was to him as another. He had often, during his work with the members of his community, been conscious of his ignorance of the impulses and powers that went up to make the ordinary sensual physical life of the normal man. His own troubles, trials, failures were so utterly of another kind that in this other world his imagination refused to aid him. This had often deeply distressed him and made him timid and shy in his dealings with men and women. It was this, more than anything else, that held him back from the ambition to proselytize. How could he go forth and challenge men's souls when he could not understand nor feel their difficulties? More and more, as his years advanced, had he retired into himself, into his own mystical world of communion with the God who drew ever nearer and nearer to him. He humbled himself before men. He did not believe himself better than they because he had not yielded to their temptations. But he could not help them. His tongue was tied. He was a man cut off from his fellows, and he knew it. He had never felt so impatient of his impotence as he did tonight. For 10 years he had been waiting for this interview with his son, and now that it was come he was timid and afraid as though he had been opposed by a stranger. He had always known that Martin would return. It had been his one worldly ambition and prayer to have him at his side again. When he had thought and dreamt of the time that was coming, he had thought that it would be simple enough to win the boy back to the old allegiance and faith to which he had once been bound. Meanwhile the boy had grown into a man. Here was a new Martin, deep in experiences, desires, ambitions of which his father could have no perception. Even in the moment that he was aware of the possibility of losing his son, he was aware also of the deep, almost fanatical resolve to keep him, to hold him at all costs. This was to be the test of his whole earthly life. He seemed, as he sat there looking across at his boy, to challenge God himself to take him from him. It was as though he said, "This reward at least I have a right to ask. I demand it." Martin, on his side, was conscious of a profound discomfort. He had, increasingly as the years had passed, wished to take life easily and pleasantly. Suddenly now another world rose up before him. Yes, another world. He was not fool enough to dismiss it simply because it did not resemble his own. Moreover, it had been once his, and this was increasingly borne in upon him. But it all seemed to him now incredibly old, childish, and even fantastic, as though here, in the middle of London, he had suddenly stepped into a little wood with a witch, a cottage, and a boiling cauldron. Such things could not frighten, of course, he was no longer a child, and yet because he had once been frightened, some impression of alarm and dismay hovered over him. During all his normal years abroad he had forgotten the power of superstition, of dreams and omens. He knew now, as he faced his father, that the power was real enough. They talked for a little while of ordinary things. The candle flame jumped and fell, the shavings rustled strangely in the fireplace. The Transfiguration swung a little on its cord, the colour still lingering at its heart, as the rest of the room moved restlessly under the ebb and flow of black shadows. Then the candle suddenly blew out. "A lamp will be better," said Mr. Warlock. He left the room, and Martin sat there in the darkness, haunted by he knew not what anticipations. The light was brought, they drew closer together, sitting in the little glossy pool, the room pitch dark around them. "Well, Martin," at last Mr. Warlock said, "I want to hear so many things. Our first time together alone." "There isn't very much." Martin tried to speak naturally and carelessly. "I wrote about most things in my letters. Pretty rotten letters, I'm afraid." He laughed. "And now? What do you intend to do now?" "Oh, I don't know. Look around for a bit." There was another long pause. Then Mr. Warlock began again. "When I ask about your life, my boy, I don't mean where you've lived, how you've earned your living. I do know all that. You've been very good about writing. But your real life, what you've been thinking about things, how you feel about everything. Well, Father, I don't know. One hadn't much time for thinking, you know. No one did much thinking in Rio. When I was in the Bermudas there was a fellow... Yes, but tell me about yourself. Then with a desperate effort he broke out. Father, you'll be badly disappointed in me. I've been feeling it coming all the time. I can't help it. I'm just like anyone else. I want to have a good time. One's only young once. I'm awfully sorry. I want to please you in any way I can, but it's all gone, all that early part. It's simply one's childhood that's finished with. And it can't come back, his father said quietly. Never. Martin's voice was almost a cry, as though he were defying something. We are very weak against God's will, his father said, still quietly, as though it were not he that was speaking, but some voice in the shadow behind him. You are not your own master, Martin. I am my own master, Martin answered passionately. I have been my own master for 10 years. I've not done anything very fine with my life, I know. I'm just like anyone else. But I've found my feet. I can look after myself against anybody, and I'm independent of everyone and of everything. His father drew a little closer to him. Of course, he said, I was not so foolish as to expect that you would come back to us just as you left us. I know that you must have your own life, and be free, so much as any of us are free at all. Then after a little pause, what are your plans? What are you going to do? Well, answered Martin, hesitating, I haven't exactly settled, you know. I might take a small share in some business, go into the city. Then at other times I feel I shouldn't like being cooped up in a town after the life I've led. Sometimes this last month I felt I couldn't breathe. It was as though, all the chimneys were going to tumble in. When you're out on a field you know where you are, don't you? So I've thought it would be nice to have a little farm somewhere down in the south, Devonshire or Glebeshire. And then I'd marry, of course, a girl who'd like that kind of life and wouldn't find it dull. There'd be plenty of work, a healthy life for children right away from these towns. That's my sort of idea, Father, but of course one doesn't know. Martin trailed off into inconsequent words. It was as though his father were waiting for him to commit himself, and would then suddenly leap upon him with, There, now you've betrayed yourself. I've caught you. And he had simply nothing to betray, nothing to conceal. But anything was better than these pauses during which the threats and anticipations piled up and up, making a monstrous figure out of exactly nothing at all. It was not enough to tell himself that between every father and son there were restraints and hesitations, a division cleft by the remembrance of the time when one had commanded and the other obeyed. There were other elements here. For one, the element of an old affection that had once been at the very root of the boy's soul, and was now in the strangest way creeping back to him, as an old familiar but forgotten form might creep out of the dark and sit at his feet and clasp his knees. Well, said John Warlock, that's very pleasant. You must feel very grateful to your Aunt Rachel, Martin. She's given you the opportunity of doing what you like with your life. She spoke to me about it before she died. She spoke to you about it? Yes. She told me that she did it because she wanted to bring you back to me. She knew of my love for you. We often talked of you together. She was a faithful servant of God. She believed that God meant to bring you through her back into his arms. I might not have come, Martin said with a sudden anger that surprised himself. She made no conditions. I might have gone on with my life there abroad. I am free to lead my own life where and how I please. Quite free, his father answered gently. But she knew that you would come. Of course you are your own master, Martin. No, but it must be quite clear, Martin cried, the excitement rising in him as he spoke. He leaned forward, almost touching his father's chair. I'm not bound to anyone by this money. It was awfully jolly of Aunt Rachel. I'll never forget her, but I'm free. I haven't got to say that I believe things when I don't, or that I think things that she thought just because she did. I don't want to hurt you, Father, but you know that it must have seemed to me pretty odd coming back after all these years and finding you, all in the same place, doing the same things, believing in the same things, just like years ago. I've seen the world a bit, I can tell you. Russia, China, Japan, America, North and South, India. You believe as far as you can see. What are you to think when, in every country that you come to, you see people believing in different things? They can't all be right, you know. His father said nothing. But each thinks he's right, and each hates the other. Then when I came back and saw a fellow like that man Thurston preaching and laying down the law, well, it seemed odd enough that anyone could be taken in by it. I hope I don't hurt you, Father. Only that's what you want, isn't it? To have it out quite plainly?" His father, still very gently and hesitating as though he found it difficult to catch the words that he wished, his voice had still the remoteness of someone speaking who was far from them both, said, "You'll think it odd, Martin, when you know how often I have to preach and speak in public, that I should find it hard to talk. But I never with any man alone could find words easily. I know so little. It is God's punishment for some selfish nervousness and shyness in me, that even now when I am an old man I cannot speak as one man to another. There was once, I remember, a young man who had heard me preach, and was moved by my words and begged to see me in private. He came one evening. He was tempted to commit a terrible sin. He depended upon me to save him, and I could say nothing. I struggled, I prayed, but it was incredible to me that any man could be tempted to such a thing. I spoke only conventional words that meant nothing. He went away from me, and his lost soul is now upon me and will always be. But Martin, what I would say beyond everything is, do not let us separate. Be free as you must be free, as you should be free, but stay with me, remain with me. I am an old man. I have longed for you as I think no other father can ever have longed for his son. They tell me that I cannot live many more years. God chooses his time. Be with me, Martin, for a little while, even though I may seem old to you and foolish. Perhaps things will come back to you that you have long forgotten. You were once pledged, and it was a vow that is not easily removed. But it is enough for the present if you will be with me a little. Give me some of your time. Give the old days a chance to come back." He laid his hand upon his son's. The sudden touch of the dry, hot, trembling skin filled Martin's heart with the strangest confusion of affection, embarrassment, and some familiar pathos. In just that way, 10 years before, he had felt his father's hand and had thought, "How old he's getting! How I shall miss him! I hope nothing happens to him." In the very balance of his father's sentences and the deliberate choice of words, there had been something old-fashioned and remote from all the life and scramble of Martin's recent years. Now he took his father's hand in his own strong grasp and said gruffly, "That's all right, Father. I'm not going while you want me. You and I, always. It's just the same now." But even as he spoke, he felt as though he were giving some pledge that was to involve him in far more than he could see before him. Then, with a happy sense that the sentimental part of the conversation was over, he began to talk about all kinds of things. He let himself go, and even after a while began to feel the whole thing really jolly and pleasant. His father wanted waking up. He had been there so long with all these awful frumps, brooding over one idea, never getting away from this religion. Martin began to imagine himself very cleverly leading his father into a normal, natural life, taking him to see things, making him laugh. It would do his health a world of good. Then quite suddenly the old man said, "And what do you remember, Martin, of the old days here, the days when you were quite small, when we lived in Mason Street?" What did Martin remember? He remembered a good deal. He was surprised when he began to think. Did he remember? His father suggested a scene, a day. Yes, he remembered that. His father continued as though it had been for his own pleasure. The scenes, the hours returned with a vividness and actuality that thronged the room. He could see Mason Street with its grocer's shop at the corner, its baths and public library, the sudden little black dips into the areas as the houses followed one another, the lamp-post opposite their window that had always excited him because it leaned inwards a little as though it would presently tumble. He remembered the fat, short cook with the pink cotton dress who wheezed and blew so when she had to climb the stairs. He remembered the rooms that would seem bare enough to him now, he supposed, but were then filled with exciting possibilities. A little round brown table, his mother's work-box with mother-of-pearl shells upon the cover, a stuffed bird with bright blue feathers under a glass case, a screen with coloured pictures of battles and horses and elephants casted upon it. He remembered the exact sound that the tinkling bell made when it summoned them to meals. He remembered the especial smell of beef and carpet that was the dining-room. He remembered a little door of coloured glass on the first landing, a cupboard that had in it sugar and apples, a room full of old books piled high all about the floor upon the dry and dusty boards. 1,000 other things came crowding around him. Then, as his father's voice continued, out from the background there came his own figure, a small, pale, excited boy in short trousers. He was immensely excited. That was the principal thing. It was evening. The house seemed to swim in candlelight and smoke, through which things could be seen only dimly. Something wonderful was about to happen to him. He was in a state of glory, very close to God, so close that he could almost see him sitting with his long white beard in the middle of a cloud, watching Martin with interest and affection. He was pleased with Martin, and Martin was pleased with himself. At the same time as his pleasure, he was aware that the stuff of his new black trousers tickled his knees, and that he was hungry. He saw his small sister Amy for a moment, and expressed quite effectively by a smile and nod of the head his immeasurable superiority to her. Then he and his father drove in a cab to the chapel. Of what followed then he was now less aware. He remembered that he was in a small room with two men, and that they all took off their clothes. He remembered that one man, very stout and red, looked funny without his clothes, that they put on long white nightshirts, that his was too long for him and that he tripped over it, that they all three walked down the centre of the chapel, which was filled with eyes, mouths, and boots, and that he was very conscious of his toenails, which had never been exposed in public before, that they came to a round stone place filled with water, and into this, after the two men, he was dipped, that he didn't scream from the coldness of the water, although he wanted to, that he was wrapped in a blanket and finally carried home in an ecstasy of triumph. What happiness followed! The vitality of it swept down upon him now, so that he seemed never to have lived since then. He was the chosen of God, and everyone knew it. What a little prig, and yet how simple it had all been, without any consciousness of insincerity or acting on his part. God had chosen him, and there he was, for ever and ever safe and happy. It was not only that he was assured that when the moment arrived he would have, in heaven, a good time. It was that he was greatly exalted, so that he gave his twopence a week pocket money to his schoolfellows, never pulled Amy's hair, never teased his mother's canary. He had been aware, young though he was, of another life. He prayed and prayed. He went to an endless succession of services and meetings. There was Mr. Bates, one of the leading brethren then, who loved him and spoilt him. Above all, through and beyond it all, there was his father, who adored him and whom he adored. That adoration of God, of his father, of life itself. Was it possible that a small boy, normal and ordinary enough in other ways, could feel so intensely such passions? The dark room was crowding him with figures and scenes. A whole world that he had thought dead and withered was beating, urgently, insistently, upon his consciousness. In another instant he did not know what surrender, what acknowledgment he might have made. It seemed to him that nothing in life was worth while save to receive again in some fashion that vitality that he had once known. The door was flung open, a stream of light struck the dark. The shadows, memories, fled helter-skelter like crackling smoke into the air. Amy stood in the doorway, blinking at him, scowling. He knew, for some undefined reason, that he could not meet his father's eyes. He jumped up and walked to the window. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, Expectation. Maggie developed marvellously during her first weeks in London. It could not truthfully be said that her aunts gave her great opportunity for development. So far as they were concerned, she might as well have been back in the green seclusion of St. Druids. It is true that she accompanied her Aunt Elizabeth upon several shopping expeditions, and on one hazardous afternoon they penetrated the tangled undergrowth of Harrods stores. On all these occasions Maggie was too deeply occupied with the personal safety and happiness of her aunt to have leisure for many observations. Aunt Elizabeth always started upon her shopping expeditions with the conviction that something terrible was about to happen, and the expectation of this overwhelming catastrophe paralysed her nerves. Maggie wondered how it could have been with her when she had ventured forth alone. She would stand in the middle of the street hesitating as to the right omnibus for her to take. She was often uncertain of the direction in which she should go. She would wave her umbrella at an omnibus, and then, when it began to slacken in answer to her appeal, would discover that it was not the one that she needed, and would wave her umbrella furiously once more. Then, when at last she had mounted the vehicle, she would flood the conductor with a stream of little questions, darting her eyes angrily at all her neighbours as though they were gathered there together to murder her at the earliest opportunity. She would be desperately confused when asked to pay for her ticket, would be unable to find her purse, and then, when she discovered it, would scatter its contents upon the ground. In such an agony would she be at the threatened passing of her destination, that she would spring up at every pause of the omnibus, striking her nearest neighbour's eye or nose with her umbrella, apologizing nervously, and then, because she thought she had been too forward with a stranger, staring fiercely about her and daring anyone to speak to her. Upon the day that she visited Harrod's, she spent the greater part of her time in the lift, because she always wished to be somewhere where she was not, and because it always went up when she wished it to go down, and down when she wished it to go up. Maggie, upon this eventful occasion, did her best, but she also was bewildered, and wondered how any of the attendants found their way home at night. Before the end of the afternoon, Aunt Elizabeth was not far from tears. "It isn't cutlery we want. I told the man that it was saucepans. They pay us no attention at all. You aren't any help to me, Maggie." They arrived in a room filled with performing gramophones. This was the final blow. Aunt Elizabeth, trembling all over, refused either to advance or retreat. "Will you please," said Maggie very firmly to a beautifully clothed young man with hair like a looking-glass, "show us the way to the street?" He very kindly showed them, and it was not until they were in the homeward omnibus that Aunt Elizabeth discovered that she had bought nothing at all. Nevertheless, although Maggie collected but little interesting detail from these occasions, she did gather a fine general impression of whirling movement and adventure. One day she would plunge into it. Meanwhile it was better that she should move slowly and assemble gradual impressions. The solid caution that was mingled in her nature with passionate feeling and enthusiasm taught her admirable wisdom. Aunt Anne, it seemed, never moved beyond the small radius of her home and the chapel. She attended continually Bible meetings, prayer meetings, chapel services. She had one or two intimate friends, a simple and devout old maid called Miss Pinchon, Mr. Magnus, whom Maggie had seen on the day of her arrival, Mr. Thurston, to whom Maggie had taken an instant dislike, and Amy Warlock. She visited these people and they visited her. For the rest she seemed to take no exercise, and her declared love for the country did not lead her into the parks. She was more silent, if possible, than she had been at St. Triot's, and read to herself a great deal in the dark and melancholy drawing-room. Although she talked very little to Maggie, the girl fancied that her eye was always upon her. There was a strange attitude of watchfulness in her silent withdrawal from her scene, as though she had retired simply because she could see the better from a distance. She liked Maggie to read the Bible to her, and for an hour of every evening Maggie did this. For some reason the girl greatly disliked this hour and dreaded its approach. It was perhaps because it seemed to bring before her the figure of her father. The words as they fell from her lips seemed to be repeated by him as he stood behind her. Nothing was more unexpected by her than the way that those last days at St. Driot's crowded about her. They should surely have been killed by the colours and interests of this new life. It appeared that they were only accentuated by them. Especially did she see that night when she had watched beside her father's dead body. She saw the stirring of the beard, the shape of the feet beneath the sheet, the flicker of the candle. Apart from this 1 hour of the day, however, she was happy, excited, expectant. What it was that she expected she did not exactly know, but there were so many things that life might now do for her. One thing that very evidently it did not intend to do for her was to make her tidy, careful, and a good manager. Old Martha, the cardinal's servant, was her sworn enemy, and indeed with reason. It seemed that Maggie could not remember the things that she was told. Lighted lamps were left long after they should have been extinguished. One night the bathroom was drowned in water by a running tap. Her clothes were not mended. She was never punctual at mealtimes. And yet no one could call her a dreamy child. She could, about things that interested her, be remarkably sharp and penetrating. She had a swift and often successful intuition about characters. Facts and details about places or people she never forgot. She had a hard, severe, entirely masculine sense of independence, an ironic contempt for sentimentality, a warm, ardent loyalty and simplicity in friendship. Her carelessness in all the details of life sprang from her long muddled years at St. Driot's, the lack of a mother's guidance and education, the careless selfishness of her father's disregard of her. She struggled, poor child, passionately to improve herself. She sat for hours in her room working at her clothes, trying to mend her stockings, the holes in her blouses, the rip of the braid at the bottom of her skirt. She waited listening for the cuckoo to call that she might be in exact time for luncheon or dinner, and then, as she listened, some thought would occur to her, and although she did not dream, her definite tracking of her idea would lead her to forget all time. Soon there would be Martha's knock on the door and her surly, ill-tempered voice. "Quarter of an hour they've been sitting at luncheon, miss." And her clothes. The aunts had said that she must buy what was necessary, and she had gone with Aunt Elizabeth to choose all the right things. They had between them bought all the wrong ones. Maggie had no idea of whether or no something suited her. A dress, a hat that would look charming upon anyone else, looked terrible on her. She did not know what was the matter, but nothing became her. Her new friend, Caroline Smith, laughing and chattering, tried to help her. Caroline had very definite ideas about dress, and indeed spent the majority of her waking hours in contemplation of that subject. But she had never, she declared, been in all her life so puzzled. She was perfectly frank. "But it looks awful, Maggie dear, and yesterday in the shop it didn't seem so bad, although that old pig wouldn't let us have it the way we wanted. It's just as it is with poor mother, who gets fatter and fatter, diet herself as she may, so that she can wear nothing at all now that looks right, and is only really comfortable in her nightdress. Of course you're not fat, Maggie darling, but it's your figure. Everything's either too long or too short for you. You don't mind my speaking so frankly, do you? I always say one's either a friend or not, and if one's a friend, why then be as rude as you please. What's friendship for?" They were in fact the greatest possible friends. Maggie had never possessed a girl-friend before. She had, in the first days of the acquaintance, been shy and very silent. She had been afraid of going too far. But soon she had seen that she could not go too far, and could not say too much. She had discovered then a multitude of new happinesses. There was nothing, she found, too small, too unimportant to claim Caroline's interest. Caroline wished to know everything, and soon Maggie disclosed to her many things that she had told to no other human being in her life before. It could not honestly be said that Caroline had many wise comments to make on Maggie's experiences. Her attitude was one of surprised excitement. She was amazed by the most ordinary incidents and conversations. She found Maggie's life quite incredible. "You must stop me, Maggie, if I hurt your feelings. But really, why, if poor father had treated me like that, I'd have gone straight out of the house and never come back. I would indeed. Well, here you are now, dear, and we must just see each other as often as ever we can." They made a strange contrast, Maggie so plain in her black dress with her hair that always looked as though it had been cut short like a boy's, her strong rough movements, and Caroline so neat and shining and entirely feminine that her only business in the world seemed to be to fascinate, beguile and bewilder the opposite sex. Whatever the aunts may have thought of this new friendship, they said nothing. Caroline had her way with them as with everyone else. Maggie wondered often as to Aunt Anne's real thoughts. But Aunt Anne only smiled her dim cold smile, gave her cold hand into the girl's warm one, and said, "Good afternoon, Caroline. I hope your father and mother are well." "They're dears, you know," Caroline said to Maggie. "I do admire your Aunt Anne. She keeps to herself so. I wish I could keep to myself, but I never was able to. Poor mother used to say when I was quite little, 'You'll only make yourself cheap, Carrie, if you go on like that. Don't make yourself cheap, dear.' But what I say is, one's only young once, and the people who don't want one needn't have one." Nevertheless, there were, even in these very early days, directions into which Maggie did not follow her new friend. Young as she was in many things, in some ways she was very old indeed. She had been trained in another school from Caroline. She felt from the very first that upon certain questions her lovely friend was inexperienced, foolish, and dangerously reckless. On the question of men, for instance, Maggie, with clear knowledge of her father and her uncle, refused to follow Caroline's light and easy excursions. Caroline was disappointed. She had a great deal to say on the subject, and could speak, she assured Maggie, from a vast variety of experience. "Men are all the same. What I say is, show them that you don't care that about them, and they'll come after you. Not that I care whether they do or no. Only it's fun the way they go on. You just try, Maggie." But Maggie had her own thoughts. They were not imparted to her friend. Nothing indeed appeared to her more odd than that Caroline should be so wise in some things and so foolish in others. She did not know that it was her own strange upbringing that gave her independent estimates and judgments. The second influence that, during these first weeks, developed her soul and body was, strangely enough, her aunt's elderly friend, Mr. Magnus. If Caroline introduced her to affairs of the world, Mr. Magnus introduced her to affairs of the brain and spirit. She had never before known anyone who might be called clever. Her father was not, Uncle Matthew was not, no one in St. Dreot's had been clever. Mr. Magnus, of course, was clever because he wrote books, 2 a year. But to be an author was not a claim to Maggie's admiration. As has been said before, she did not care for reading, and considered that the writing of books was a second-rate affair. The things that Mr. Magnus might have done with his life if he had not spent it in writing books. She regarded him with the kind indulgence of an elder who watches a child brick-building. He very quickly discovered her attitude, and it amused him. They became the most excellent friends over it. She on her side very quickly discovered the true reason of his coming so often to their house. He loved Aunt Anne. At its first appearance this discovery was so strange and odd that Maggie refused to indulge it. Love seemed so far from Aunt Anne. She greeted Mr. Magnus from the chill distance whence she greeted the rest of the world. She gave him no more than she gave anyone else. But Mr. Magnus did not seem to desire more. He waited patiently, a slightly ironical and self-contemptuous worshipper at a shrine that very seldom opened its doors, and never admitted him to its altar. It was this irony that Maggie liked in him. She regarded herself in the same way. Their friendship was founded on a mutual detachment. It prospered exceedingly. Maggie soon discovered that Mr. Magnus was very happy to sit in their house even though Aunt Anne was not present. His attitude seemed to be that the atmosphere that she left behind her was enough for him, and that he could not, in justice, expect any more. Before Maggie's arrival he had had but a slender excuse for his continual presence. He could not sit in the empty drawing-room surveying the large and ominous portrait of the cardinal childhood, quite alone save for Thomas, without seeming a very considerable kind of fool. And to appear that in the eyes of Aunt Anne, who already regarded mankind in general with pity, would be a mistake. Now that Maggie was here, he might come so often as he pleased. Many was the dark afternoon through the long February and March months that they sat together in the dim drawing-room, Maggie straining her eyes over an attempted reform of some garment, Mr. Magnus talking in his mild, ironical voice with his large moon-like spectacles fixed upon nothing in particular. Mr. Magnus did all the talking. Maggie fancied that all his life he had persisted in the same gentle, humorous fashion, without any especial attention as to the wisdom, agreement, or even existence of his audience. She fancied that all men who wrote books did that. They had to talk to clear their ideas. She raised her eyes sometimes and looked at him as he sat there. His shabby, hapless appearance always appealed to her. She knew that he was, in reality, anything but hapless, but his clothes never fitted him, and it was impossible for him to escape from the quixotic embarrassments of his thin hair, his high cheekbones, his large spectacles. His smile, however, gave him his character. When he smiled, and he was always smiling, you saw a man independent, proud, wise, and gentle. He was not a fool, Mr. Magnus, although he did love Aunt Anne. To a great deal that he said Maggie paid but little attention. It was, she felt, not intended for her. She had, in all her relations with him, to struggle against the initial disadvantage that she regarded all men who wrote books with pity. She was not so stupid as not to realize that there were a great many fine books in the world, and that one was the better for reading them. But, just because there were already so many fine ones, why write more that would almost certainly be not so fine? He tried to explain to her that some men were compelled to write and could not help themselves. I wrote my first book when I was 19. One morning I just began to write, and then it was very easy. Then everything else was easy. The first publisher to whom I sent it accepted it. It was published and had quite a success. I thought I was made for life. Anything seemed possible to one. After all, so far as one's possibilities went, one was on a level with anyone. Shakespeare, Dante, anyone you like. One might do anything. I published a book a year after that, for 10 years. 10 years, 10 books, and then awoke to the fact that I was nothing at all and would never be anything, that I would never write like Shakespeare, and a matter of equal importance, would never sell like Mrs. Henry Wood. Not that I wished to write like anyone else. I had a great idea of keeping to my own individuality, but I saw quite clearly that what I had in myself, all of it, was no real importance to anyone. I might so well have been a butcher or a baker for all that it mattered. I saw that I was one of those unfortunate people, there are many of them, just in between the artists and the shopkeepers. I was an artist all right, but not a good enough one to count. Had I been a shopkeeper, I might have sold my goods. Well then, here's your question, Miss Cardinal. Why on earth did I go on writing? simply because I couldn't help myself. Writing was the only thing in the world that gave me happiness. I thought too that there might be people here and there unknown to me who cared for what I did. Not many, of course. I soon discovered that outside the small library set in London, no one had ever heard of me. When I was younger, I had fancied that to me fiery blazing advertisement, new novel by William Magnus, author of, must cause men to stop in the street, exclaim, rush home to tell their wives, "Do you know Magnus's new novel is out?" Now I realized that by 9 out of every 10 men and 5 out of every 10 women, the literary page in the paper is turned over with exactly the same impatience with which I turn over the betting columns. Anyway, why not? Perfectly right. And then by this time I'd seen my old books, often enough, lying scattered amongst dusty piles in second-hand shops marked, "All this lot, sixpence." Hundreds and hundreds of 6-shilling novels, dirty, degraded, ashamed. I'd ask sometimes when I was very young for my own works. "What's the name?" "What? Magnus." "No, don't stock him. No demand. We could get you a copy, sir." There it is. Why not laugh at it? I was doing perhaps the most useless thing in the world. A commonplace little watercolour hung on a wall can give happiness to heaps of people. A poor piece of music can do 1,000 things, good and bad. But an unsuccessful novel? 20 unsuccessful novels. A whole row with the same history awaiting their successors. We welcome a new novel by Mr. William Magnus, who our readers will remember wrote that clever story. The present work seems to us at least the equal of any that have preceded it. A fortnight's advertisement. Dead silence. Someone in the club. "I see you've written another book, old man. You do turn them out." A letter from a press agency who has never heard of one's name before. A little sheaf of thin, miserable cuttings. The sixpenny lot. Oof! And still I go on and shall go on till I die. Perhaps after all I'm more justified than any of them. I'm stripped of all reasons save the pleasure, the thrill, the torment, the hopes, the despairs of the work itself. I've got nothing else out of it and shall get nothing, and therefore I'm justified. Now do you understand a little, Miss Cardinal?" She half understood. She understood that he was compelled to do it just as some men are compelled to go to race meetings, and just as Uncle Matthew was compelled to drink. But she nevertheless thought it a dreadful pity that he was unable to stop and interest himself in something else. Then he could see it so plainly and yet go on. She admired and at the same time pitied him. It seemed, this private history of Mr. Magnus, at first sight so far from Maggie's immediate concerns, her new life, her aunts, the chapel and the chapel world. It was only afterwards, when she looked back, that she was able to see that all these private affairs of private people radiated inwards, like the spokes of a wheel, towards the mysterious inner circle, that inner circle of which she was already dimly aware, and of which she was soon to feel the heat and light. She was meanwhile so far impressed by Mr. Magnus's confidences that she borrowed one of his novels from Caroline, who confided to her that she herself thought it the dullest and most tiresome of works. "To be honest, I only read a bit of it. I don't know what it's about. I think it's downright silly." This book bore the mysterious title of Dredinger. It was concerned apparently with the experiences of a young man who, buying an empty house in Bloomsbury, discovered a pool of water in the cellar. The young man was called Dredinger, which seemed to Maggie an unnatural kind of name. He had an irritating habit of never finishing his sentences, and the people he knew answered him in the same inconclusive fashion. The pool in the cellar naturally annoyed him, but he did nothing very practical about it, allowed it to remain there, and discussed it with a professor of chemistry. Beyond this Maggie could not penetrate. The young man was apparently in love with a lady much older than himself, who wore pince-nez, but it was an arid kind of love in which the young man discovered motives and symptoms with the same dexterous surprise with which he discovered newts and tadpoles in the cellar pond. Maggie bravely attacked Mr. Magnus. "Why didn't he have men in to clear up the pond and lay a new floor?" she asked. "That was just the point," said Mr. Magnus. "He couldn't." "Why couldn't he?" "Weakness of character and waiting to see what would happen." "He talked too much," she answered decisively. "But are there houses in London with ponds in them?" "Lots," said Mr. Magnus. "Only the owners of the houses don't know it. There is a big pond in the chapel. That's what Thurston came out of." This was beyond Maggie altogether. An agreeable thing, however, about Mr. Magnus was that he did not mind when you disliked his work. He seemed to expect that you would not like it. He was certainly a very unconceited man. A more important and more interesting theme was Mr. Magnus's reason for being where he was. What was he doing here? What led him to the chapel doors, he being in no way a religious man? It was like this, he told her. I was living in Golders Green, and suddenly one morning I was tired of the country that wasn't country, and the butcher boy and the postman. So I moved as far into the centre of things as I could, and took a room in St. Martin's Lane, close at hand here. Then one evening I was wandering about, a desolate Sunday evening when the town is given over to cats. I suddenly came across the chapel. I like going into London churches by chance. There's always something interesting, something you wouldn't expect. The chapel simply astonished me. I couldn't imagine what they were all about. It wasn't the ordinary London congregation. It was almost the ordinary London service, and yet not quite. There was an air of expectation and even excitement which is most unusual in a London church. Then there was Warlock. Of course, one could see at once that he was an extraordinary man, a kind of prophet all on his own. He was as far away from that congregation as Columbus was from his crew when he first sighted the Indies. I've met one or two prophets in my time, and their concern has always been with their audience first, themselves second, and their vision last. Warlock is the other way around. He should have been a hermit, not the leader of a community. Well, it interested me. I came again and again. I'm going to stay on now until the end. The end? Asked Maggie. The end of myself or the chapel, whichever comes first. I wrote a story once, a very bad one, about some merchants, why merchants I don't know, who were flung on a desert island. It was all jungle and desolation, and then suddenly they came upon a little white temple. It doesn't matter what happened afterwards. I've myself forgotten most of it, but I remember that the sailors used the temple in different ways to keep their hopes and expectations alive. Their expectations that one day a ship would come and save them, and so far as I remember they became unimaginative about the temple, and fancied that the unknown god of it would help them to regain their private affairs. One of them wanted to get back to his girl, another to his favourite pub, another to his money-making, another to his collection of miniatures. And they used to sit and look at the temple day after day and expect something to happen. When the ship came at last, they wouldn't go into it, because they couldn't bear to think that something should happen at last and they not be there to see it. Oh yes, one of them went back, I remember, but his actual meeting with his girl was so disappointing in comparison with his long expectation of it in front of the temple, that he took the next boat back to the island. But he never found it again. He travelled everywhere and died, a disappointed man, at sea. Mr. Magnus was fond of telling little stories, obscure and pointless, and Maggie supposed that it was a literary habit. On this occasion he continued to talk quite naturally for his own satisfaction. Yes, one can make oneself believe in anything. I have believed in all sorts of things. In England, of course, people have believed in nothing except that things will always be as they always have been. A useful belief, considering that things have never been as they always were. In the old days, when the Boer War hadn't interfered with tradition, it must have seemed to anyone who wasn't a young man pretty hopeless, but now I don't know. Imagination's breaking in. Warlock's a prophet. I've got fascinated, sitting round this chapel, as badly as any of them. Yes, one can be led into belief of anything. And what do you believe in, Mr. Magnus? Asked Maggie. Well, not in myself anyway, nor Thurston, nor Miss Avies, but in your aunt, perhaps, and Warlock. The only thing I'm sure of is there's something there, but what it is, of course, I can't tell you, and I don't suppose I shall ever know. The story of Sir Galahad, Miss Cardinal. It seems mid-Victorian to us now, but it's a fine story and true enough. Maggie, who knew nothing of mid-Victorianism, was silent. He ended with, "Mind you decide for yourself. That's the great thing in life. Don't you believe anything that anyone tells you. See for yourself. And if there's something of great value, don't think the less of it because the people who admire it aren't worth very much. Why should they be? And possibly, after all, it's only themselves they're admiring. There's a fearful lot of nonsense and humbug in this thing, but there's something real too." He changed his note, suddenly addressing himself intently to her as though he had a message to deliver. "Don't think me impertinent, but your Aunt Anne, see as much of her as you can. She's devoted to you, Miss Cardinal. You mayn't have seen it. She's a reserved woman and very shy of her feelings, but she's spoken to me. I hope I'm not interfering to say this, but perhaps at first you don't understand her. She loves you. You're the first human being I do believe that she's ever loved." What was there then in Maggie that started up in rebellion at this unexpected declaration? She had been sitting there, tranquil, soothed with a happy sense that her new life was developing securely for her, in the way that she would have it. Suddenly she was alert, suspicious, hostile. "What has she said to you?" she asked quickly, frowning up at him and drawing back as though she were afraid of him. He was startled at the change in her. "Said?" he repeated, stammering a little. "Why, only nothing, except that she cared for you and hoped that you would be happy. She was afraid that it would all be strange for you at first. Perhaps I've been interfering." "No," Maggie interrupted quickly, "not you. Only I must lead my own life. I mustn't I? I don't want to be selfish, but I can begin for myself now. I have a little money of my own, and I must make my own way. I don't want to be selfish," she repeated, "but I must be free. I don't understand Aunt Anne. She never seems to care for me. I want to do everything for her I can, but I don't want to be under anyone ever any more." She was so young when she said this that he was suddenly moved to an affectionate fatherly tenderness. But he knew her now too well to show it. "No, you mustn't be selfish," he answered her almost dryly. "We can't lead our lives quite alone, you know. Every step we take we affect someone somewhere. Your aunt doesn't want your liberty. She wants your affection." "She wants to make me religious," Maggie brought out, staring at Mr. Magnus. "Ah, if you see that, you don't understand her," he answered. "How should you, yet? She cares so deeply for her religion that she wishes naturally anyone whom she loves to share it with her. But if you don't..." "If you don't?" cried Maggie, springing up from her seat and facing him. "I'm sure she would wish to influence no one," he continued gravely. "You've seen for yourself how apart her life is. She is too conscious of the necessity for her own liberty." "It isn't liberty, it's slavery," Maggie caught him up passionately. "Do you suppose I haven't watched all these weeks? What does her religion do but shut her off from everything and everybody? Is she kind to Aunt Elizabeth? No, she isn't, and you know it. Would she care if we were all of us buried in the ruins of this house tomorrow? Not for a single moment. And it's her religion. I hate religion. I hate it. And since I've been in this house I've hated it more and more. You don't know what it was like with father. I don't think of it now or talk of it. But I know what it made of him. And now it's the same here, only it takes them in a different way. But it's the same in the end. No one who's religious cares for anyone. And they'd make the same of me. Aunt Anne would. The same as she's made of Aunt Elizabeth. They haven't said much yet, but they're waiting for the right moment, and then they'll spring it upon me. It's in the house, it's in the rooms, it's in the very furniture. It's as though father had come back and was driving me into it. And I want to be free, I want to lead my own life, to make it myself. I don't want to think about God or heaven or hell. I don't care whether I'm good or bad. What's the use of my being here in London and never seeing anything? I'll go into a shop or something and work my fingers to the bone. They shan't catch me, they shan't. If Uncle Matthew were here..." She broke off suddenly, breathless, staring at Mr. Magnus as though she had not been aware until now that he was in the room. To say that her outburst astonished him was to put it very mildly indeed. She had always been so quiet and restrained. She had seemed so happy and tranquil. He blushed, pushed his spectacles with his fingers, then finally stammered, "I'd no idea that you hated it so much." She was quiet and composed again. "I don't hate it," she answered very calmly. "Only they shan't tie me. No one shall. And in the house it's as though someone were watching behind every door. It used to be just the same at home. When people think a lot about religion, something seems to get into a place. Why, truly, Mr. Magnus, I've wondered once or twice lately, in spite of myself, whether they mayn't be right after all, and God's going to come in a chariot and set the world on fire. It sounds silly, but when you see the way Aunt Anne and Mr. Warlock believe things, it almost makes them true." Maggie finally added, "You mustn't think me selfish. I'm very, very grateful for all their kindness. I'm very happy. It's all splendid compared with what life used to be at home. But I fancy sometimes that the aunts think I'm just going to settle down here forever and be like them. And I'm not. I'm afraid of Aunt Anne." "Afraid of her?" said Mr. Magnus. "Ah, you mustn't be that." "She has some plan in her head. I know she has." "No plan is set except for your good," said Mr. Magnus. "I don't want anyone to bother about my good," answered Maggie. "I can look after that for myself." This little conversation revealed Maggie to Mr. Magnus in an entirely new light. He had thought her until now a good simple girl, entirely ignorant of life and eager to be taught. The sudden discovery of her independence distressed him. He left the house that afternoon with many new points to consider. Meanwhile Maggie had kept from him the true root of the matter. She had said nothing of Martin Warlock. She had said nothing even to herself about him, and yet the consciousness of her meeting with him was always with her as a fire smoulders in the hold of a ship, burning stealthily through the thick heart of the place, dim and concealed, to burst suddenly with a touch of the wind into shining flame. It was after her talk to Mr. Magnus that she suddenly saw that Martin Warlock was always in her thoughts, and then, because she was Maggie and had never been deceitful to herself or to anyone else, she faced the fact and considered it. She knew that she was ignorant of the world and of life, that she knew nothing about men, and although she had many times fancied to herself what love must be like, she did not tell herself now that it was love that had come to her. She saw him as a desirable companion. She thought that he would make a most interesting friend. She would like to make her experiences of life with him at her side. She would be free and he would be free, but they would exchange confidences. And then, because she was very simple and had learnt nothing of the difference between the things that decent girls might do and the things they might not, she began to consider the easiest way of meeting him. She intended to go to him simply as one human being to another, and tell him that she liked him, and hoped that they would often see one another. There were no confused issues nor questions of propriety before Maggie. Certainly she was aware that men took advantage of girls' weakness, but that was, as in the case of Uncle Matthew, when they had drunk too much, and it was the fault of the girls, too, for not looking after themselves. Maggie felt that she could look after herself anywhere. She was more afraid by far of her Aunt Anne than of any man. It happened on the very day after that conversation with Mr. Magnus that Aunt Anne said at luncheon, "I think, Maggie dear, if you don't mind, that you and I will pay a call on Mrs. Warlock this afternoon. You have not been there yet. Today will be a very good opportunity." Maggie's mind flew at once to her clothes. She had been with Caroline Smith to that young lady's dressmaker, a thin and sharp-faced woman whose black dress gleamed with innumerable pins. Maggie had been pinched and measured, pulled in here and pulled out there. Then there had been afternoons when she had been fitted under Caroline's humorous and critical eye. Finally the dress had been delivered, only 2 days ago, in a long cardboard box. It waited now for the great occasion. The great occasion had, in the guise of the Warlock family, surely arrived. Maggie's heart beat as she went up to her room. When at last she was wearing the dress, standing before her mirror, her cheeks were red and her hands shook a little. The dress was very fine, simple of course, and quite plain, but elegant as no dress of Maggie's had ever been elegant. There surely could not anywhere be a more perfect black dress, and yet, as Maggie gazed, she was aware that there was something not quite right. She was always straightforward with herself. Yes, the thing that was not quite right was her own stupid shape. Her figure was too square, her back was too short, her hands too large. She had a moment of acute disgust with herself, so that she could have torn the dress from her and rushed into her old obscure and dingy black again. Of what use to dress her up? She would always look wrong, always be awkward and ungainly. Tears of disappointment gathered slowly in her eyes. Then her pride reasserted itself. She raised her head proudly and laughed at her anxious gaze. There was still her new hat. She took it from the bed and put it on, sticking big pins into it, moving back from the mirror, then forward again, turning her back, standing on her toes, suddenly bowing to herself and waving her hand. She was caught thus laughing into the mirror by old Martha, who pushed her sour face through the door and said, "They've been waiting this long time for you, miss." "All right, Martha," Maggie answered sharply, annoyed that she should be found posturing and bowing by the woman. "Why didn't you knock?" "I did not, miss. You were that occupied you didn't hear me." The old woman was grinning. Maggie went downstairs, her heart still beating, her cheeks still flushed. She did hope that Aunt Anne would be pleased. Aunt Anne, although she never said anything about clothes, must, of course, notice such things, and if she loved Maggie as Mr. Magnus said she did, then she would show her approval. The girl stood for a moment on the bottom step of the staircase, looking at her aunt, who was waiting for her in the little dark hall. "Well, dear, I'm waiting," she said. The burning eyes of Thomas the cat watched from the deep shadows. "I'm so sorry, I was dressing," said Maggie. Her aunt said nothing more, and they left the house. Maggie, as always when she walked with Aunt Anne, was aware that they made a strange couple. She so short and the other so tall, she with her sturdy masculine walk, her aunt with her awkward halting movement. They went in silence. Maggie longed for a word of approval, a short sentence such as, "How nice you're looking, Maggie," or "I like your dress, Maggie," or "That's a new dress, dear, I like it," would be enough. After that, Maggie felt that she could face a multitude of wild and savage warlocks, that she could walk into the warlock drawing-room with a fine brave carriage, above all that she would feel a sudden warm affection for her aunt that would make all their future life together easy. But Aunt Anne said nothing. She looked exactly as she had looked upon her first appearance at St. Driot's, so thin and tall, with her pale, tapering face and her eyes staring before her as though they saw nothing. Maggie, as they turned up into Garrick Street, said, "I hope you like my new dress, Aunt." Aunt Anne turned to her for a moment, smiled gently, and then vaguely, as though her mind were elsewhere, answered, "I liked your old dress better, dear." Maggie's face flamed, her temper flared into her eyes. For a moment she had wild thoughts of breaking into open rebellion. She hated her dress, she hated London, above all she hated Aunt Anne. That lady's happy unconsciousness that anything had occurred drove the girl into furious irritation. Well, it was hopeless then. Mr. Magnus could say what he pleased. Her aunt did not care for her. She would not mind did she fall dead in the street before her. The words in Maggie's mind were, "You don't look at me. I'm not a human being to you at all. But I won't live with you. I'll go my own way. You can't keep me if you never speak to me nor think of me." But in some dark fashion that strange impassivity held her. Aunt Anne had her power. They climbed the dim crooked staircase behind the antiquary's wall. They rang the warlock bell and were admitted. Maggie did not know what it was that she had expected, but it was certainly not the pink, warm room of Mrs. Warlock. The heavy, softly closing door hemmed them in, the silent carpet folded about their steps. The canary twittered, the fire spurted and crackled. But at once the girl's heart went out to old Mrs. Warlock. She looked so charming in her white cap and blue bow, her eyes were raised so gently to Maggie's face, and her little hand was so soft and warm. The meeting between Anne Cardinal and Mrs. Warlock was very gracious. Aunt Anne gravely pressed the old lady's hand, looked at her with her grave, distant eyes, then very carefully and delicately sat down. Amy Warlock came in. Maggie had met her before and disliked her. Conversation dealt decently and carefully with the weather, the canary, and Maggie's discovery of London. Maggie was compelled to confess that she was afraid that she had not discovered London at all. She felt Amy Warlock's sharp eyes upon them all, and, as always when she was in company that was, she thought, suspicious of her, she became hot and uncomfortable. She frowned and spoke in short, almost hostile sentences. "They're laughing at my new clothes," she thought. "I wish I'd worn my old ones. And anyway, these hurt me." She sat up very stiffly, her hands on her lap, her eyes staring at the little bright watercolour on the wall opposite. Mrs. Warlock, like a trickling, dancing brook, continued her talk. "Of course there's the country. I was brought up as a girl just outside Salisbury. So many, many years ago. I always tell my boy that I'm such an old woman now that I don't belong to his world at all. Just to sit here and see the younger generation go past. Don't regret your youth, Miss Cardinal. You'll want it back again one day. I said to Martin only yesterday." Neither Aunt Anne nor Amy Warlock had anything to say, so that quite suddenly on the entrance of tea, conversation dropped. They all sat there and looked at one another. There was a large silver tray with silver tea things upon it, and a fat swelling china dish that held hot buttered toast. There was a standing wicker pyramid containing bread and butter, plates of little yellow and red cakes, shortbread and very heavy plum cake black with currants. Mrs. Warlock had ceased all conversation, her eyes were fixed upon the preparations for tea. The door opened and John Warlock and his son came in. Maggie's eyes lighted when she saw Martin Warlock. She behaved as she might have done had she been in her own room at St. Driot's. She sprang up from her chair and stood there, smiling, waiting for him. First his father shook hands with her, then Martin came and stood beside her, laughing. His face was flushed and he seemed excited about something, but she felt nothing save her pleasure at meeting him, and it was only when he had moved on to her aunt that she was conscious once more of Amy Warlock's eyes, and wondering whether she had behaved badly in jumping up to meet him. As she considered this, her anger and her confusion at her anger increased. She saw that Martin was talking to her aunt and did not look at her. Perhaps he also had thought her forward. Of course that horrid sister of his would think everything that she did wrong. But did he? Surely he understood. She wanted to ask him and then wanted to go home and leave them all. She saw that her teacup was trembling in her hand. She steadied it upon her knee, and then her knee began to quiver, and all the time Amy Warlock watched her. She thought then that she must assert herself and show that she was not confused nor timid. So she began in a high-strained voice to talk to Mrs. Warlock. She told Mrs. Warlock that she found Harrods a confusing place, that she had not yet visited Westminster Abbey, that her health was quite good, that she had no brothers and no sisters, that she could not play the piano, and that she was afraid that she never read books. It was after the last of these interesting statements that she was suddenly aware of the sound of her own voice, as though it had been a brazen gong beating stridently in the vastness of a deserted cathedral. She saw the old lady take 2 pieces of buttered toast from the china dish, hold them tenderly in her hand, and fling them a swift bird-like glance before she devoured them. During that moment's vision, Maggie discovered what so many people of vaster experience both of life and of Mrs. Warlock had never discovered, namely that the old lady cared more for her food than her company. Maggie was suddenly less afraid of the whole family. She looked up then at Martin as though she thus would prove her new courage, and, he glancing across at the same moment, they smiled. He left his father's side, and coming over to her, sat down close to her. He dropped his voice in speaking to her. "I've been wanting to see you," he said. "Why?" she asked him. "Well," he answered, smiling at her as though he wanted to tell her something privately, "I feel as though we'd got a lot to tell one another. I'm a stranger here really quite as much as you." "No, you're not," she said. "You can't be so much a stranger anywhere because you've been all over the world and are ready for anything." "And you?" "I don't seem to manage the simplest things. Aunt Elizabeth and I get lost the moment we move outside the door. Do you like my dress?" she asked him. "Why," he said, obviously startled by such a question, It's splendid." "No, you know it isn't," she answered quickly, dropping her voice into a confidential statement. "It's all wrong. I thought you'd know why, as you've been everywhere. Carolyn Smith helped me to choose it, and it looked all right until I wore it. It's me. I'm hopeless to fit. Carolyn says so. I don't care about clothes. If only I looked just like anybody else, I'd never bother again. But it's so tiresome to have taken so much trouble and then for it to be all wrong." Martin was then aware of many things, that this was a strange, unusual girl, that she reassured him as to her interest, her vitality, her sincerity as no girl had ever done before, that his sister was aware of their intimate conversation, and that she resented it, and that he must see this girl again and as soon as possible. He was as liable as any young man in the world to the most sudden and most violent enthusiasms. But they had been enthusiasms for a pretty face, for a sensual appeal, for a sentimental moment. Here there was no prettiness, no sensuality, no sentiment. There was something so new that he felt like Cortez upon his peak in Darien. "It's all right," he reassured her urgently. "It's all right. I promise you it is. The great thing is to look yourself, and you'll never be the least like anyone else." He meant that to be the first open declaration of his own particular discovery of her, but he was aware that his sentence could have more than one interpretation. Uncomfortably conscious then of his sister's regard of them, he looked up and said, "Amy, Miss Cardinal's been telling me how confusing London is to her. You've got as good an idea of London as anyone in the world. You should take her to 1 or 2 places and show her things." Amy Warlock, every line of her stiff body firing at them both her hostility, answered, "Oh, I don't think Miss Cardinal would care for me as a guide. I shouldn't be able to show her interesting things. We have scarcely, I should fancy, enough in common. Miss Cardinal's interests are, I imagine, very different from my own." The tone, the words, fell into the sudden silence like a lighted match into water. Maggie, her head erect, her voice, in spite of herself, trembling a little, answered, "Why, Miss Warlock, I shouldn't think of troubling you. It's very kind of your brother, but one must make one's discoveries for oneself, mustn't one? I am already beginning to find my way about." After that the tea-party fell into complete disruption. Maggie, although she did not look, could feel Martin's anger like a flame beside her. She was aware that Aunt Anne and Mr. Warlock were, like some beings from another world, distant from the general confusion. Her one passionate desire was to get up and leave the place. To her intense relief, she heard Aunt Anne's clear voice. "I think, Mrs. Warlock, we must be turning homewards. Shall I send you those papers about the Pertways mission? Such splendid work. I think it would interest you." It was as though a hole had suddenly opened in the floor of the neat little drawing-room, and they were all hurrying to leave without, if possible, tumbling into it. There was a general shaking of hands. Mrs. Warlock said kindly to Maggie, "Do come soon again, dear. It does an old lady good to see young faces." Martin was near the door. He almost crushed Maggie's hand in his. "I must see you, soon," he whispered. Free from the house, Maggie and her aunt walked home in complete silence. Maggie's heart was a confusion of rage, surprise, loneliness and pride. No one had ever behaved like that to her before. And what had she done? What was there about her that people hated? Why? Why? She felt as though in some way it had all been Aunt Anne's fault. Why did not Aunt Anne speak? Well, if they all hated her, she would go on her own way. She did not care. But alone in her room, her face indignant, proud, quivering, surprising her in the long mirror by its strangeness, and causing her to feel, because it did not seem to belong to her, more lonely than ever, she burst out, "I can't stand it! I can't stand it! I'll get away, so soon as ever I can." End of section 6. Section 7 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 3, Maggie and Martin. That moment in her bedroom altered for Maggie the course of all her future life. She had never before been, consciously, a rebel. She had, only a week before, almost acquiesced in the thought that she would remain in her aunt's house for the rest of her days. Now Mr. Magnus, the Warlocks, and her new dress had combined to fire her determination. She saw quite suddenly that she must escape at the first possible moment. The house that had been until now the refuge into which she had escaped became the jumping-off place for her new adventure. Until now the things in the house had been there to receive her as one of themselves. From this moment they were there to prevent, if possible, her release. She felt everything instantly hostile. They all, Thomas the cat, Edward the parrot, the very sofas and chairs and cushions, were determined not to let her go. She saw, more than ever before, that her aunts were preparing some religious trap for her. They were very quiet about it. They did not urge her or bully her, but the subtle, silent influence went on so that the very stair-carpet, the very scuttles that held the coal, became secret messengers to hail her into the chapel and shut her in there forever. After her first visit there, the chapel became a nightmare to her, because at once she had felt its power. She had known, she had always known, and it had not needed Mr. Magnus to tell her, that there was something in this religion, yes, even in the wretched dirt and disorder of her father's soul. But with that realization that there was indeed something, had come also the resolved conviction that life could not be happy, simple, successful, unless one broke from that power utterly, refused its dictates, gave no hearing to its messages, surrendered nothing, absolutely nothing, to its influence. Had not someone said to her once, or was it not in her little red Kempis, that once caught one might never escape again? She would prove that, in her own struggle and independence, to be untrue. The chapel should not have her, nor her father's ghost, nor the dim half-visualized thoughts and memories that rose like dark shadows in her soul and vanished again. She would believe in nothing save what she could see, listen to nothing that was not clear and simple before her. She was mistress of her own soul. She did not, in this fashion, think things out for herself. To herself she simply expressed it that she was going to lead her own life, to earn her own living, to fight for herself, and that the sooner she escaped this gloomy, damp, and ill-tempered house, the better. She would never say her prayers again. She would never read the Bible again, to herself or anyone else. She would never kneel on those hard chapel kneelers again. She would never listen to Mr. Warlock's sermons again, once she had escaped. Meanwhile she said nothing at all to herself about Martin Warlock, who was really at the root of the whole matter. She began at once to take steps. 2 years before this a lady had paid with her sister a short visit to St. Riot's and had taken a great liking to Maggie. They had made friends, and this lady, a Miss Catherine Trenchard, had begged Maggie to let her know if she came to London and needed help or advice. Miss Trenchard divided her life between London and a place called Garth in Roselands in Glebeshire, and Maggie did not know where she would be now. But after some little hesitation, she wrote a letter speaking of the death of her father and of her desire to find some work in London, and directed it to Garth. Now, of course, she must post it herself. No allowing it to lie on the hall table with old Martha to finger it and the aunts to speculate upon it, and finally challenge her with its destiny. On a bright evening, when the house was as dark as a shut box, and an early star, frightened at its irregular and lonely appearance, suddenly flashed like a curl of a golden whip across the sky, Maggie slipped out of the house. She realized, with a triumphant and determined nod of her head, that she had never been out alone in London before, a ridiculous and shameful fact. She knew that there was a pillar-box just round the corner, but because she had a hat upon her head and shoes upon her feet, she thought that she might as well post it in the Strand, an exciting river of tempestuous sound into which she had as yet scarcely penetrated. She slipped out of the front door, then waited a moment, looking back at the silent house. No one stirred in their street. The noise of the Strand came up to her like a wind beyond a valley. She must have felt in that instant that she was making some plunge into hazardous waters, and she must have hesitated as to whether she would not spring back into the quiet house, lock and bolt the door, and never go out again. But, after that one glance, she went forward. She had never before in her life been on any errand alone, and at this evening hour the Strand was very full. She stood still, clinging to the safe privacy of her own street, and peering over into the blaze and quiver of the tumult. In the Strand end of her own street there were several dramatic agencies, a second-hand book and print shop with piles of dirty music in the barrow outside the window, a little restaurant with cold beef, an ancient chicken, hard-boiled eggs and sponge cakes under glass domes in the window. Everywhere about her were dim doors, glimpses of twisting stairs, dusty windows and figures flitting up and down, in and out, as though they were marionettes pulled by invisible strings to fulfil some figure. These were all in the dusk of the side street. A large draper's with shirts and collars and grinning wax boys in sailor suits caught with its front windows the Strand lamps. It was beside the shop that Maggie stood for an instant hesitating. She could see no pillar-box. She could see nothing save the streams of human beings slipping like water between the banks of houses. She hesitated, clinging to the draper's shop. Then, suddenly catching sight of the pillar-box a few yards down the street, she let herself go, had a momentary sensation of swimming in a sea desperately crowded with other bodies, fought against the fierce gaze of lights that beat straight upon her eyes, found the box, slipped in the letter, and then, almost at once, was back in her quiet quarters again. She turned and, her heart beating, hurried home. The house door was still ajar. She pushed it back, slipped inside, caught her breath and listened. Then she closed the door softly behind her, and with that little act of attempted secrecy realized that she was now a rebel, that things could never be, for her, the same again as they had been a quarter of an hour ago. That glittering crowd, the lamps, the smells, the sounds, had concentrated themselves into a little fiery charm that held her heart within a flaming circle. She felt the most audacious creature in the world, and also the most ignorant. Not helpless, no, never helpless, but so ignorant that all her life that had seemed to her a quarter of an hour ago so tensely crowded with events and crises was now empty and barren like the old straw-smelling cab at home. She did not want to offend her aunts and hurt their feelings, but she was a living, breathing, independent creature, and she must go her own way. Neither they nor their chapel should stop her. No, not the chapel nor anyone in it. She was standing motionless in the dark, cold hall, wondering whether anyone had heard her enter, when she was suddenly conscious of two eyes that watched her. Two steady, fiery eyes suspended as it seemed in mid-air. She realized that it was the cat. The cat hated her and she hated it. She had not realized that before, but now with the illumination of the lighted street behind her she realized it. The cat was the spirit of the chapel watching her, spying upon her to see that she did not escape. The cat knew that she had posted her letter, and to whom she had posted it. She advanced to the bottom of the stair and said, "Brrr, you horrid thing! I hate you!" And instantly the two fiery eyes had vanished, but now in their place the whole house seemed to be watching, so silent and attentive it was, and the odour of damp biscuits and wet umbrellas seemed to be everywhere. Just then old Martha came out with a lamp in her hand, and standing upon a chair lit the great ugly gas over the middle of the door. "Why, Miss Maggie," she said in her soft, surprised whisper, looking as she always did, beyond the girl, into darkness. "I've been out," said Maggie defiantly. "Not all alone, miss?" "All alone," said Maggie. "Why not? I can look after myself." "Well, there's your uncle waiting in the drawing-room. Just come," said the old woman, climbing down from the chair with that silent, imperturbable discontent that always frightened Maggie. "Uncle Matthew, here, in this house!" Maggie, even in the moment of her first astonishment, was amazed at her own delight. That she should ever feel that about Uncle Matthew! Truly it showed how unhappy she had been, and she ran upstairs, 2 steps at a time, and pushed back the drawing-room door. "Uncle Matthew!" she cried. Then at the sight of him she stood where she was. The man who faced her, with all his old confusion of nervousness and uneasy geniality, was indeed Uncle Matthew, but Uncle Matthew glorified, shabbily glorified, and at the same time a little abashed, as though she had caught him in the act of laying a mine that would blow up the whole house. He was wearing finer clothes than she had ever seen him in before, a frock-coat quite new but fitting him badly, so that it was buttoned too tightly across his stomach and loose across the back. He had a white flower in his buttonhole, and a rather soiled white handkerchief protruded from his breast pocket. One leg of his dark grey trousers had been creased in 2 places, and there were little spots of blood on his high white collar because he had cut himself shaving. His complexion was of the same old suppressed purple, but his little eyes were bright and shining and active. They danced towards Maggie. His scanty locks had been carefully brushed over his bald head, and his hands, although they were still puffed and swollen, were whiter than Maggie had ever seen them. But it was in the end his attitude of confused defiance that made her pause. What had he been doing, or what did he intend to do? He was prosperous, she could see, and knowing him as she did, she was afraid of his prosperity. She had never in her life realized so clearly as she did now that he was a wicked old man, and still she was glad to see him. He was an odd enough creature in that room, and that, she was aware, pleased her. "Well, my dear," he said very genially, as though they met again after an hour's parting. "How are you? I'm very glad to see you, looking so well too, and quite smart. Your aunt's dressed you up. I thought I must look at you. I'm staying just round the corner, and my first thought was, I wonder how she's getting on in all that tomfoolery. You can bet she's keeping her head. And so you are. One can see at a glance." She went up to him, kissed him, and smelt whisky and some scent that had geraniums in it. He put his arm round her, with his old unsteady gesture, and held her to him for a moment, then patted her back with his large, soft hand. "Your aunt's a long time. I've been waiting half an hour." They'd been to some meeting. She stood looking at him with her fine, steady gaze that had always made him afraid of her, and did so, to his own surprise, again now. He had thought that his clothes would have saved him from that. His fingers felt at his buttonhole. Looking at him, she said, "Uncle, I want to get away, out of this, at once. No, they aren't horrid to me, everyone's been very kind, but I'm afraid of it all, of never getting out of it, and I want to be independent." She stopped with a little breathless gasp, because she heard the hall door close. "Oh, they're here. Don't tell them anything. We'll talk afterwards." His eyes glittered with satisfaction. "I knew you would, my dear. I knew you wouldn't be able to stand it. I'll get you out of it. Trust me." The door opened and Aunt Anne came in. She had been prepared by Martha for her visitor, and she came forward to him now with the dignity and kindly patronage of some lady abbess receiving the miscreant and boorish yokel of a neighbouring village. And yet how fine she was! As Maggie watched her, she thought of what she would give to have some of that self-command and dignity and decision. Was it her religion that gave her that, or only her own self-satisfaction? No, there was something behind Aunt Anne, something stronger than she, something that Mr. Warlock also knew. And it was this something that Uncle Matthew met with his own hostility, as he looked up now at his sister and greeted her. "Why, Matthew, you never told us. I would have hurried back, and now Elizabeth, I'm afraid, has gone on to see some friends. She'll be so disappointed, but at least you've had Maggie to entertain you." A quick glance was exchanged between uncle and niece. "Yes," he said, "we've had a talk, Anne, thank you. And it doesn't matter about Elizabeth, because I'm staying close here in Henrietta Street, and I'll be in again if I may. I just looked in to ask whether Maggie might come and have dinner with me at my little place tonight. It's a most respectable place. I'll come and fetch her, of course, and bring her back afterwards." Of course Aunt Anne could not refuse, but oh, how Maggie saw that she wanted to. The battle that followed was silent. Uncle Matthew's eyes narrowed themselves to fiery malicious points. He dropped them and moved his feet restlessly on the soft carpet. "Quite respectable," he repeated. Aunt Anne smiled gently. "Why, of course, Matthew. I know you'll look after Maggie. It will be a change for her. She's been having rather a dull time here, I'm afraid." Then there was silence. Maggie wanted to speak, but the words would not come, and she had the curious sensation that even if she did find them, no one would hear them. Then Uncle Matthew suddenly said goodbye, stumbled over his boots by the door, shot out, "7 o'clock, Maggie," and was gone. "Well, that will be nice for you, Maggie," said Anne, looking at her. "Yes," said Maggie. "You don't mind, do you?" "No, dear, of course not." "What do you want me to do?" Maggie broke out desperately. "I know I'm not satisfying you, and yet you won't say anything. Do tell me, and I'll try. Anything. Almost anything." Then the sudden memory of her own posted letter silenced her. Was that readiness to do anything? Had that not been rebellion? And had she not asked Uncle Matthew to help her to escape? The consciousness of her dishonesty coloured her cheek with crimson. Then Aunt Anne, very tenderly, put her hand on her shoulder. "Will you really do anything? For me, Maggie? For me?" Her voice was gentle and her eyes had tears in them. "If you will, there are things very close to my heart." Maggie turned away, trembling. She hung her head, then with a sudden movement walked to the door. "You must tell me," she said, "what you want. I'll try. I don't understand." Then, as though she was aware that she was fighting the whole room which had already almost entrapped her, and that the fight was too much for her, she went. When she came to her own room and thought about her invitation, she wished, with a sudden change of mood, that she had a pretty frock or two. She would have loved to have been grand tonight, and now the best that she could do was to add her coral necklace and a little gold brooch that years ago her father had given her, to the black dress that she was already wearing. She realized, with a strange little pang of loneliness, that she had not had one evening's fun since her arrival in London. No, not one, and she would not have captured tonight had Aunt Anne been able to prevent it. Then, as her mind returned back to her uncle, she felt with a throb of excited anticipation that perhaps after all this evening was to prove the turning point of her life. Her little escape into the streets, her posting of the letter, had been followed so immediately by Uncle Matthew's visit, and now this invitation. "No one can keep me if I want to go," and the old cuckoo clock outside seemed to tick in reply. "Can no one keep her if she wants to go?" She finished her preparations. As she fastened the coral necklace round her neck, the face of Martin Warlock was suddenly before her. He had been perhaps at her elbow all day. "I like him, and I think he likes me," she said to the mirror. "I've got one friend," and her thought still further was that even if he didn't like her, he couldn't prevent her liking him. She went down to the drawing-room and found Uncle Matthew alone waiting for her. "Here I am, Maggie," he said, "and let's get out of this as quick as we can." "I must go and say good-night to the aunts," she said. She went upstairs to Aunt Anne's bedroom. Entering it was always to her like passing into a shadowed church after the hot sunshine. The long, thin room with high, slender windows, the long, hard bed, of the most perfect whiteness and neatness, the heavy black-framed picture of the Ascension over the bed, and the utter stillness broken by no sound of clock or bell. Even the fire seemed frozen into a glassy purity in the grate. Her aunt was sitting, as so often Maggie found her, in a stiff-backed chair, her hands folded on her lap, staring in front of her. Her eyes were like the open eyes of a dead woman. It was as though, with a great effort of almost desperate concentration, she were driving her vision against some obstinate world of opposition, and the whole of life had meanwhile stayed to watch the issue. A thin pale light from some street lamp lay, a faintly golden shadow, across the white ceiling. Maggie stood by the door. "I've come to say good-night, Aunt." "Ah, Maggie dear, is that you?" The pale oval face turned towards her. "You won't be very late, will you?" "Hadn't I better have a key, not to bother Martha?" "Oh, Martha won't have gone to bed." Maggie felt as though her whole evening would be spoilt did she know that Martha was waiting for her at the end of it. "Oh, but it will be such a pity. Martha will let you in, dear. Come and kiss me. I hope that you'll enjoy yourself." And then the strangest thing happened. Maggie bent down. She felt a tear upon her cheek, and then the thin, strong arms held her for an instant in an almost threatening embrace. "Good night, dear aunt," she said, but outside the room she had to stand for a moment in the dark passage to regain her control. Her heart was beating with wild, unreasoning terror. Although she had brushed her cheek with her hand, the cold touch of the tears still lingered there. Outside the house they were free. It looked so close and dark behind them that Maggie shivered a little and put her arm through her uncle's. "That's all right," he said, patting her hand. "We're going to enjoy ourselves." She looked up and saw Martin Warlock facing her. The unexpected meeting held both of them silent for a moment. To her it seemed that he had risen out of the very stones of the pavement, at her bidding, to make her evening wonderful. He looked so strong, so square, so solid after the phantom imaginations of the house that she had left, that the sight of him was a step straight into the heart of comfort and reassurance. "I was just coming," he said, looking at her, "to leave a note for Miss Cardinal, from my father." "She's in," Maggie said. "Oh, it wasn't to bother her, only to leave the note. About some meeting, I think." "We're just going out. This is my uncle, Mr. Warlock." The two men shook hands. Matthew Cardinal smiled. His eyes closed. His greeting had an urgency in it, as though he had suddenly made some discovery that gratified and amused him. "Very glad to meet you. Very glad indeed, sir. Any friend of my niece's? I know your father, sir. Know him and admire him." They all turned down the street together. Uncle Matthew talked, and then, quite suddenly, stopping under a lamp-post as though within the circle of light his charm was stronger, he said, "I suppose, Mr. Warlock, you wouldn't do me the extreme honour of dining with myself and my niece at my humble little inn tonight. A little sudden. I hope you'll forgive the discourtesy, but knowing your father—" Martin looked straight into Maggie's eyes. "Oh, please do," she said, her heart beating, as it seemed, against her eyes, so that she dropped them. "Well," he hesitated, "it's very good of you, Mr. Cardinal, very kind. As a matter of fact, I was going to dine alone tonight, just a chop, you know, somewhere. If it's really not inconvenient, I'll be delighted." They walked on together. As they passed into Garrick Street, she knew that she had never in all her life been so glad to be with anyone, that she had never so completely trusted anyone, that she would like to be with him often, to look after him perhaps, and to be looked after by him. Her feeling for him was almost sexless, because she had never thought, as most girls do, of love and the intrigue and coquetry of love. She was so simple as to be shameless, and at once, if he had asked her then in the street to marry him, she would have said yes, without hesitation or fear, or any analysis. She would like to look after him as well as herself. There were things she was sure that she could do for him, and she would be no burden to him because she intended in any case to lead her own life. She would simply lead it with a companion instead of without one. He must have felt as he walked with her this trust and simplicity. She was certainly the most extraordinary girl whom he had ever met, and he'd met a number. He could believe every word she said. He had never known anyone so direct and simple and honest, and yet with that she was not a fool, as most honest girls were. No, she was not a fool. He would have given anything to be as sure of himself. She was plain, but then was she? As they passed beneath the light of a street lamp, his heart gave a sudden beat. Her face was so good, her eyes so true, her mouth so strong. She was like a boy, rather, and of course she was dressed badly. But he wanted to look after her. He was sure that she knew so little of the world and would be so easily deceived. But who was he to look after anyone? He knew that she would trust him utterly, and trust him not only because she was ignorant of the world, but also because she was herself so true. At the thought of this trust his heart suddenly warmed, partly with shame and partly with pride. They walked very happily along, laughing and talking. They turned into Henrietta Street, misty with lamps that were dim in a thin evening fog, and at the corner of the street, facing the square, was Uncle Matthew's hotel. It was a place for the use, in the main, of commercial gentlemen, and it was said by eager searchers after local colour to have retained a great deal of the Dickens spirit. In the hall there was a stout gentleman with a red nose, a soiled waiter, a desolate palm, and a large-bosomed lady, all rings and black silk, in a kind of wooden cage. Down the stairs came a dim vapour that smelt of beef, whisky, and tobacco, and in the distance was the regular click of billiard balls and the brazen muffled tones of a gramophone. Uncle Matthew seemed perfectly at home here, and it was strange to Maggie that he should be so nervous with Aunt Anne, his own sister, when he could be so happily familiar with the powdered lady in the black silk. "We're to have dinner in a private room upstairs," said Uncle Matthew in a voice that was casual and at the same time important. He led the way up the stairs. Maggie had read in some old bound volume at home a very gruesome account of the life and misdeeds of Mr. Palmer, the Rugeley poisoner. The impression that still remained with her was of a man standing in the shadowy hall of just such an hotel as this, and pouring poison into a glass which he held up against the light. This picture had been vividly with her during her childhood, and she felt that this must have been the very hotel where those fearful deeds occurred, and that the ghost of Mr. Palmer's friend must, at this very moment, be writhing in an upstairs bedroom. Writhing, as she so fearfully remembered, bent like a hoop. However, these reminiscences did not in the least terrify her. She welcomed their definite outlines, in contrast with the shadowy possibilities of her aunt's house. And she had Martin Warlock. She had never been so happy in all her life. A dismal little waiter with a very soiled shirt and a black tie under his ear guided them down into a dark passage and flung open the door of a sitting-room. This room was dark and sizzling with strange noises. A gas jet burning low was hissing, some papers rustled in the breeze from the half-opened window, and a fire, overburdened with the weight of black coal, made frantic little spurts of resistance. A white cloth was laid on the table, and there were glasses and knives and forks. A highly coloured portrait of Her late Majesty Queen Victoria confronted a long-legged horse, desperately winning a race in which he had apparently no competitors. There was a wallpaper of imitation marble and a broken-down bookcase with some torn paper editions languishing upon it. Beyond the open window there was a purple haze and a yellow mist. Also a bell rang and carts rattled over the cobbles. The waiter shut out these sights and sounds, gave the tablecloth a stroke with his dirty hand, and left the room. They continued their cheerful conversation, Martin laughing at nothing at all, and Maggie smiling, and Uncle Matthew stroking his mouth and sharpening his eyes, and standing, in his uneasy fashion, first on one leg and then on the other. Maggie realised that her uncle was trying to be most especially pleasant to young Warlock. She wondered why. She also remembered what he had said to her about Martin's father. No, he had changed. She could not follow his motives as she had once been able to. Then he had simply been a foolish, drunken, but kindly intentioned old man. Then Mr. Warlock on his side seemed to like her uncle. That was an extraordinary thing. Or was he only being friendly because he was happy? No, she remembered his face as he had joined them that evening. He had not been happy then. She liked him the more because she knew that he needed help. The meal, produced at last by the poor little waiter, was very merry. The food was not wonderful. The thick pea soup was cold, the sole bones and skin, the roast beef tepid, and the apple tart heavy. The men drank whiskies and sodas, and Maggie noticed that her uncle drank very little. And then, with apologies to Maggie, they smoked cigars, and she sat before the dismal fire in an old armchair with a hole in it. Martin Warlock talked in a most delightful way about his travels, and Uncle Matthew asked him questions that were not after all so stupid. What had happened to him? Had Maggie always undervalued him, or was it that he was sober now and clear-headed? His fat round thighs seemed stronger, his hands seemed cleaner, the veins in his face were not so purple. She remembered the night when he had come into her room. She had been able to manage him then. Would she be able to manage him now? After dinner he grew very restless. His eyes wandered to the door, then to his watch, then to his companions. He smiled uneasily, pulling his moustache. Then, jumping to his feet, tried to speak with an easy self-confidence. "I must leave you for a quarter of an hour. A matter of business, only in this hotel. Downstairs. Yes, a friend of mine and a little matter. Urgent. I'm sure you'll forgive me." For a moment Maggie was frightened. She was here in a strange hotel in a strange room with a man whom she scarcely knew. Then she looked up into young Warlock's face and was reassured. She could trust him. He stood with his arm on the shabby, dusty mantelpiece, looking down upon her with his good-natured, kindly smile, so kindly that she felt that he was younger than she, and needed protection in a world that was filled with designing Uncle Matthews and mysterious Aunt Annes and horrible Miss Warlocks. He, on his side, as he looked down at her, was surprised at his own excitement. His heart was beating, his hand trembling, before this plain, ordinary, unattractive girl. Unattractive physically, but not uninteresting. One of the most interesting human beings whom he had ever met, simply because she was utterly unlike anyone else. He felt shame before her, because he knew that she would believe every word that he said. In that she was simple, but he would be bothered if she was simple in anything else. She had made up her mind. He knew it as well as though she had told him, to trust him absolutely, and he knew well enough how little he was to be trusted. And because of that faith, and because of that trust, he felt that she was more reliable than he could have believed that changing, fickle human being would ever be. How secure he might feel with her. Then, as he thought that, he realized how troubled he was about his life at home during the last weeks. Amy hated him, his mother hid herself from him, and his father's love frightened him. Already he had found himself telling lies to avoid the chapel services and the meetings with Thurston and the rest. His father's love for him had something terrible in it, and although he returned it, he could not live up to that fire and heat. No, he saw that he would not be able to remain for long at home. On the other hand, go back to the old wandering life he would not. He had had enough of that and its rotten carelessness and shabbiness. What a girl this would be to settle down with somewhere. So strange that she would be always interesting. So faithful that she would be always there. Nor was he entirely selfish. Her childishness, her ignorance appealed to him for protection. She had no one but those old aunts to care for her. She was poor and rebellious and ignorant. Warlock was kind-hearted beyond the normal charity of man. Much of his weakness came from that very kindness. As he saw which way he was going, he tried to pull himself back. He could not protect her. He had the best of reasons for knowing why. He could do her nothing but harm, and yet he went on. He took a chair close to her and sat down. He who had known in his time many women could see how happy she was. That happiness excited him. Suddenly he held her hand. She did not remove it. "Look here," he began, and he was surprised at the hoarseness of his voice. "Your uncle will be back in a moment, and we never have a chance of being alone. I've wanted to talk to you ever since I first saw you." He felt her hand move in his. That stir was so helpless that he suddenly determined to be honest. "I think you'll trust me, won't you?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "Well, you mustn't," he went on hurriedly, his eyes on the door. "I'm not worse, I suppose, than other men, but all the same I'm not to be trusted. And when I say I'm not to be trusted, I mean that I myself don't know whether I'll keep my word from one minute to another. I'm sure you don't know very much about men. I could see it at once from the way you spoke." She looked up, her clear, unconfused, unquestioning eyes facing him. "I knew my father well," she said. "We were quite alone for years together. And then Uncle Matthew—" "Oh, your father, your uncle," he answered quickly. "They don't count. What I mean is that you mustn't think men are scoundrels just because they act badly. I swear that 9 out of 10 of them never mean to do any harm. And they think they're speaking the truth at the time. But then anything does for them, and then they're in a mess, and all they think about is how to get out of it. Then it's every man for himself." Maggie shook her head. "I've always known that I'd have to manage for myself," she said. "I've never expected anyone to do anything for me, so I'm not likely to be disappointed now." He moved a little closer to her and held her hand more firmly. Even as he did so, something in his heart reproached him, but now the reproach was very far away, like an echo of some earlier voice. "Do you know you're a wonderful girl?" he said. "I knew you were from the first moment I saw you. You're the most independent person I've ever known. You can't guess how I admire that. And all the same you're not happy, are you? You want to get out of it, don't you?" She thought for a little while before she nodded her head. "I suppose as a fact," she said, "I do. If you want to know, and you mustn't tell anybody, I've posted a letter to a lady whom I met once, who told me if ever I wanted anything to write to her. I've asked her for some work. I've got £300 of my own. It isn't very much, I know, but I could start on it. I don't want to do wrong to my aunts, who are very kind to me, but I'm not happy there. It wouldn't be true to say I'm happy. You see," she dropped her voice a little, "they want to make me religious, and I've had so much of that with father already. I feel as though they were pressing me into it somehow, and that I should wake up one morning and find I should never escape again. There's so much goes on that I don't understand. And it isn't only the chapel. Aunt Anne's very quiet, but she makes you feel quite helpless sometimes. And perhaps one will get more and more helpless the longer one stays. I don't want to be helpless ever, nor religious," she ended. "Why, that's just my position," he continued eagerly. "I came home as happily as anything. I'd almost forgotten all that I had been when I was a boy, how I was baptized and thought I belonged to God and was so proud and stuck up. That all seems nonsense when you're roughing it with other men who think about nothing but the day's work. Then I came home meaning to settle down. I wanted to see my governor too. I've always cared for him more than anyone else in the world. But I tell you now, I simply don't know what's going on at home. They want to catch me in a trap. That's what it feels like, to make me what I was as a kid. It's strange, but there's more in it than you'd think. You wouldn't believe the number of times I've thought of my young days since I've been home. It's as though someone was always shoving them up in front of my face. All I want, is to be jolly, to let other people alone and be let alone myself. I wouldn't do anyone any harm in the world. I wouldn't, really. But it's as though father wanted me to believe all the things he believes, so that he could believe them more himself. Perhaps it's the same with your aunt." Then he added, "But they're sick people. That explains a lot." "Sick?" asked Maggie. "Yes. My governor's got heart, awfully bad. He might go off at any moment if he had a shock. And your aunt, don't you know?" "No," said Maggie. "Cancer. They all say so. I thought you'd have known." "Oh!" Maggie drew in her breath. She shuddered. "Poor Aunt Anne. Oh, poor Aunt Anne. I didn't know." She felt a sudden rush of confused emotion, a love for her aunt, desire to help her, and at the same time shrinking as though she saw the whole house which had been, from the first, unhappy to her, was now diseased and evil and rotten. The hot life in her body told her against her moral will that she must escape, and her soul moving in her and speaking to her told her that now, more than ever, she must stay. "Oh, poor, poor Aunt Anne," she said again. He moved and put his arm around her. He had meant it simply as a movement of sympathy and protection, but when he felt the warmth of her body against his, when he realized how she went to him at once with the confidence and simplicity of a child, when he felt the hot irregular beat of her heart, his own heart leapt, his arm was strengthened like a barrier of iron against the world. He had one moment of desperate resistance, a voice of protest calling to him far, far away. His hand touched her neck. He raised her face to his and kissed her, once gently, kindly, then passionately again and again. She shivered a little as though surrendering something to him, then lay quite still in his arms. "Maggie, Maggie," he whispered. Then she raised her head and herself kissed him. There was a noise on the door. They separated. The door opened, and in the sudden light a figure was visible holding a glass. For a blind instant Maggie, returning from her other world, thought it the figure of Mr. Palmer of Rugeley. It was, of course, Uncle Matthew. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 4. Mr. Crashaw. Uncle Matthew saw Maggie back to her door, kissed her and left her. On their way home he did not once mention Martin Morlock to her. He left her as he heard the bolt turn in the door, hurrying away as though he did not want to be seen. Maggie went in to find old Martha with her crabbed face watching her sourly. But she did not care, nothing could touch her now. Even the old woman, cross with waiting by the fading kitchen fire, noticed the light in the girl's eyes. She had always thought the girl hard and ungracious, but now that face was soft, and the mouth smiling over its secret thoughts, and the eyes sleepy with happiness. Maggie could have said, "I'm wild with joy, Martha. I know what love is. I had never thought that it could be like this. Be kind to me, because it's the greatest night of my life." Martha said, "There's some milk hotted for you, miss, and some biscuits. They're on the table by the stairs." "Oh, I don't want anything, Martha, thank you. Your aunt said you was to have it." Maggie drank it down, Martha watching her. Then she went upstairs softly, as though her joy might awaken the whole house. She lay wide-eyed on her bed for hours, then fell into a heavy sleep, deep, without dreams. When, in the quieter light of the morning, she considered the event, she had no doubts nor hesitations. She loved Martin, and Martin loved her. Soon Martin would marry her, and they would go away. Her aunt would be sorry, of course, and his father, perhaps, would be angry, but the sorrow and anger would be only for a little while. Then Martin and she would live happily together always, happily because they were both sensible people, and her own standard of fidelity and trust was, she supposed, also his. She did not think very deeply about what he had said to her. It only meant that he wanted to escape from his family, a desire in which she could completely sympathize. She had loved him, as she now saw, from the first moment of meeting, and she would love him always. She would never be alone again, and although Martin had told her that he was weak, and she knew something about men, she was aware that their love for one another would be a thing apart, constant, unfaltering, eternal. She had read no modern fiction. She knew nothing about psychology. She was absolutely happy. And then in that very first day she discovered that life was not quite so simple. In the first place, she wanted Martin desperately, and he did not come. And although she had at once 1,000 sensible reasons for the impossibility of his coming, nevertheless strange new troubles and suspicions that she had never known before rose in her heart. She had only kissed him once. He had only held her in his arms for a few moments. She waited, looking from behind the drawing-room curtains out into the street. How could he let the whole day go by? He was prevented, perhaps, by that horrible sister of his. When the dusk came and the muffin man went ringing his bell down the street, she felt exhausted, as though she had been running for miles. Then, with sudden guilty realization of the absorption that had held her all day, she wondered how much her aunt had noticed. During the afternoon, when she had been watching the streets from behind the curtain, Aunt Elizabeth had sat sewing. Thomas the cat lumped before the fire, the whole room bathed in afternoon silence. Maggie had watched as though hypnotized by the street itself, marking the long squares of light, the pools of shadow, the lamp-posts, the public-house at the corner, the little grocer's shop with cases of oranges piled outside the door, the windows on the second floor of the dressmaker's, through which you could see a dummy figure and a young woman with a pale face and shiny black hair, who came and glanced out once and again, as though to reassure herself that the gay world was still there. The people, the horses and carts, the cabs went on their way. Often it seemed that this figure must be Martin's. Now this, and on every occasion Maggie's heart rose in her breast, hammered at her eyes, then sank again. Over and over she told to herself every incident of yesterday's meeting. Always it ended in that same wonderful climax when she was caught to his breast and felt his hand at her neck and then his mouth upon hers. She could still feel against her skin the rough, warm stuff of his coat, and the soft roughness of his cheek, and the stiff roughness of his hair. She could still feel how his mouth had just touched hers, and then suddenly gripped it as though it would never let it go. Then she had been absorbed by him, into his very heart, so that still now she felt as though with his strong arms and his hard, firm body he was around her and about her. Oh, she loved him, but why did he not come? Had he been able only to pass down the street and smile up to her window as he went, that would have been something. It would at least have reassured her that yesterday was not a dream, an invention, and that he was still there and thought of her and cared for her. She pulled herself together. At the sound of the muffin man's bell she came back into her proper world. She would be patient. As she had once resolved outside Borheden Farm, so now she swore that she would owe nothing to any man. If she should love Martin Warlock, it would not be for anything that she expected to get from him, but only for the love that she had it in her to give. If good came of it, well. If not, she was still her own master. But more than ever now it was impossible to be open with her aunts. How strange it was that from the very beginning there had been concealments between Aunt Anne and herself. Perhaps if they had been open to one another at the first, all would have been well. Now it was too late. Tea came in, and with tea Aunt Anne. It was the first time that day that Maggie had seen her, and now, conscious of the news that Martin had given her, she felt a movement of sympathy, of pity and affection. Aunt Anne had been in her room all day, and she seemed as she walked slowly to the fire to be of a finer pallor, a more slender body than ever. Maggie felt as though she could see the firelight through her body, and with that came also the conviction that Aunt Anne knew everything, knew about Martin and the posted letter and the thoughts of escape. Maggie herself was tired with the trial of her waiting day. She was exhausted and was beating, with all her resolve, against a disappointment that hammered with a thundering noise somewhere far away in the recesses of her soul. So they all drew around the fire and had their tea. Aunt Anne, leaning back in her chair, her beautiful hands stretched out on the arms, a fine white shawl spread on her knees, asked Maggie about last night. "I hope you enjoyed yourself, dear." "Very much, Aunt Anne. Uncle Matthew was very kind." "What did you do?" Maggie flushed. It was deceit and lies now all the time, and oh, how she hated lies. But she went on. "Do you know, Aunt Anne, I think Uncle Matthew is so changed. He's younger and everything. He talked quite differently last night, about his business and all that he's doing. He's got his money in malt now, he says." "Whose money?" asked Aunt Anne. "His own, he says. I never knew he had any. But he says yes, it's in malt. It's not a nice hotel, though, where he lives." "Not nice, dear?" "No, I didn't like it. But it's only for men, really, of course." "I think he'd better take you somewhere else next time. I'll speak to him. By the way, Maggie dear, Martha tells me you went out yesterday afternoon all alone, into the Strand. I think it would be better if you were to tell us." Maggie's cheeks were hot. She set back her shoulders. "How does Martha know?" she asked quickly. "I only went for a moment, only for a little walk. But I'm grown up, Aunt Anne. Surely I can go out by myself if—" She stopped, looking away from them into the fire. "It isn't that, dear," Aunt Anne said very gently. "It's only that you've been so little a time in London that you can't know your way about yet. And London's a strange place. It might be unpleasant for you alone. I'd rather that you told us first." Then Maggie delivered her challenge. "But, Aunt, I won't always be here. I'm going off to earn my living soon, aren't I?" Aunt Elizabeth drew her breath in sharply. Aunt Anne said quietly, "You are free, dear, quite free. But whilst I am not quite myself, I don't want to be selfish, dear, but you are a great comfort to us, and when I am stronger, certainly you shall go. Even now, if you wish, of course. But my illness—" Even as she spoke, and it was the first time that she had ever mentioned her illness, she caught at her breast and pressed her hand there as though she were in great pain. Maggie sprang to her side. She caught the girl's hand with hers and held her. Maggie could feel her swift agonized breathing. Then with a little sigh the moment had passed. Maggie still knelt there looking up into her aunt's face. Martha's voice was heard at the door. "Mr. Martin Warlock, miss, could you see him?" "Yes, Martha," said Aunt Anne, her voice calm and controlled. "Ask him to come up." She had abandoned so completely any idea that he might still come that she could not now feel that it was he. She withdrew from her aunt's side and stood in the shadow against the wall. Although her heart beat wildly, her whole mind was bent upon composure, upon showing nothing to her aunts, and on behaving to him as though she scarcely knew him. But so soon as he entered the room, some voice cried in her, "He is mine! He is mine!" She did not stir from her wall, but her eyes fastened upon him and then did not move. He was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His tie was different. It had been black and now it was dark blue. He looked quiet and self-possessed and at his ease. His rough, stiff hair was carelessly brushed as always. Good humour shone from his eyes. He smiled. His walk had the sturdy, broad strength of a man who is absolutely sure of himself, but is not conceited. He seemed to have no trouble in the world. He greeted the aunts, then shook hands with Maggie. He gave her one glance, and she, suddenly feeling that that glance had not the things in it that she had wanted, was frightened. Her confidence left her. She felt that if she did not have a word alone with him, she would die. He sat down near Aunt Anne. "No, thank you, I won't have any tea," he said. "We're dining very early tonight because Father and Amy have a meeting right away over Golders Green way somewhere. It's really on a message from him that I came." He did not look at her, placed like a square shadow against the dusky wall. He sat, leaning forward a little, his red-brown hand on his knee, his leg bulging under the cloth of his trouser, his neck struggling behind his collar. But his smile was pleasant and easy. He seemed perfectly at home. "My father wonders whether you will mind some friends of Miss Avy's sitting with you in your pew tomorrow evening. She has especially asked. 2 of them, ladies, I believe. But it seems that there will be something of a crowd, and as your pew is always half empty, he would not have asked except that there seems nowhere else. Aunt Anne graciously assented. But of course, Mr. Warlock, Maggie will be going with us, but still there will be room. Mr. Crashaw is going to speak after all, I hear. I was afraid that he would have been too ill. Martin laughed. He is staying with us, you know, and already he is preparing himself. He's about the oldest human being I've ever seen. He must be 100. He's a great saint, said Aunt Anne. He's always in a terrible temper, though, said Martin. He mutters to himself, and he eats nothing. His room is next to mine, and he walked up and down all night talking. I don't know how he keeps alive. Perhaps Aunt Anne thought Martin's tone irreverent. She relapsed into herself and seemed suddenly, with a spiritual wave of the hand, to have dismissed the whole company. Martin took his leave. He barely touched Maggie's hand, but his eyes leapt upon hers with all the fire of a greeting too long delayed. His lips did not move, but she heard the whisper, soon. Then he was gone. Soon! She felt as though she could not wait another instant, but must immediately run after him, follow him into the street, and make clear his plans both for himself and her. Then, continuing her struggle of the long day, she beat herself into endurance. She was in a new world, in a world with roads and cities, mountains, rivers, seas and forests that had to be traversed by her, to be learnt and remembered and conquered, and for the success of this she must have her own spirit absolutely aloof and firm and brave. She loved him. That must be enough for her, and meanwhile she need not lose her common sense and vision of everyday life. But meanwhile it hurt. She was now twice as lonely as she had been before, because she did not know what he intended to do, and always with her now there was something strange and unknown that might at any moment be stronger than she. But by next morning she had conquered herself. She would see him at chapel that night and perhaps have a word with him, and so already she had arrived at her now lover's calendar of dates and seasons. There was the time before she would see him and the time after, no other time than that. The trouble that weighed upon her most heavily was her deceitfulness to the aunts. 50 times that day she was on the edge of speaking and telling them all, but she was held back by the vagueness of her relations to Martin. Were they engaged? Did he even love her? He had only kissed her. He had said nothing. No, she must wait. But with this definite sense of her wickedness weighing upon her, not wickedness to herself, for that she cared nothing, but wickedness to them, she tried on this day to be a pattern member of the household, going softly everywhere that she was told, closing doors behind her, being punctual and careful. Unhappily it was a day of misfortune. It was one of Aunt Anne's more worldly hours, and she thought that she would spend it in training Maggie. Very good. But Maggie dropped a glass into which flowers were to have been put. She shook her pen when she was addressing some envelopes, so that some drops of ink were scattered upon the carpet, and in her haste to be punctual, she banged her bedroom door so loudly that Aunt Anne was waked from her afternoon nap. A scene followed. Aunt Anne showed herself very human, like any other aunt justly exasperated by any other niece. I sometimes despair of you, Maggie. You will not think of others. I don't wish to be hard or unjust, but selfishness is the name of your greatest weakness. Maggie, standing with her hands behind her, a spot of ink on her nose and her short hair ruffled, was hard and unrepentant. You must send me away, she said. I'm not a success here. You don't like me. Aunt Anne looked at Maggie with eyes that were clear and cold like deep, unfriendly waters. You mustn't say that. We love you, but you have very much to learn. Tonight I shall speak to Miss Avies and arrange that you go to have a talk with her sometimes. She is a wise woman who knows many things. My sister and I are not strong enough to deal with you, and we are weakened perhaps by our love for you. I don't want to go tonight, Maggie said. Then she burst out. Oh, can't I lead an ordinary life like other girls? Be free and find things out for myself? Not only go by what older people tell me? Earn my living and be free? I've never lived an ordinary life. Life with father wasn't fair, and now... Aunt Anne put out her arm and drew her towards her. Poor Maggie, aren't you unfair to us? Do you suppose really that we don't love you? Do you think that I don't understand? You shall be free afterwards, if you wish, perfectly free. But you must have the opportunity of learning what this life is first, what the love of God is, what the companionship of Him is. If after you have seen you still reject it, we will not try to keep you. but it is God's will that you stay with us for a time." "How do you know that it is God's will?" asked Maggie, melted nevertheless, as she always was by any sign of affection. "He has told me," Aunt Anne answered, and then closed her eyes. Maggie went away with a sensation of being tracked by some stealthy, mysterious force that was creeping ever closer and closer upon her, that she could only feel but not see. For instance, she might have said that she would not go to chapel tonight, and she might have taken her stand upon that. And yet she could not say that. Of course she must go because she must see Martin, but even if she had known that he would not be there, she would have gone. Was it curiosity? Was it reminiscence? Was it superstition? Was it cowardice? Was it loneliness? All these things perhaps, and yet something more than they. All through the afternoon of the lovely November day, she anticipated that evening's services as though it were in some way to be a climax. She knew that it was to be for all of them an especial affair. She had heard during the last days much discussion of old Mr. Crashaw. He was an old man with apparently a wonderful history of conversions behind him. His conversions had been, it seemed, of the forcible kind, seizing people by the neck and shoving them in. He was a fierce and militant kind of saint. He believed, it seemed, in damnation and eternal hell-fire, and could make you believe in them too. His accent was on the tortures rather than the triumphs of religion. But Maggie had other thoughts in this outside Mr. Crashaw. She had never lost the force of that first meeting with Mr. Warlock. She had avoided him simply because she was afraid lest he should influence her too much, but now after her friendship with Martin, she felt that she could never meet old Mr. Warlock frankly again. What he would say to her if he knew that she meant to take his son away from him, she knew well enough. On every side there was trouble and difficulty. She could not see a friend anywhere unless it was Caroline, whom she did not completely trust, and Mr. Magnus, whom her deception of her aunt would, she knew, most deeply distress. Meanwhile she was being pushed forward more and more into the especial religious atmosphere of the house, the chapel and the chapel sect. Of no use to tell herself that this was only a tiny fragment of the whole world, that there, only 5 yards away from her in the Strand, was a life that swept past the chapel and its worshippers with the utmost, completest indifference. She had always this feeling that she was caught, that she could only escape by a desperate, violent effort that would hurt others and perhaps be, for herself, a lasting reproach. She wanted so simple a thing, to be always with Martin, working, with all this confusing, baffling, mysterious religion behind her. This simple thing seemed incredibly difficult of attainment. Nevertheless, when they started that evening for the chapel, she felt, in spite of herself, a strange, almost pleasurable excitement. There was in that plain, ugly building some force that could not be denied. Was it the force of the worshippers' belief? Was it the force of some outside power that watched ironically the efforts of those poor human beings to discover it? Was it the love of a father for his children? No, there was very little love in this creed, no more than there had been in her father's creed before. As she walked along between her aunts, her brain was a curious jumble of religion, Martin, and how she was ever going to learn to be tidy and punctual. "Well, I won't care," was the resolution with which she always brought to an end her discussions and misgivings. "I'm myself. Nobody can touch me unless I let them." It was a most lovely evening, very pale and clear, with an orange light in the sky like the reflection of some far distant towering fire. The air was still, and the rumble of the town scarcely penetrated into their street. They could hear the ugly voice of the little chapel bell jangling in the heart of the houses. There was a scent of chrysanthemums from somewhere, and a very faint suggestion of snow. Even before they reached the chapel door, a few flakes lazily began to fall. Maggie was thinking now only of Martin. There was a gas lamp already lighted in the chapel doorway, and this blinded her eyes. She had hoped that he would be there, waiting, so that he might have a word with her before they went in, but when they were all gathered together under the porch, she saw with a throb of disappointment that he was not there. She saw no one whom she knew, but it struck her at once that here was a gathering quite different from that of the first time that she had come to the chapel. There seemed to be more of the servant class. Rather, there were older women with serious, rapt expressions, and very silent. There were men, too, tonight, 4 or 5 gathered together inside the passage, standing gravely, without a word, not moving, like statues. Maggie was frightened. She felt like a spy in an enemy's camp, and a spy waiting for an inevitable detection, with no hope of securing any news. As she went up the aisle behind her aunts, her eyes searched for Martin. She could not see him. Their seat was close to the front, and already seated in it were the austere Miss Avies and two lady friends. Maggie was maliciously pleased to observe that Miss Avies had not expected these additions to her number, and was now in danger of an uncomfortable squashing. There was indeed a polite little struggle between Miss Avies and Aunt Anne, as to who should have the corner with the wooden arm upon which to rest. Miss Avies' two friends, huddled and frightened like fledglings suddenly surprised by a cuckoo, stirred Maggie's sympathy. She disliked Miss Avies from the very first moment. Miss Avies had a pale, thin, pointed face with no eyebrows, grey eyes dim and short-sighted, and fair colourless hair brushed straight back under a hard, ugly black hat. At the same time she was nervous, emotional, restless. Something about her was always moving, her lips, her hands, her shoulders, her eyes. She was fierce and hostile and ineffectual, one felt, so long as she was by herself. Maggie did not, of course, notice all this at the time, but in after years she always looked back on the pale, thin, highly strung Miss Avies as the motive of most of the events that followed this particular evening. It was as though she felt that Miss Avies' weight, not enough in itself to effect any result, when thrown into the balance just turned everything in one direction. It had that result at any rate upon Maggie herself. She soon lost, however, consideration of Miss Avies in the wider observation of the chapel and its congregation. It was, as it had been on the occasion of her first visit to it, stuffy, smelling of gas and brick and painted wood, ugly in its bareness and unresponsiveness, and nevertheless exciting. The interior of the building had the air of one who has watched some most unusual happenings and expects very shortly to watch them again. Even the harmonium seemed to prick up its wooden ears in anticipation. And tonight the congregation thrilled also with breathless expectation. As Maggie looked round upon them, she could see that they were throbbing with the anticipation of some almost sensuous delight. By now they had filled the chapel to its utmost limits, but there was not one human being there who did not seem to have the appearance of having been especially selected from other less interesting human beings. It was not that the forces that surrounded her were especially interesting, but she felt that all of them had taken on some especial dramatic character from the occasion. Such personalities as Aunt Anne and Miss Avies were in any case vivid and dramatic, but tonight Aunt Elizabeth and the placidly rotund Mrs. Smith, who was sitting in the front row with her mouth open, and simple little Miss Pinchon, Aunt Anne's friend, were remarkable and exceptional. Then suddenly Maggie caught sight of Martin. He was sitting in the extreme right next the wall. His ill-tempered sister was next to him. Maggie could only see his head and shoulders, but she realized at once that he had been for a long time trying to catch her eye. He smiled at her an intimate, peculiar smile that sent the blood flooding to her face and made her heart beat with happiness. At the moment of her smiling she realized that Miss Avies' dim eye was upon her. What right had Miss Avies to watch over her? She set back her shoulders, sat up stiffly, and tried to look as old as she might. That was not unhappily very old. That smile exchanged with Martin had made her happy forever. Miss Avies was of less than no importance at all. The little bell ceased its jangling, the harmonium began a quavering prelude, and from a door at the back, behind the little platform and desk, 3 men entered. First Mr. Thurston, then a little crooked man who must, Maggie knew, be Mr. Crashaw. Finally, in magnificent contrast, Mr. Warlock. A quiver of emotion passed over the chapel. There was then a hushed, expectant pause. "Brothers and sisters, let us pray," said Mr. Thurston. Maggie had not seen him before. She wondered what strange chance had led him and Mr. Warlock to work together. In every movement of the body, in every tone of the voice, Thurston showed the professional actor. His thoughts were all upon himself and the effect that he was making. So calculated was he in his attitude that his eyes betrayed him, having in their gleam other thoughts, other intentions very far away from his immediate business in the chapel. Maggie, watching him, wondered what those thoughts were. His voice was ugly, as were all his movements. His sharp actor's face, with the long, rather dirty black hair, the hooked nose, the long, dirty fingers which moved in and out as though they worked of themselves. All these things were false and unmoving. But behind his harsh voice, gross accent and melodramatic tone, there was some power, the power of a man ambitious, ruthless, scornful, self-confident. He did not care a snap of his fingers for his congregation. He laughed at their beliefs. He made use of their credulity. "O God," he prayed, his voice now shrill and quivering and just out of tune, so that it jarred every nerve in Maggie's body. "Thou seest what we are, miserable sinners not worthy of thy care or goodness. sunk deep in the mire of evil living and evil habits. Nevertheless, O God, we, knowing thy loving art towards thy sinful servants, do pray thee that thou wilt give us thy blessing before we leave this thy house tonight. A new contrite heart is what we beg of thee, that we may go out into this evil world taught by thee to search out our ways and improve our thoughts, caring for nothing but thee, following in thy footsteps and making ready for thy immediate coming, which will be in thine own good time and according to thy will. This we pray for the sake of thy dear Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for our sins upon the bloody cross. Amen. From between her hands Maggie watched those two strange eyes wandering about the chapel, picking up here a person, there a person, wondering over this, wondering over that, and always in the end concerned not about these things at all, but about some other more ultimate loneliness, fear or expectation, something that set him apart and made him, as are all men in the final recesses of their spirit, as lonely as though he were by himself on a desert island. The thrill of anticipation faded through the chapel as Thurston continued his prayer. He had not tonight, at any rate, power over his audience. The thing that they were waiting for was something that he could not satisfy. A restlessness was abroad. Coughing broke out, once, twice, then everywhere. Chairs creaked, sighs could be heard. Someone moved to the door. Thurston seemed to realize his failure. With a sudden snap of impatience, he brought prayer to an end and rose to his feet. "We will sing," he said, "number 341, Bathed in the Blood of the Lamb." The singing of the hymn roused the excitement of the congregation to even more than its earlier pitch. The tune was a moving one, beginning very softly, beseeching God to listen, then more confident, rising to a high note of appeal. "By all thy sores and bloody pain, come down and heal our sins again," falling after that to a note of confidence and security in the last refrain. "By the blood, by the blood, by the blood of the Lamb we beseech thee." In spite of the crudity of the words and the simplicity of the tune, Maggie had tears in her eyes. The whole chapel was singing now, singing as though the sins of the world could be redeemed only by the force and power of this especial moment. Maggie was caught up with the rest. She found herself singing parts of the second verse, then in the third she was carried away, had forgotten herself, her surroundings, even Martin. There was something real in this, something beyond the ugliness of the chapel and its congregation. She remembered what Mr. Magnus had said. "If there's something of great value, don't think the less of it because the people, including yourself, who admire it aren't worth very much. Why should they be?" She looked for a moment at Aunt Anne and saw her in an ecstasy, singing in her cracked, tuneless voice, a smile about her lips and in her eyes, that gazed far, far beyond that chapel. Maggie felt the approach of tears. She stopped singing. Softly the refrain of the last verse came. "By the blood, by the blood, by the blood of the Lamb we beseech thee." The hymn over, Mr. Warlock read the Bible and then offered up a long extempore prayer. Strangely enough, Mr. Warlock brought Maggie back to reality. Strangely, because on an earlier occasion he had done exactly the opposite. She realized at once that he was not happy tonight. Before, he had himself been caught up into the mood that held the chapel. Tonight he was fighting against a mood that was then outside him, a mood with which he did not sympathize and in which he could not believe. She saw that he was unhappy. He spoke slowly, without the spontaneity and force that he had used before. Once he made a long pause, and you could feel through the chapel a wave of nervous apprehension, as though everyone were waiting to see whether he would fight his way through or not. Maggie felt her earlier emotion sentimental and false. It was as though he had said to her, "But that's not the true thing. That's cheap sham emotion. That's what they're trying to turn our great reality into. I'm fighting them and you must help me." He was fighting them. She could imagine Mr. Thurston's scornful lip, hidden now by his hands. As Mr. Warlock went on with his dignified sentences, his restraint and his reverence, she could fancy how Thurston was saying to himself, "But what's the good of this? It's blood and thunder we want. The old fellow's getting past his work. He must go." But it was Mr. Warlock's reality of which she was afraid. As he continued his prayer, she felt all her old terror return, that terror that she had known on the night her father died, during the hours that she had watched beside his dead body, at the moment when she had first arrived at the house in London, during her first visit to the chapel, when she had said good night to her aunt before going out with Uncle Matthew, and now Mr. Warlock was sweeping her still farther inside. The intensity of his belief forced hers. There was something real in this power of God, and you could not finish with it simply by disregarding it. She felt, as she had felt so often lately, that someone was suddenly going to rise and demand some oath or promise from her that she, in her panic, would give her word and then would be caught forever. By the love of thy dear Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and by the promise of thy second coming, we beseech thee, finished Mr. Warlock. During all this time the atmosphere of the chapel had been growing hotter and closer and closer. It had always its air of being buried deep underground, bathed in a kind of sunken heat that found its voice in the gas that hissed and sizzled overhead. Near the door was a long rail on which coats might be hung, and now these garments could be seen swaying a little to and fro, like corpses of condemned men. The bare ugliness of the building, with its stone walls, its rows of wooden seats, its grey windows, its iron-hung gas lamps, its ugly desk and platform, was veiled now in a thin steaming heat that rose mistily above the heads of the kneeling congregation, and seemed to hide strange shapes and shadows in its shifting depths. Everyone was swimming in an uncertain world. The unreality grew with the heat. Maggie herself, at the end of Mr. Warlock's prayer, felt that her test of a real, solid and unimaginative world was leaving her. She was expectant like the rest, as ready to believe anything at all. Out of the mist rose Mr. Crashaw. This was a little old man with a crabbed face and a body that seemed to have endured infernal twistings in some inquisitioner's torture chamber. Maggie learnt afterwards that he had suffered for many years from intolerable rheumatism, but tonight the contortions and windings of the body with which he climbed up onto the platform, and then the grimaces that he made as his large round head peered over the top of the desk, might have struck any less solemn assemblage as farcical. He wore an old shiny black frock coat and a white, rather grimy tie fastened in a sharp little bow. His face was lined like a map, his cheeks seamed and furrowed, his forehead a wilderness of marks, his scanty hair brushed straight back so that the top of his forehead seemed unnaturally shiny and bald. His hands, with which he clutched the side of his desk, were brown and wrinkled and grasping like a monkey's. His eyes were the eyes of a fanatic, but they were not steady and speculative like Warlock's, or glowing and distant like Aunt Anne's, but rather angry and restless and pugnacious. They were the eyes of a madman, but of a madman who can yet calculate upon and arrange his position in the world. He was mad for his own purposes, and could, for these same purposes, bind his madness to its proper bounds. He seemed to Maggie at first rather pathetic, with his little twisted body and his large round head. Very soon it was emotions quite other than pity that she was feeling. She saw at once that he was a practised preacher, and she who had, with the exception of Mr. Warlock, never heard a fine preacher, was at once under the sway of one of the ablest and most dramatic orators of his time. His voice was sweet and clear, and seemed strange enough coming from that ugly and malevolent countenance. Only the head and the grasping hands could be seen, but sometimes the invisible body was driven with such force against the desk that it seemed that it must fling the thing over, down into the congregation. "My brothers and sisters," he began, "I have come tonight to give you a warning, and this warning is given to you not as the expression of a personal opinion, but as the declaration of an assumed fact. Disregard it or not as you please, but I shall have done my duty in pointing out to you the sure and certain meaning of my message. I, a sinner like the rest of you, live nevertheless in the fear of hell-fire. Hell-fire has become, I think, to many of the present generation a mockery and a derision. I come to tell you that it is no mockery, that it as surely lies there, a blazing furnace, in front of us as though we saw it with our own eyes." With his own eyes he had surely seen it. They were fixed now in a frenzy of realization upon some distant vision, and with a shiver the chapel followed his gaze. It is easy enough to laugh at bare and conventional words stripped of the atmosphere and significance of their original surroundings. The merest baby in this 20th century can laugh at the flames of hell and advance a string of easy arguments against the probability of any such melodramatic fulfilment of the commonplace and colourless lives that the majority of us lead. But Maggie was in no mood to laugh that night. Before 5 minutes had passed, she found herself shivering where she sat. The chapel was convicted of sin, and of sin of no ordinary measure. The head that rested like a round ball on the surface of the desk thrust conviction into every heart. You think that you may escape. You look at your neighbours, every one of you, and say, "He is worse than I." I am safe. But I tell you that not one man or woman here shall be secure unless he turn instantly now to God and beg for mercy." As he continued, he did indeed bear the almost breathless urgency of one who has been sent on in advance to announce the imminence of some awful peril. No matter what the peril might be, simply through the chapel there passed the breath of some coming danger. Impossible to watch him and not realize that here was a man who had seen something with his own eyes that had changed in a moment the very fabric of his life. Thurston might have been a charlatan who played with the beliefs of his dupes. Warlock might be a mystic whose vision was in the future and not in the past. Crashaw knew. He painted, quietly, without fine words but with assurance and conviction, his belief in the punishment of mankind. God was almost now upon the threshold of their house. He was at the very gates of their city, and with him was coming a doom as sure and awful as the sentence of the earthly judge on his earthly victim. Punishment! Punishment! We have grown in this careless age to laugh at punishment. A future life? There is no future life. God? There is no God. Even were he to come upon us, we could escape from him. We could make a very good case for ourselves. This world is safe, secure, founded upon our markets, our treasuries, our laws and commandments, our conventions of decent behaviour, our police and our ministers. God cannot touch us. We are secure. I tell you that at this very moment this earth in which you trust is trembling under you. At this instant everything in which you believed is undermined and is betraying you. You have been given your opportunity, you are refusing it, and God is upon you." His voice changed suddenly to tones of a marvellous sweetness. He appealed, pleaded, implored. The ugliness of his face and body was forgotten. He was simply a voice issuing from space, sent to save a world. "And we here, the few of us out of this huge city gathered together here, it is not too late for us. Let us surrender ourselves. Let us go to him and say that we are his, that we await his coming and obey his law. Brothers and sisters, I am as you are, weak and helpless and full of sin. But come to him, come to him, come to him. There is help for us all, help and pity and love. Love such as none of us have ever known, love that cannot fail us and will be with us until eternity." He stepped out from behind the desk, stood before them all with his little stunted, twisted body, his arms held out towards them. There followed then an extraordinary scene. From all over the chapel came sobs and cries. A man rose suddenly from the back of the building and cried aloud, "Lord, I believe. Help thou mine unbelief." One of the women who had come with Miss Avies fell upon her knees and began to sob, crying hysterically, "Oh, God have mercy! God have mercy!" Women pressed up the two aisles, some of them falling on their knees there where they had stood, others coming to the front and kneeling there. Somewhere they began to sing the hymn that had already been sung that evening, a few voices at first, then more, then all singing together. "By the blood, by the blood, by the blood of the Lamb we beseech thee." Everywhere now women were crying. The chapel was filled with voices, sobs, cries and prayers. Mr. Crashaw stood there, motionless, his arms outstretched. Maggie did not know what she felt. She seemed deprived of all sensation on one side, and on the other fear and excitement. Both joy and disgust held her. She could not have told anyone what her sensations were. She was trembling from head to foot as though with cold. But behind everything she had this terror that at any moment she might be drawn forward to do something, to give some pledge that would bind her for all her life. She felt as though some power were urging her to do this, and as though the chapel and everyone in it was conscious of the struggle. What might have happened she would never know. She felt a touch on her sleeve, and turning round, saw Aunt Anne's eyes looking up at her out of a face that was so white, and the skin of it so tightly drawn, that it was like the face of a dead woman. "I'm in great pain, Maggie. I think you must take me home," she heard her aunt say. Aunt Anne took her arm. They went out, followed by Aunt Elizabeth. The fresh evening air that blew upon Maggie's forehead seemed suddenly to make of the chapel a dim, incredible phantom. Faintly from behind the closed door came the echo of the hymn. The street was absolutely still. No human being was in sight, only an old cab stationed close at hand, waiting for a possible customer. Into this they got. The pale, almost white evening sky, with stars in sheets and squares and pools of fire, shone with the clear radiance of glass above them. Maggie could see the stars through the dirty windows of the cab. They were quite silent all the way home. Aunt Anne sitting up very straight, motionless, her fingers still on Maggie's arm. Inside the house there was Jane. She seemed at once to understand, and with Aunt Elizabeth led Aunt Anne up the dark stairs. They disappeared, leaving Maggie alone in the hall, whose only sound was the ticking clock from the stairs, and only light the dim lamp above the door. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Choice. She waited for some time alone in the hall, listening for she knew not what. Her departure from the chapel had been too abrupt to allow her in a moment to shake off the impression of it. Above all, the impression of Mr. Crashaw standing there, his arms stretched out to her, his eyes burning her through and through with the urgent insistence of his discovery. She was tired, her head ached horribly, she would have given everything at that moment for a friend who would care for her and protect her from her own wild fears. She did not know of what she was afraid, but she knew that she felt that she would rather do anything than spend the night in that house. And yet what could she do? How could she escape? She knew that she could not. Oh, if only Martin would come! Where was he? Why could he not carry her off that very night? Why did he not come? She gazed desperately about her. Could she not leave the house there and then? But where should she go? What could she do without a friend in London? She stood there, clasping and unclasping her hands, looking up at the black stairs, listening for some sound from above, fancying a ghost in every darkening corner of the place. Then her common sense reasserted itself. It was something, at any rate, that she was out of the chapel, away from Mr. Crashaw's piercing eyes, Mr. Thurston's rasping voice, Mr. Warlock's reproachful melancholy. She felt this evening as though by struggling with all her strength she could shut the gates upon new experiences that were fighting to enter into her soul, but must, at all costs to her own happiness, be defeated. No such thing as ghosts, no such thing as a God, be he kind, tender, cruel, or loving. Nothing but what one can see, can touch, can confront with one's physical strength. She had been to a service at a Methodist chapel. Her aunt had been ill. Tomorrow there would be daylight and people hurrying down the street about their business, work and shops and food and sun. No such thing as ghosts. Nothing but what you can see. And I'll get some work without wasting a minute, she thought, nodding her head. In a shop, if necessary, or I could be a governess. And then when he is free, Martin will be with me. She climbed on a chair and turned down the hall gas as she had seen Martha do. She went to the door and slipped the chain into its socket and turned the lock. She listened for a moment before she started upstairs. She saw Mr. Crashaw's eyes in the dark. She heard his voice. Punishment! Punishment! She suddenly started to run up the black stairs, stumbled, ran faster through the passage under the picture of the armed men, arrived at last in her room, breathless. During her undressing she stopped sometimes to listen. Her aunt's bedroom was on the floor below hers, and she certainly could hear nothing through the closed doors, and yet she fancied, as she stood there, that the sound of sobbing came up to her, and twice a sharp cry. I suppose I'm terribly selfish, she thought. I ought to want to go and help Aunt Anne, and I don't. No, she didn't. She wanted to run away from the house, miles and miles and miles. She climbed into bed and thought of her escape. If Miss Trenchard did not answer her letter, then she could go off to Uncle Matthew, greatly though she disliked the thought of that. Then she could live on her £300 and look about until she found work or Martin came for her. But so ignorant was she of the world that she did not in the least know how she could get her £300. But Uncle Matthew would know. She thought of him standing in the doorway at the hotel, holding up a glass. Then she thought of Martin, and so fell asleep. She woke suddenly to find someone standing in her open doorway and holding up a candle. That someone was old Martha, looking strange enough in a nightdress, her scanty grey hairs untidily about her neck, and a dirty red shawl over her shoulders. Maggie blinked at the light and sat up in bed. "What is it?" she asked. "It's your aunt, miss. Miss Anne. She's very bad. She wants you to go to her." Maggie got out of bed, put on her dressing gown and slippers, and followed the servant. As she hurried along the dark passage she was still only half awake, Her soul had not returned into her body, but her body was awake and vibrating with the knowledge that the soul was soon coming to it, and coming to it with great news, with the consciousness of a marvellous experience. For at the instant when Martha awoke her, she had been dreaming of Martin, dreaming of him physically, so that it was his body against hers, his hand hot and dry in hers cool and soft, his cheek rough and strong against hers smooth and pale. There had been no sentimentality or weakness in her dream. They had been confident and sure and defiant together, and it had been real life for her, so real that this dream life in which she now moved down the shadowy passage was about her as green water is about one when one swims under waves. It was only slowly, as the cold air of the house at night cleared her eyes and her throat and her breast, that she came to the world consciousness again, and surrendered her lover back to the shades, and felt a sudden fright and fear lest, after all, she should never really know that ecstasy of which she had just been dreaming. Nevertheless, it was still with a great consciousness of Martin that she entered her aunt's bedroom. Before she entered, she turned round for a moment to Martha. "What must I do?" she asked. "What will she want me to do?" "It's only," said Martha, "if the pains come on very bad, to give her some drops. They're in a little green bottle by her bed. 5 drops. Yes, miss, 5 drops in a little green bottle. Only if the pains is very bad. She's brave, wonderful. I'd have sat up till morning willing, and so of course would Miss Elizabeth. But she seemed to want you, miss." They were like two conspirators whispering there in the dark. The room within was so still. Maggie very softly pushed back the door and entered. She walked a few steps inside the room and hesitated. There was no sound in the room at all, utter stillness, so that Maggie could hear her own breathing, as though it were someone else at her side warning her. Then slowly things emerged, the long white bed first, afterwards a shaded lamp beside it, a little table with bottles, a chair. Beyond the circle of lighted shadow there were shapes, near the window a high glass, a dark shade that was the dressing-table, and faint grey squares where the windows hung. In the room was a strange scent, half wine, half medicine, and beyond that the plain tang of apples partially eaten, a little smell of oil too from the lamp. Very faintly the figure of the Christ above the bed was visible. Maggie moved forward to the bed, then stopped again. She did not know what to do. She could see a dark shadow on the pillow that must, she knew, be her aunt's hair, and yet she did not connect that with her aunt. The room was cold, and she felt of infinite space. The smell of the wine and the medicine made her shy and awkward, as though she were somewhere where she should not be. There came a little sigh, and then a very quiet, tired voice. "Maggie, is that you?" "Yes, Aunt Anne." She came very close to the bed, and suddenly, as though a curtain had been drawn back, she could see her aunt's large eyes and white sharp face. "It was very good of you, dear, to come. I felt ashamed to wake you up at such an hour, but I wanted you. I felt that only you must be with me tonight. It was a call from God. I felt that it must be obeyed. Sit down, dear, there on that chair. You're not cold, are you?" Maggie sat down, gathering her dressing-gown close about her. She was not even now drawn right out of her dream, and the room seemed fantastic, to rise and fall a little, and to be filled with sound, just out of hearing. For a time she was so sleepy that she nodded on her chair, and the green lamp swelled and quivered, and the very bed seemed to sway in the dark. But soon the cold air cleared her head, and she was wide awake, staring before her at the grey window-panes. Her aunt did not for a long time speak again. Maggie sat there, her mind a maze of the chapel, old Crashaw, Miss Avies, and Martin. Slowly the cold crept into her feet and her hands, but her head was now burning hot. Then suddenly her aunt began to talk in a dreamy, rather lazy voice, not her natural daily tone, which was always very sharp and clear. She talked on and on. Sometimes her sentences were confused and unfinished. Sometimes they seemed to Maggie to have no meaning. Once or twice the voice dropped so low that Maggie did not catch the words, but always there was a special urgency behind the carelessness, as though every word were being spoken for a listener's benefit, a listener who sat perhaps with pencil and notebook somewhere in the dark behind them. So sorry, Maggie dear, so sorry." The words ran up and down. "I hadn't meant to take you away before the service was over. Elizabeth could have... Sometimes my pain is very bad and I have to lie down, you know. But it's nothing really. Only I'm glad, rather, that you should share all our little troubles, because then you'll know us better, won't you? Dear Maggie, there's been something between us all this time, hasn't there? Ever since our first meeting, and it's partly been my fault. I wasn't good at first, I wanted to be kind, but I was stiff and shy. You wouldn't think that I'm shy? I am, terribly. I always have been since I was very little, and just to enter a room when other people are there makes me so embarrassed. I remember once when Mother was alive, her scolding me because I wouldn't come into a tea party. But I couldn't. I stood outside the door in an agony, doing everything to make myself go in, but I couldn't. But now I've come to love you, dear, although of course you have your faults. But they are faults of your age, carelessness, selfishness. They are nothing in the eyes of God, who understands all our weaknesses. And you must learn to know him, dear. That is my only prayer now. If I am taken, if I go before the great day, if it be his will, then I pray always, now that I may leave you in my place, waiting for him as I have waited, trusting him as I have trusted. You saw tonight what it means to us, what it must mean to anyone who has listened. There were times years ago when I had not turned to God, when I did not care, when I thought of earthly love. God drew me to himself. You too must come, Maggie. You must come. You mustn't stay outside. You are asked, you are invited. Perhaps you will be compelled. The voice sank. Maggie's teeth chattered in her head from the cold, and her foot had gone to sleep. She felt obstinate and rebellious and frightened. She could not think clearly, and the words that came from her suddenly seemed to her not to be her own. Aunt Anne, I want to do everything that you and Aunt Elizabeth think I should. But I must be myself, mustn't I? I'm grown up now. I've got my £300, and I don't think I want to be religious. I'm very grateful to you and Aunt Elizabeth, but I'm not a help to you much, I'm afraid. I know I'm very careless. I do want to be better, and that's all the more reason, perhaps, why I should go out and earn my own living. I'd learn more quickly then. But I do love you and Aunt Elizabeth. She broke off. She did not love them. She knew that she did not. The only human being in all the world whom she loved was Martin. Nevertheless, there did come to her suddenly then a new tenderness for her aunt. The actual sight of her pain in the chapel had deeply touched her, and now her eagerness for escape was mingled with a longing to be affectionate and good. But Aunt Anne did not seem to have heard. Are you sure you're not cold, dear? No, Aunt. Their hands touched. But you are. Put that rug over you, that one at the end of the bed. I'm quiet now. I think perhaps I shall sleep a little. Is there anything I can do? Perhaps turn the lamp down, dear. That's it. A little more. Now, if you'd just raise my pillow. There, behind my head. That's the way. Why, what a good nurse you are. Maggie, as tenderly as she could, turned to the pillow, patted it, placed it beneath her aunt's head. She was close against her aunt's face, and the eyes seemed suddenly so fierce and urgent, so insistent and powerful, that seeing them was like the discovery of some blazing fire in an empty house. Most of all, they were terrified eyes. Maggie went back to her chair. After that she sat there during the slow evolution of eternity. Eternity unrolled itself before her, on and on and on, grey limitless mist and space, comfortless, lifeless, hopeless. She had been for many weeks leading a thoroughly unwholesome life in that old house with those old women. She did not herself know how unhealthy it had been, but she knew that she missed the wide fields and downs of Glebeshire, the winds that blew from the sea round Borehedden, the air that swirled and raced up and down the little stony strata of St. Driot. Now she had been kept indoors, had had no fun of any kind, had looked forward to Mr. Magnus as her chief diversion. Then Martin had come, and suddenly she had seen how dangerously her life was hemming her in. She was losing courage. She would soon be afraid to speak for herself at all. She would soon... In a panic at these thoughts, and feeling as though someone was trying to push her down into a coffin whilst she was still alive, she began hurriedly to speak, although she did not know whether her aunt were asleep or no. I think I ought to tell you, Aunt Anne, that I wrote a letter some days ago and posted it myself. It was to a lady who knew father once in Glebeshire, and she said that if I ever wanted help I was to write to her, and so, although perhaps I oughtn't to have done it without asking you first, still I was afraid you mightn't want me to, so I sent it. I wouldn't like to hurt your feelings, Aunt Anne, and it isn't that I'm not happy with you and Aunt Elizabeth, but I ought to be earning my own living, oughtn't I? And I've only got my £300, haven't I? I'm not complaining, but I don't know about anything yet, do I? I can't even find my way when I'm out with Aunt Elizabeth. and I'm afraid I'll never be really good enough to be religious. Perhaps if Father had wanted me to be, I might be now, but he'd never cared. I hope you won't be angry, Aunt Anne, but I didn't like tonight. I didn't really. When I was there I thought that soon I'd begin to cry like the others, but it was only because everyone else was crying, not because I wanted to. I hope you won't be angry, but I'm afraid I'll never be religious as you and Aunt Elizabeth want me to be. So don't you think it will be better for me to start learning something else right away?" Maggie poured all this out and then felt immense relief. At last she was honest again. At last she had said what she felt, and they knew it and could never say that she hadn't been fair with them. She felt that her speech had cleared the air in every kind of way. She waited for her aunt's reply. No sound came from the bed. Had her aunt heard? Perhaps she slept. Maggie waited. Then timidly and softly she said, "Aunt Anne! Aunt Anne!" No reply. Then again in a whisper, "Aunt Anne! Aunt Anne!" Supposing Aunt Anne... Maggie trembled. Then, commanding herself to be calm, she bent towards the bed. "Aunt Anne, are you asleep?" Suddenly Aunt Anne's face was there, the eyes closed, the mouth, the cheeks pale yellow in the faint reflection from the lamp. There was no stir, no breath. "Aunt Anne! Aunt Anne!" Maggie whispered in terror now. Then she saw that her aunt was sleeping. Very, very faintly the sheets rose and fell, and the fingers of the hand on the coverlet trembled a little, as though they were struggling to wake. Then Aunt Anne had heard nothing at all, but it might be that she was pretending just to see what Maggie would say. "Aunt Anne," whispered Maggie once more and for the last time. Then she sat back on her seat again, her hands folded, staring straight in front of her. After that she did not know for how long she sat there in a state somewhere between dream and reality. The room, although it never lost its familiarity, grew uncouthly strange. Shapes grey and dim seemed to move beneath the windows, humping their backs, spinning out into long limbs, hands and legs and gigantic fingers. The deadest hour of the night was come. The outside world seemed to press upon the house, the whole world cold, thick, damp, lifeless, like an animal slain and falling with its full weight, crushing everything beneath it. Perhaps she slept. She did not know. Martin seemed to be with her, and against them was Aunt Anne, her back against the door, her hands spread, refusing to let them pass. The room joined in the struggle. The floor slipped beneath their tread. The curtain swayed forward and caught them in its folds. The lamp flickered and flickered and flickered. She was awake suddenly, quite acutely aware of danger. She rubbed her eyes, turned, and in the dim shadow saw her aunt sitting up in bed, her body drawn up to its intensest height, her hands pressing down, flat upon the bed. Her eyes stared as though they would break down all boundaries, but her lips trembled like the lips of a little child. "Aunt Anne, what is it?" Maggie whispered. "It's the pain." Her voice was far away, as though someone were speaking from the passage outside the door. "It's the pain. I can't... much more." Maggie remembered what Martha had told her about the drops. She found the little green bottle, saw the glass by the side of it. Suddenly she heard Aunt Anne. "Oh no! Oh no! God, I can't! God, I can't! I can't!" Maggie bent over the bed. She put her hand behind her aunt's back and could feel the whole body quivering, the flesh damp beneath the nightdress. She steadied her, then put the glass to her lips. The cry was now a little whisper. "No more! I can... no more!" Then more softly still. "Thy will, O Lord, as thou wilt, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed, hallowed, hallowed." She sank down onto her pillows. "Is it better?" Maggie asked. Her aunt caught her hand. "You mustn't leave me. I shan't live long, but you must stay with me until I go. Promise me. Promise me." "No, I can't promise," said Maggie. "You must stay. You must stay." "No, I can't promise." Then suddenly kneeling down by the bed, she put her hand on the other's arm. "Aunt Anne, I'll do anything for you, anything, to make you better, if I can help, but not a promise. I can't promise." "Ah, but you will stay," Aunt Anne's whisper trembled with its certainty. That seemed the climax of the night to Maggie then. She felt that she was indeed held for eternity by the house, the chapel, and something beyond the chapel. The scent of the medicine, the closeness of the room, the darkness and the sickness seemed to close all about her. She was at the bottom of a deep well, and she would never get out. She would never get out. The door slowly, very softly opened, and old Martha looked in. "She's been very bad," whispered Maggie. I heard something. That's why I came. You gave her the drops?" "Yes." "She'll sleep a bit now. I'll take your place, Miss Maggie. It's time you went back to your bed." Maggie crept away. She came down to breakfast to find the house bathed in sunlight and the parrot singing hoarsely, "And her golden hair was hanging down her back." Aunt Elizabeth was there, cheerful and almost merry in her bird-like fashion. The world was normal, ghosts out of fashion, and this morning was the day on which the silver was cleaned. This last was Maggie's business, and very badly she did it, never being thorough, and having a fatal habit of thinking of other things. Porridge, eggs and bacon, marmalade. "And her golden hair was hanging," croaked Edward. "Your aunt won't come down this morning, Maggie. She's much better. The sun's shining. A little walk will be a good thing. I'll buy the calico that Anne talked about. Your aunt's better." Maggie felt ashamed of herself. What desperate, silly feelings had she allowed last night? How much she had made of that service, and how weak she was to give way so easily. "I'll clean the silver," she thought. "I'll do it better than ever." But unfortunately she had a hole in her stocking, and Aunt Elizabeth, like a sparrow who had found a worm, told her about it. "Mr. Crashaw's coming to tea this afternoon," she concluded. "That's why Anne's staying in bed, to be well enough." The stocking and Mr. Crashaw dimmed a little of the morning's radiance, but behind them was the thought, "Martin must come today. It was like a message's look last night." She even sang to herself as she scrubbed at the silver. They spent a domestic morning. Aunt Elizabeth did not go for her walk, but instead stayed in the dining-room, and seated at the end of the long dining table, her head just appearing above the worn and soiled green tablecloth, tried to discipline the week's household accounts. She worked, sucking one finger after another and poking her pencil into her ears. £1, 3 shillings. Ham, ham, ham. At one moment she invited the cook to assist her, and that lady, crimson from the kitchen fire, bared arms akimbo, stated that she was not only the most economical woman in London, but was also, thanks to her upbringing, one of the most sober and virtuous, and if Miss Cardinal had anything to say against... Oh no, Aunt Elizabeth had nothing to say against, only this £1, 3 shillings. Well, the cook couldn't help that. She wasn't one to let a penny out of her fingers where it shouldn't go. So the morning hummed along. Luncheon time came, the silver was all cleaned, the stockings changed, and there was roast chicken. Thomas with his wicked eyes came slowly, majestically upon the scene, but even he was not sinister today, being interested in his own greed rather than other persons' sins. All this time Maggie refused to think. Martin would come, then she would see. Martin, Martin, Martin. She went up into her bedroom and whispered the name over and over to herself whilst she tried to mend her stocking. She flung the stocking down and gazed out of the window onto a world that was all golden cloud and racing watery blue. The roofs swam like floating carpets in the sun, detached from the brick and mortar beneath them, carried by the racing clouds. It was only at that sudden gaze that she realized that she was a prisoner. All her alarm came back to her. Why can't I go out? I'll put on my hat and just walk out. No one could stop me. No one. But she knew that she could not. Something more must happen first. She turned from the window with a little shudder, finished very clumsily her stocking, and as the cuckoo clock struck 3:30, went down to the drawing-room. There, to her surprise, she found Caroline Smith. The events of the last few days had a little dimmed Caroline from her memory. She had not seen Caroline for a fortnight. She did not know that she especially wanted to see Caroline now. However, it was very certain that Caroline wanted to see her. The young woman was dressed in rose-coloured silk that stood out from her slim body almost like a crinoline, and she had a straw funnel-shaped hat with roses perched on the side of her lovely head. She kissed Maggie many times, and then, sitting down with her little sharp black shoes poked out in front of her, she ran on. "It's been too bad, Maggie, dear. It's simply ages since we had a moment, isn't it? But it hasn't been my fault. Father's been ill, bronchitis, and I've had to help Mother. Father's been so happy he's just been able to lie in bed for days and think about God. None of those tiresome people at the bank to interrupt him, and chicken and jelly as much as he liked. He was so unhappy yesterday when he had to go back to work, poor dear. But Maggie, I hear you were at the service last night. How did you like it?" "Like it," said Maggie. "I don't know that it's a thing one likes exactly." "Doesn't one? I don't know. I'm not one of the inside saints, you know, and I wouldn't be if they wanted me to be. But you're one now, they say, and I never would have thought it. You don't look a bit like one, and I shouldn't have dreamt that you'd ever stand that sort of thing. You look so matter of fact." Maggie was on the point of bursting out that she was not an inside saint, and would never be one, when caution restrained her. She had learnt already that her gay young companion was not as trustworthy as best friends ought to be. "It was the first time last night," she said. "Yes, I know, and Miss Cardinal was ill and had to come away in the middle, didn't she? It must have been a simply awful meeting, because Mother came back as limp as anything. She'd been crying buckets, and has a dreadful headache today. I suppose Mr. Crashaw gave it them. I've never heard him, but I've seen him. Horrid old monkey. I hope Miss Cardinal's better today." "Yes, thank you," said Maggie. "She's better." "Well, that's a good thing. I'm so glad. And you darling, what did you think of it all? I'm sure you didn't cry buckets. I can see you sitting there as quiet as anything, like a little Quaker. I'd like to have gone just to have seen you. I hear Martin Warlock was there too, was he?" "He was," said Maggie. "Fancy that. I wonder what he went for. His father made him, I expect. You know they say he's getting on awfully badly at home and that there are quarrels all the time. I don't know, of course, but his sister can't stand him. She's always showing her feelings. Not very good taste, I think, but Mr. Thurston eggs her on. They'll be making a match of it one day, those two. I say, Maggie," Caroline drew her chair close, "I'll give you a secret. You won't tell anyone, will you?" "Certainly not, if you tell me not to," said Maggie. "Well, Martin Warlock and I, ever since he came back, I don't say it's anything really, but he's attracted by me and would like to go farther. He'll be asking me to marry him one of these days, and then I'll have fun. He would have done the other day if I'd let him. I like him rather, don't you? He's getting a bit fat, of course, but he's got nice eyes, and then he's a real man. I like real men. But there, you'll be thinking me coarse, I know you will. I'm not coarse really, only impulsive. You don't like me, honestly, if it were known. Oh no, you don't. I can tell. I always know. But I don't care. I love you. You're a darling, and what I say is if you love someone, just love them. Never mind what they think. Don't you agree with me? But you wouldn't. You wouldn't think of loving anybody. But I'm not really bad, only careless, Mother says." What Mother said could not be known because the door opened and Martha announced Mr. Crashaw. The old man, leaning on a walking stick, came forward and greeted Maggie and Caroline with good temper and amiability. He was indeed, in daytime, a very mild old man, and it was difficult for Maggie to believe that this was the same who last night had frightened her out of her wits and led her to the edge of such strange suspicions. He was more than ever like a monkey, with his bony brown forehead, protuberant eyes, and large mottled nose, and he sat there all huddled up by his rheumatism, a living example of present physical torments rather than future spiritual ones. It was apparent at once that he liked pretty young women, and he paid Caroline a number of flattering attentions, disregarding Maggie with a frankness that witnessed to a life that had taught one lesson at least, never on any occasion to waste time. Maggie did not mind. It amused her to see her terror of the night before transformed into a mere serenading crippled old gentleman, and to see, too, the excited pleasure with which Caroline accepted even such decayed attentions as these. But what was it that had persuaded her last night? Why did she now spend her time half in one world and half in another? Which world was the real one? Aunt Anne very soon joined them, and this quiet, composed figure only added to Maggie's scorn of her last night's terrors. Was this the same who had struggled with such agony, who had made Maggie feel that she was caught in a trap and imprisoned forever? The sun beat hotly upon the carpet. Caroline's rose-coloured silk shone and glowed, the tea was poured out, and there was chatter about the warm winter that it was, and how time passed, and how fashions changed, and how you never saw a four-wheeler now, and what they were turning Kingsway into, and what they were turning the law courts out of, and even once, by Mr. Crashaw, a word about the Lyceum Theatre, where someone was playing The Merchant of Venice, which was a fine play and could do no one any harm. "But I dare say," said Mr. Crashaw, "that this young lady here goes to nothing but plays every night of her life." "Why, Mr. Crashaw," said Caroline, tossing her head, "if that's the kind of life you fancy I lead, you're completely mistaken. Theatres, indeed. Never do I put so much as the tip of my nose inside one. Father thinks they're wrong, and so does Mother say she does, although I know she likes them really. But anyway, that doesn't matter, because I never have a moment to myself. Sitting at home sewing, that's the way I spend my days, Mr. Crashaw. It was the very last way she really spent them, as Maggie perfectly well knew. It is not to be supposed that Mr. Crashaw either was deceived. However, he gave a wicked wink with the eye that was least rheumatic, and said something about a beautiful young lady like Miss Smith wasted on sewing and darning, and Caroline smiled and said something about one day perhaps, and Aunt Anne looked remotely benevolent. What did she think of all this, Maggie wondered? What did she think of her great preacher, her prophet, wasting the few hours of life that remained to him over such a business? They had some secret understanding, perhaps, as though they said to one another, "We know, you and I, what are our real intentions beneath all this. We only do what we must." Understanding or no, Mr. Crashaw sprang up with unexpected activity when Caroline departed, and announced his intention of conducting her to her door. He made his adieus and then hobbled along after the rose-coloured silk, as though this was his last chance of warming his hands at the flame of life. When they were gone, Aunt Anne said, "I am going back to bed, Maggie dear. Martha will send me up some supper later. Elizabeth has gone to Lambeth to see a friend, so make yourself busy until 7, dear. If I want anything, I'll ring." When she was left alone in the darkening room, she stood there thinking. Why should she not go out and find Martin? She did not care what anyone thought. She would go to his house and ask for him. She had waited and waited. She wanted him so desperately. Then Martha opened the door and announced him. Yes, really announced him, saying, "It's young Mr. Warlock, miss, and he says if your aunt isn't in, you'll do." "Ask him to come up, Martha," said Maggie, and then held herself there, rooted, where she stood, so that she should not run to him and fling her arms round his neck. She felt at once, with that quick perception that was hers, in spite of her ignorance of life, that this was no moment for love-making, and that he wanted something quite other from her. He closed the door behind him, looked round the room, didn't come to her, but stayed where he was. "I've been trying to see you all day," he said. "How long have we got alone, do you think?" She never took her eyes from his face. "Until 7, probably. Aunt Elizabeth's in Lambeth and Aunt Anne's in bed." "That's luck." He drew a breath of relief, then moved over to the fireplace. "Maggie, I've come to say we mustn't see one another any more." Someone, some vast figure shadowy behind her, moved suddenly forward and caught her in his arms, and his embrace was deadly cold. She stood where she was, her hands at her side, looking steadfastly at him. "Why?" she said. Because the fact is, I've been wrong altogether. Maggie, I'm not the sort of man for you to have anything to do with. You don't know much about life yet, do you? I'm about the first man you've ever met, aren't I? If you'd met another man before me, you'd have cared for him as much." She said nothing, and he seemed to be confused by her steady gaze, because he looked down and continued to speak as though to himself. "I knew at once that there was danger in our meeting. With other girls they can look after themselves. One hasn't any responsibility to them. It's their own affair. But you believe every word a fellow says. And if we'd been friends it wouldn't have mattered. But from the very first we weren't that. We were something more. You were so different from any other girl. I've wanted to be good to you from the beginning, but now I see that if we go on I shall only be bad. It all comes in the end to my being bad, really bad, and I want you to know it." "I don't know," said Maggie, "that I've thought very much whether you're good or bad. And it doesn't matter. I can look after myself." "No, you can't," he said vehemently, making a step towards her and then suddenly stopping. "That's just it. You can't. I've been thinking all the time since the other evening when we were together, and I've seen that you believe every word I say and you trust me. I don't mean to tell lies. I don't know that I'm worse than most other men, but I'm not good enough for you to trust in all the same. I've been knocking about for years, and I suppose I've had most of my idealism knocked out of me. Anyway, I don't believe in most people, and you still do. I'm not going to be the one to change you." "Perhaps I know more about life than you think," said Maggie. "No, how can you? You've never had a chance of seeing any of it. You'd get sick of me in no time. I'm moody and selfish and bad-tempered. I used to drink a bit too, and I can't be faithful to women. I might think I was going to be faithful to you and swear I would be, and then suddenly someone would come along. I thought for a bit I'd just go on with you and see what came of it. You're so unusual, you make me want to be straight with you. But I've seen it wouldn't be fair. I must just slip out of your path and you'll forget me, and then you'll meet a much better man than I and be happy. I'm queer. I have funny moods that last for days and days sometimes. I seem to do everyone harm I come in touch with. There's my father now. I love him more than anyone in the world, and yet I make him unhappy all the time. I'm a bad fellow to be with. He stopped suddenly, looked at her and laughed. It isn't any good, Maggie. You haven't any idea what a sweep I am. You'd hate me if you really knew. She looked steadily back at him. We haven't much time, she said, speaking with steady, calm conviction as though she had for years been expecting just such a conversation as this, and had thought out what she would say. Aunt Elizabeth can come back earlier than she said. Perhaps I shall say something I oughtn't to. I don't care. The whole thing is that I love you. I suppose it's true that I don't know anything about men, but I'd be poor enough if my love for you just depended on your loving me back, and on your being good to me and all the rest of it. I've never had anyone I could love until you came, but now that you have come, it can't be anything that you can do that can alter it. If you were to go away, I'd still love you, because it's the love in me that matters, not what I get for it. Perhaps you'll make me unhappy, but anyway one will be unhappy some of the time. She went up to him and kissed him. I know Caroline Smith or someone would be very shocked if they thought I'd said such things to you, but I can't help what they say. He had a movement to catch her and hold her, but he kept himself off, moved away from her, turning his back to her. You don't understand. You don't understand, he repeated. You know nothing about men, Maggie, and you know nothing about me. I tell you I wouldn't be faithful to you, and I'd be drunk sometimes, and I'd have moods for days, when I'd just sulk and not speak to a soul. I think those moods some damned sort of religion when I'm in them, but what they really are is bad temper. You've got to know it, Maggie. I'd be rotten to you, however much I wanted not to be. That's my own affair, she answered. I can look after myself. And for all the rest, I'm independent, and I'll always be independent. I love you whether you're good to me or bad. Well then, he suddenly wheeled round to her, you'd better have it. I'm married already. She took that with a little startled cry. Her eyes searched his face in a puzzled fashion as though she were pursuing the truth. Then she said like a child who sees some toy broken before its eyes, Oh, Martin. Yes. Nobody knows. Not a soul. It was a mad thing. 4 years ago in Marseille I met a girl, a little dressmaker there. I went off my head and married her, and then a month later she ran off with a merchant chap, a Greek. I didn't care. We got on as badly as anything. But there you are. No one knows. That's the whole thing, Maggie. I thought at first I wouldn't tell you. I was beginning to care for you too much, as a matter of fact. And then when your uncle asked me to dinner, I told myself I was a fool to go. Then when I saw how you trusted me, I thought I'd be a cad and let it continue, but somehow you've got an influence over me. You've made me ashamed of things I wouldn't have hesitated about a year ago. And the funny thing is it isn't your looks. I can say things to you I couldn't to other women, and I'll tell you right away that there are lots of women attract me more. And yet I've never felt about any woman as I do about you, that I wanted to be good to her and care for her and love her. It's always whether they loved me that I've thought about. Well, now I've told you, you see that I'd better go, hadn't I? You see. You see. She looked up at him. I've got to think. It makes a difference, of course. Can we meet after a week and talk again? Much better if I don't see you any more. I'll go away altogether, abroad again. No, after a week. Much better not. Yes, come here after a week. And if we can't be alone, I'll give you a letter somehow. Please, Martin, you must. Maggie, just think. No, after a week. Very well, then. He turned on her fiercely. I've been honest. I've told you. I've done all I can. If I love you now, it isn't my fault. He left the room, not looking at her again, and she stood there, staring in front of her. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 6. The Prophet in His Own Home. Martin walked into the street with a confused sense of triumph and defeat, that confusion that comes to all sensitive men at the moment when they are stepping, against their will, from one set of conditions into another. He had gone into that house only half an hour ago, determined to leave Maggie forever, for his good and hers. He came back into the street realizing that he was now, perhaps for the first time, quite definitely involved in some relation with her. Good, bad, safe, dangerous, he did not know, but involved. He had intended to tell her nothing of his marriage, and he had told her. He had intended to treat their whole meeting as something light, passing, inconsiderable. He had instead treated it as something of the utmost gravity. He had intended above all to prove to himself that he could do what he wished. He had found that he had no power. And so, as he stepped through the dim gold dust of the evening light, he was stirred with an immense sense of having stepped, definitely at last, across the threshold of new adventure and enterprise. All kinds of problems were awaiting solution. His relation to his father, his mother, his sister, his home, his past, his future, his sins and his weaknesses. And he had meant to solve them all, as he had often solved them in the past, by simply cutting adrift. But now, instead of that, he had decided to stay and face it all out. He had confessed at last that secret that he had hidden from all the world, and he had submitted to the will of a girl whom he scarcely knew and was not even sure that he liked. He stopped at that for a moment, and, standing in a little pool of purple light, under the benignant friendliness of a golden moon new risen and solitary, he considered it. No, he did not know whether he liked her. It was interest rather that drew him, her strangeness, her strength and loneliness, young and solitary like the moon above him. And yet, also some feeling softer than interest, so that he was suddenly touched as he thought of her and spoke out aloud, "I'll be good to her. Whatever happens, by God I'll be good to her." So that a chauffeur near him turned and looked with hard scornful eyes, and a girl somewhere laughed. With all his conventional dislike of being in any way odd, he walked hurriedly on, confused and wondering more than ever what it was that had happened to him. Always before he had known his own mind. Now in everything he seemed to be pulled two ways. It was as though some spell had been thrown over him. It was a lovely evening, and he walked slowly, not wishing to enter his house too quickly. He realized that he had, during the last weeks, found nothing there but trouble. And if Maggie wished, in spite of what he had told her, to go on with him? And if his father, impatient at last, definitely asked him to stay at home altogether and insisted on an answer? And if his gradually increasing estrangement with his sister broke into open quarrel? And if, strangest of all, this religious business, that in such manifestations as the chapel service of last night he hated with all his soul, held him after all? He was in Garrick Street, outside the curiosity shop, his latchkey in his hand. He stopped and stared down the street as he had done once before, weeks ago. Was not the root of all his trouble simply this, that he was becoming against his will interested, drawn in? That there were things going on that his common sense rejected as nonsense, but that nevertheless were throwing out feelers like the twisting threats of an octopus, touching him now, only faintly, here for a second, there for a second, but fascinating, holding him so that he could not run away? Granted that Thurston was a charlatan, Miss Avies a humbug, his sister a fool, his father a dreamer, Crashaw a fanatic, did that mean that the power behind them all was sham? Was that force that he had felt when he was a child simply eager superstition? What was behind this street, this moon, these hurrying figures, his own daily life and thoughts? Was there really a vast conspiracy, a huge involving plot moving under the cardboard surface of the world? A plot that he had, by an accident of birth, spied upon and discovered? Always, every day now, thoughts, suspicions, speculations were coming upon him, uninvited, undesired, from somewhere, from someone. He did not want them, he wanted only the material physical life of the ordinary man. It must be because he was idling. He would get work at once, join with someone in the city, go abroad again. But perhaps even then he would not escape. Thoughts like those of the last weeks did not depend for their urgency on place or time. And Maggie, she was mixed up in it all. He was aware, as he hesitated before opening the door, of the strangest feeling of belonging to her, not love, nor passion, nor sentiment even. Only as though he had suddenly realized that with new perils he had received also new protection. He went upstairs with a feeling that he was on the eve of events that would change his whole world. As Martin climbed to the top of the black crooked staircase, he was conscious, as though it had been shown him in a vision, that he was on the edge of some scene that might shape for him the whole course of his future life. He had been aware, once or twice before, of such a premonition, and as with most men, half of him had rejected and half of him received the warning. Today, however, there were reasons enough for thinking this no mere baseless superstition. With Maggie, with his father, with his sister, with his own life, the decision had got to be taken, and it was with an abrupt determination that he would end, at all costs, the fears and uncertainties of these last weeks, that he pushed back the hall door and entered. He noticed at once strange garments hanging on the rack and a bright purple umbrella which belonged, as he knew, to a certain Mrs. Allweed, a friend of his mother's and a faithful servant of the chapel, stiff and assertive in the umbrella stand. There was a tea party, apparently. Well, he could not face that immediately. He would have to go in afterwards. Meanwhile, he turned down the passage, pushed back his father's door and entered. He paused abruptly in the doorway. There, standing in front of the window facing him, his pale chin in the air, his legs apart, supercilious and self-confident, stood Thurston. His father's desk was littered with papers, rustling and blowing a little in the breeze from the window that was never perfectly closed. One candle on the edge of the desk, its flame swaying in the air, was the only light. Martin's first impulse was to turn abruptly back again and go up to his room. He could not speak to that fellow now. He could not. He half turned. Then something stopped him. "Hullo," he said. "Where's father?" "Don't know," said Thurston, sucking the words through his teeth. "I've been wanting him too." "Well, as he isn't here," said Martin fiercely. "No use me waiting." "Quite so. All the same, I'm going to wait." The two figures were strangely contrasted, Martin red-brown with health, thick and square, Thurston pale with a spotted complexion, dim and watery eyes, legs and arms like sticks, his black clothes shabby and his boots dusty. Nevertheless, at that moment it was Thurston who had the power. He moved forward from the window. "Makes you fair sick to see me anywhere about the house, doesn't it? Oh, I know. You can't kid me. I've seen from the first. You fair loathe the sight of me." "That's nothing to do with it," said Martin uneasily. "Whether we like one another or not, there's no need to discuss it." "Oh, isn't there?" said Thurston, coming a little closer so that he was standing now directly under the light of the candle. "Why not? Why shouldn't we? What's the harm? I believe in discussing things myself. I do, really. I've said to myself a long way back, well now, the first time I get him alone, I'll ask him why he does dislike me. I've always been civil to him, I says to myself, and yet I can't please him, so I'll just ask him straight." Martin shrugged his shoulders. He wanted to leave the room, but something in Thurston held him there. "I suppose we aren't the sort to get on together. We haven't got enough in common," he said clumsily. "I don't know about that," Thurston said in a friendly conversational tone. "I shouldn't wonder if we've got more in common than you'd fancy. Now, I'll tell you right out, I like you. I've always liked you, and what's more, I always shall, whatever you do." "I don't care," broke in Martin angrily, "whether you like me or not." "No, I know you don't," Thurston continued quietly. "And I know what you think of me, too. This is your idea of me, I reckon. That I'm a pushing, uneducated common bounder that's just using this religious business to shove himself along with. That's kidding all these poor old ladies that he believes in their bunkum, and is altogether about as low down a fellow as you're likely to meet with. That's about the colour of it, isn't it?" Martin said nothing. That was exactly the colour of it. "Yes, well," Thurston continued, a faint flush on his pale cheeks, "of course I know that all right. And I'll tell you the idea that I might have of you. Only might have, mind you. Why, that you're a stuck-up, ignorant sort of fellow that's been rolling up and down all over Europe, gets a bit of money, comes over and bullies his father, thinks he knows better than everyone about things he knows nothing about whatever." "Look here, Thurston," Martin interrupted, stepping forward. "I tell you, I don't care a tuppenny curse what a man like—" "I only said might, mind you," said Thurston, smiling. "It's only a short-sighted fool would think that of you, really. And I'm not a fool. No, really, I'm not. I've got quite another idea of you. My idea is that you're one of us whether you want to be or not, and that you always will be one of us. That's why I like you and will be a friend to you too." "I tell you, I don't want your damned friendship," Martin cried. "I don't want to have anything to do with you or your opinion or your plans or anything else." "That's all right," said Thurston. "I quite understand. It's natural enough to feel as you do. But I'm afraid you'll have to have something to do with me. I'm not quite what you think me, and you're not quite what you think yourself. There's two of each of us, that's the truth of it. I may be a sham and a charlatan, one part of me. I don't know, I'm sure. I certainly don't believe all your governor does. I don't believe all I say, and I don't say all I think. But then who does? You don't yourself. I'll even tell you straight out that when I just came into the business I laughed at the lot of 'em, your father and all. A silly lot of softs they are, I said to myself, to believe all that nonsense. But now, I don't know. When you've been at this game a bit, you scarcely know what you do believe. That's the truth of it. There may be something in it after all. Sometimes, well, it'd surprise you if you'd seen all the things I have. Oh, I don't mean ghosts and spirits and all that kind of nonsense. No, but the kind of thing that happens to people you'd never expect. You're getting caught into it yourself. I've watched you all along. But that isn't the point. The point is that I'm not so bad as you think, nor so simple either. And life isn't so simple, nor religion, nor love, nor anything as you think it. You're young yet, you know. Very young. Martin turned back to the door. All very interesting, Thurston, he said. You can think what you like, of course. All the same, the less we see of one another. Well, said Thurston slowly, smiling, that'll be a bit difficult. To avoid one another, I mean. You see, I'm going to marry your sister. Martin laughed. Inside him something was saying, now look out, this is all a trap. He doesn't mean what he says. He's trying to catch you. Going to marry Amy? Oh, no, you're not. Thurston did not appear to be interested in anything that Martin had to say. He continued as though he were pursuing his own thoughts. Yes, so it'll be difficult. I didn't think you'd like it when you heard. I said to Amy, he won't like it, I said. She said you'd been too long away from the family to judge. And so you have, you know. Oh, Amy and I'll be right enough. She's a fine woman, your sister. Martin burst out. Well then, that settles it. It simply settles it. That finishes it. Finishes what? Asked Thurston, smiling in a friendly way. Never you mind. It's nothing to do with you. Has my father consented? Yes. Said all he wanted was for Amy to be happy. And so she will be. I'll look after her. You'll come round to it in time. Father agrees. My God, but it's impossible. Don't you see? Don't you see? The sudden sense of his impotence called back his words. He felt nothing but rage and indignation against the whole set of them, against the house they were in, the very table with the papers blowing upon it and the candle shining. Well, it made his own affair more simple, that was certain. He must be off, right away from them all. Stay in the house with that fellow for a brother-in-law? Stay when... It's all right, said Thurston, moistening his pale dry lips with his tongue. You'll see it in time. It's the best thing that could happen. And we've got more in common than you'd ever suppose. We have, really. You're a religious man, really. Can't escape your destiny, you know. There's religious and non-religious, and it doesn't matter what your creed is, whether you're a Christian or a Hottentot. There it is. And if you're religious, you're religious. I may be the greatest humbug on the market, but I'm religious. It's like having a hare lip. You'll be bothered with it all your life. But what more Thurston may have said, Martin did not hear. He had left the room, banging the door behind him. On what was his indignation based? Injured pride. And was he really indignant? Was not something within him elated, because by this he had been offered his freedom? Thurston marry his sister? He could go his own way now. Even his father could not expect him to remain. And he wanted Maggie, urgently, passionately. Standing for a moment there in the dark passage, he wanted her. He was lonely, disregarded, despised. They did not care for him here. No one cared for him anywhere. Only Maggie, who was clear-eyed and truthful and sure, beyond any human being whom he had ever known. Then, with a very youthful sense of challenging this world that had so grossly insulted him by admitting Thurston into the heart of it, he joined the tea party. There in the pink, close, sugar-smelling, soft atmosphere sat his mother, Amy, Mrs. Allweed, and little Miss Pynchon. His mother, with her lace cap and white hair and soft plump hands, was pouring tea through a strainer as though it were a rite. On her plate were 3 little frilly papers that had held sugary cakes. On her lips were fragments of sugar. Amy, in an ugly grey dress, sat severely straight upon a hard chair and was apparently listening to Miss Pynchon, but her eyes, suspicious and restless, moved like the eyes of a newly captured animal. Mrs. Allweed, stout in pink with a large hat full of roses, smiled and smiled, waiting only for a moment when she could amble off once again into space, safe on the old broad back of her family experiences, the only conversational steed to whose care she ever entrusted herself. She had a son, Hector, a husband, Mr. Allweed, and a sister-in-law, Miss Allweed. She had the greatest confidence in the absorbed attention of the slightest of her acquaintances. "Hector, he's my boy, you know, although why I call him a boy I can't think, because he's 22 and a half. He's at Cambridge, Christ's College. Well, this morning I had a letter," she would begin. She began now upon Martin. His mind wandered. He looked about the little room and thought of Thurston. Why was he not more angry about it all? He had pretended to be indignant. He had hated Thurston as he stood there. But had he? Half of him hated him. Then with a jerk Thurston's words came back to him. "There's two of each of us, that's the truth of it." Two of each of us. Sitting there, listening to Mrs. Allweed's voice that flowed like a river behind him, he saw the two figures, saw them quite clearly and distinctly, flesh and blood, even clothes and voices and smile. And he knew that all his life these two figures had been growing, waiting for the moment when he would recognize them. One figure was the Martin whom he knew, brown, healthy, strong and sane, a figure wearing his clothes, his own clothes, the tweeds and the cloths, the brogues and the heavy boots, the soft untidy hats. The figure was hard, definite, resolute, quarrelling, arguing, loving, joking, swearing all in the sensible way. It was a figure that all the world had understood, that had been drunk often enough, lent other men money, been hard up and extravagant and thoughtless. A good chap, a sensible fellow, a pal, no flies on Warlock, that was the kind of figure. And the life had been physical, had never asked questions, had never known morbidity, had lived on what it saw and could touch and could break. And the other figure, that was physically less plainly seen. No, there it was, standing a little away from the other, standing away, contemptuously, despising it, deriding it. Fat, soft, white hanging cheeks, wearing anything to cover its body, but shining in some way through the clothes, so that it was body that you saw. A soft body, hands soft, and the colour of the flesh pale and unhealthy. But it was the eyes that spoke. The mouth trembled and was weak, the chin was fat and feeble, but the eyes lived, were eager, fighting, beseeching, longing, captive eyes. And this figure Martin knew was a prey to every morbid desire, rushed to sensual excess, and then crept back miserably to search for some spiritual flagellation. Above all, it was restless, as someone presses around a dark room searching for the lock of the door, restless and lonely, cowardly and selfish, but searching and sensitive and even faithful to something or to someone, pursued also by something or someone. A figure to whom this world offered only opportunities for sin and failure and defeat, but a figure to whom this world was the merest shadow, hiding, as a shade hides a lamp, the life within. Wretched enough with its bad health, its growing corpulence, its weak mouth, its furtive desires, but despising nevertheless the strong, healthy figure beside it. Thurston was right. Men are not born to be free, but to fight, to the very death, for the imprisonment and destruction of all that is easiest and most physically active and most pleasant to the sight and touch. And so Hector really hopes that he'll be able to get down to us for Christmas, although he's been asked to go on this reading party. Of course, it's simply a question as to whether he works better at home or with his friends. If he were a weak character, I think Mr. Allweed would insist on his coming home, but Hector really cares for his work more than anything. He's never been very good at games. His short sight prevents him, poor boy, and as he very justly remarked, when he was home last holidays, "I don't see, Mother, how I am going to do my duty as a solicitor," that's what he hopes to be, "if I don't work now. Many men regard Cambridge as a time for play. Not so I." But I hope that if Hector comes home this Christmas he'll attend the chapel services. The influence your father might have on such a boy as Hector, Mr. Warlock, a boy, sensitive and thoughtful. I was saying, Miss Pynchon, that Hector... Miss Pynchon was the soul of good nature, but she was much more than that. She was by far the most sensible, genial, and worldly of the inside saints. It was in fact astonishing that she should be an inside saint at all. Of them all she impressed Martin the most, because there was nothing of the crank about her. She went to theatres, to the seaside in the summer, took in the Queen, and was a subscriber to Boots' circulating library. She dressed quietly and in excellent taste, in grey or black and white. She had jolly brown eyes and a dimple in the middle of her chin. She was ready to discuss any question with anyone, was marvellously broad-minded and tolerant, and although she was both poor and generous, always succeeded in making her little flat in Soho Square pretty and attractive. Her chief fault, perhaps, was that she cared for no one especially. She had neither lovers, nor parents, nor sisters, nor brothers, and to all her friends she behaved with the same kind geniality, welcoming one as another. She was thus aloof from them all and relied upon no one. The centre of her life was, of course, her religion, but of this she never spoke, although strangely enough no one doubted the intensity of her belief and the reality of her devotion. She was a determined follower of Mr. Warlock. What he said she believed, but here too there seemed to be no personal attachment. She did not allow criticism of him in her own presence, but on the other hand she never spoke as though it would distress her very greatly to lose him. He was a sign, a symbol. If one symbol went, another could be found. To Martin she was the one outstanding proof of the reality of the chapel. All the others, his sister, Miss Avies, Thurston, Crashaw, the Miss Cardinals, yes, and his father too, were in one way or another eccentric, abnormal. But Miss Pynchon was the sane everyday world, the worldly world, the world of drinks and dinners, and banks and tobacconists, and yet she believed as profoundly as any of them. What did she believe? She was an inside saint, therefore she must have accepted this whole story of the second coming and the rest of it. Of course women would believe anything. Nevertheless, he scarcely listened to their chatter. He was forcing himself not to look at his sister, and yet Thurston's news seemed so extraordinary to him that his eye kept stealing round to her to see whether she was still the same. Could she have accepted him, that bounder and cad and charlatan? He felt a sudden cold chill of isolation, as though in this world none of the ordinary laws were followed. By God, I am a stranger here, he thought. It was not until after dinner that night that he was alone with his father. He had resolved on many fine things in the interval. He was going to have it out with him, to put his foot down, to tell him that such a thing as Thurston's marriage to his sister was perfectly impossible. And then, for the 1000th time since his return to England, he felt strangely weak and irresolute. He did wish to be firm with his father, but it would have been so much easier to be firm had he not been so fond of him. Soft, sentimental weakness, he called it to himself, but he knew that it was something deeper than that, something that he would never be able to deny. He went into his father's study that night with a strange, dismal foreboding, as though he were being drawn along some path that he did not want to follow. What was his father mixed up with all this business for? Why were such men as Thurston in existence? Why couldn't life be simple and straightforward with people like his father and himself, and that girl Maggie alone somewhere with nothing to interfere? Life was never just as you wanted it, always a little askew, a little twisted, cynically cocking its eye at you before it vanished round the corner. He didn't seem to be able to manage it. Anyway, he wasn't going to have that fellow Thurston marrying his sister. He found his father lying back in his armchair fast asleep, looking like a dead man, his long thin face pale with fatigue, his eyelids a dull grey, his mouth tightly closed as though in a grim determination to pursue some battle. And at the sight of him thus worn out and beaten, Martin's affection flooded his heart. He stood opposite his father, looking at him and loving him more deeply than he had ever done before. I will take him away from all this, was his thought, these Thurstons and all, out of all this. We'll go off abroad somewhere, and I'll make him fat and happy. Then his father suddenly woke up with a start and a cry. Where am I? Then he suddenly saw Martin. Martin, he said, smiling. Martin smiled back and then began at once. Father, this isn't true about Thurston, is it? He saw, as he had often done before, that his father had to call himself up from some world of vision before he could realize even his surroundings. Martin he recognized intuitively with the recognition of the spirit, but he seemed to take in the details of the room slowly, one by one, as though blinded by the light. Ah, I've been dreaming, he said, still smiling at Martin helplessly and almost timidly. I'm so tired these days. Suddenly, I usedn't to be. He put his hand to his forehead, then laid it on Martin's knee, and the strength and warmth of that seemed suddenly to fill him with vigour. "You're never tired, are you?" he asked, as a child might ask an elder. "Very seldom," answered Martin. "I say, father, what is all this about Thurston?" "Thurston? Why, what's he been doing?" "He says he's engaged to Amy." The disgust of the idea made Martin's words, against his will, sharp and angry. "Does he?" "Yes, I remember. He spoke to me about it." "Of course it's simply his infernal cheek." Mr. Wallock sighed. "I don't know, I'm sure. Amy seemed to wish it." Martin felt then more strongly than before the something that drove him. It said to him, "Now then, here's a thing for you to make a row about, a big row, and then you can go off with Maggie." But, on the other hand, there was something that said, "Don't hurt him, don't hurt him. You may regret it all your life if..." If what? He didn't know. He was always threatened with regretting things all his life. The blow was always going to fall. And that pleasant, very British phrase came back to him. He would put his foot down. However, he was very angry, very angry. He burst out, "Oh, but that's absurd, father, impossible, utterly. Thurston in the family? Why, you must see yourself how monstrous it would be. Amy's got some silly sentimental whim and she's got to be told that it won't do. If you ask me, I don't think Amy's improved much since I was away. But that's not the question. The idea of Thurston's disgusting. You can't seriously consider it for a minute." "Why is Thurston disgusting, my boy?" Martin hated to be called "my boy." It made him feel so young and dependent. "You've only got to look at him." Martin jumped up, disregarding his father's hand, and began to stamp about the room. "He's a cad. He's not your friend, father. He isn't really. He'd like to out you from the whole thing if he could. He thinks you're old-fashioned and behind the times, and all he thinks about is bringing in subscriptions and collecting new converts. He's like one of those men who beats drums outside tents in a fair. He's a sickening man. He doesn't believe in his religion or anything else. I should think he's crooked about money, and immoral probably too. You're much too innocent, father. You're so good and trustful yourself that you don't know how these fellows are doing you in. There's a regular plot against you, and they'd be most awfully pleased if you were to retire. They're not genuine like you. They simply use the chapel for self-advertisement and making money. Of course, there are some genuine ones, like the Miss Cardinals, but Thurston's an absolute swindler." He stopped short at that. He had said more than he had intended and was frightened suddenly. He swung round on his heel and looked at his father. "Come here, Martin." He came across the room. "Closer. Now tell me. We're good friends, aren't we?" "Of course, father." He put his hand on his son's shoulder. "Do you know that I love you more than anything in the whole world? More, I'm sometimes terribly afraid, than God himself. I can't help myself. I love you, Martin, so that it's like hunger or thirst. It's the only earthly passion that I've ever had. And I'll tell you another thing. It's the one terror of my earthly life that you'll leave me. Now that I've got you back, I'm afraid every time you go out of the house that you'll run away, round the corner, and never come back again. I love you, and I'm not going to let you go again. Not until the time has come. What does it matter to you and me what Thurston and Amy do? God will come and he will find us both together, you and I, and he will take us up and keep us together, and we shall never be separated any more. I love your strength, Martin, your happiness, your youth, all the things I've never had, and you're not going to leave me, not though Amy married 100 Thurstons." Mr. Warlock's grip on his son's shoulder was iron. Martin bent down and sat on the arm of his dusty leather chair to bring himself onto the same level. He put his arm round his father and drew him close to him. Maggie, life, money, adventure, everything seemed to draw away from him, and he saw himself, a little boy, pattering on bare feet down the aisle towards the font, just as though a spell had been cast over him. They sat close together in silence. Then slowly the thought of Thurston came back again. Martin drew away a little. "All the same, father," he said, "Thurston mustn't marry Amy." "They're only engaged. There's no question of marriage yet." "Then they are engaged." Martin drew right away, standing up again. "Oh yes, they're engaged." "Then I'm not going to stand it. I tell you I won't stay here if Thurston marries Amy." Mr. Warlock sighed. "Well then, let's leave it, my boy. I dare say they'll never marry." "No, I won't have it. It's too serious to leave." His father's voice was sharper suddenly. "Well, we won't talk about it just now, Martin, if you don't mind." "But I must. You can't leave a thing like that. Thurston will simply own the place." "I tell you, Martin, to leave it alone." They were both angry now. "And I tell you, father, that if you let Thurston marry Amy, I leave the house and never come back again." Isn't that rather selfish of you? You've been away all these years. You've left us to ourselves. You come back suddenly without seeing how we live or caring, and then you dictate to us what we're to do. How can you expect us to listen?" "And how can you expect me to stay?" Martin broke into a torrent of words. "I'm miserable here, and you know that I am. Mother and Amy hate me, and you're always wrapped up in your religion. What kind of a place is it for a fellow? I came back meaning that you and I should be the best pals father and son have ever been, but you wouldn't come out with me. You only wanted to drag me in. You tell me always to wait for something. To wait for what? I don't know, and nobody here does seem to know. And I can't wait forever. I've got to lead my own life, and if you won't come with me, I must go off by myself." He was following his own ideas now, not looking at his father at all. "I've discovered since I've been home that I'm not the sort of fellow to settle down. I suppose I shall go on wandering about all my days. I'm not proud of myself, you know, father. I don't seem to be much good to anyone. But the trouble is I don't want to be much better. I feel as though it wouldn't be much good if I did try. I can't give up my own life, for nobody, not even for you. And however rotten my own life is, I'd rather lead it than someone else's." He stopped and then went on quietly as though he were arguing something out with himself. "The strange thing is that I do feel this place has got a kind of a hold on me. When you remind me of what I was like as a kid, I go right back and feel helpless as though you could do anything with me you like. All the same, I don't believe in this business, father, all this second coming and the rest of it. We're in the 20th century now, you know, and everybody knows that that kind of thing is simply impossible. Only an old maid or two. Why, I don't believe you believe in it really, father. That's why you're so keen on making me believe. But I don't. It's no use. You can't make me. I don't believe there's any God at all. If there were a God, he'd let a fellow have more free will." He was interrupted by an extraordinary cry. He turned to see his father standing, one hand pressed back on the chair, his face white, his eyes black and empty like sightless eyes. "Martin, that's blasphemy. Take care. Take care. Oh, my son, my son." Then he suddenly collapsed backwards, crouching onto the chair as though he were trying to flee from some danger. Martin sprang towards him. He caught him round the body, holding him to him. Something was leaping like a furious animal inside his father's breast. "What is it?" he cried, desperately frightened. "It's my heart," Warlock answered in a voice very soft and distant. "Bad. Excitement. Ring that bell. Amy." A moment later Amy entered. She came quickly into the room. She said nothing, only gave Martin one look. She gave her father something from a little bottle, kneeling in front of him. At last she turned to her brother. "You'd better go," she said. "You can do nothing here." Miserable, repentant, feeling as though he had no place in the world, and yet eager too to defend himself, he left the room. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Captives by Hugh Walpole. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 7. The Outside World. Maggie had a week. She did not need it. From the first half hour after Martin's leaving her, her mind was made up. This question of marriage did not, on further reflection, very greatly disturb her. She had known in her time a number of married people, and they had been invariably unhappy and quarrelsome. The point seemed to be that you should be, in some way, near the person whom you loved, and she had only loved one person in all her life, and intended never to love another. Even this question of love was not nearly so tangled for her as it would be for any more civilized person. She knew very little about marriage, and only in the most sordid fashion about sexual relations, which were definitely connected in her mind with drunken peasants and her father's cook. They had nothing at all to do with Martin. The opinion of the world was an unknown factor in her vision. She only knew of the opinion of her aunts and Miss Warlock, and with these she was already in rebellion. She would have been in great trouble had she supposed that this woman still loved Martin and needed him, but that, from what Martin had said, was obviously not so. No, it was all quite clear. They would escape together out of this tangle of unnatural mysteries and warnings, and live happily forever after in the country. As to Martin's self-portrait, that did not greatly distress her. She had never supposed that he or anyone else was good. She had never known a good person. Nor did it occur to her in her pristine state of savagery that you loved anyone the less for their drawbacks. She would rather be with Martin at his worst than with anyone else at their best. That was all. Half an hour was enough time to settle the whole affair. She then waited patiently until the end of the week. She did not quite know how she would arrange a meeting, but that would, she expected, arrange itself. 2 events occurred that filled her mind and made the week pass quickly. One was that she received an answer to her adventurous letter. The other was a remarkable conversation with Miss Caroline Smith. The answer to her letter was lying on her plate when she came down to breakfast, and Aunt Elizabeth was watching it with an excited stare. It read as follows: 14 Bryanston Square. Dear Miss Cardinal, of course I remember you perfectly. I wondered whether you would write to me one day. I am married now and live most of the year in London. Would you come and see me at Bryanston Square? I am nearly always at home at tea time. If you are free, would you perhaps come next Friday? It will be so nice to see you again. Yours sincerely, Catherine Mark. You've got a letter, dear? Your aunt isn't quite so well this morning, I'm afraid. Scrambled eggs. Yes. She looked her aunt in the face without any confusion. How strangely her decision about Martin had altered her relationship now to everyone. What did it matter whether anyone were angry? I ought to have told you, Aunt Elizabeth. I wrote about a fortnight ago to a lady who came once to see us at home. She was a Miss Trenchard then. She said that if I ever wanted any help I was to write to her. So I have written, to ask her whether she can find me any work to do, and she has asked me to go and see her. Work, said Aunt Elizabeth. But you won't go away while your aunt's so ill. Wouldn't she? Maggie didn't know so much about that. I want to be independent, said Maggie, trying to fix Aunt Elizabeth's eyes. It isn't fair that I should be a burden to you. You're no burden, dear. Aunt Elizabeth looked uneasily round the room. Your aunt depends on you. Depends on me for what? For everything. Then she oughtn't to, Aunt Elizabeth. I've said it again and again. I'm not fit for anyone to depend on. I'm forgetful and careless and untidy. You know I am. And I'm different from everyone here. I'm very grateful to Aunt Anne, but I'm not good enough for her to depend on. Aunt Elizabeth blinked nervously. She's got very little. You mustn't take away all she has. I'm not all she has, answered Maggie, knowing that she was becoming excited and cross. I don't belong to anyone except myself. And Martin, her soul whispered. Then she added, suddenly moved by remorse as she looked at Aunt Elizabeth's meek and trembling face. You're so good to me, both of you, and I'm so bad. I'll give you anything but my freedom. You talk so strangely, dear, said Aunt Elizabeth, but there are so many things I don't understand. Maggie took the letter up to her bedroom and there read it a number of times. It all seemed wonderful to her, the stamped blue address, the rich white square notepaper, and above all the beautiful handwriting. She thought of her own childish scrawl and blushed. She even sat down there and then at her dressing-table and, with a pencil, began to imitate some of the letters. On Friday, today was Tuesday, Bryanston Square. Wherever was Bryanston Square, and how would she find it? She determined to ask Caroline Smith. She had not long to wait for her opportunity. On Wednesday evening, about 5:30, Miss Smith poked her head into the cardinal drawing-room to discover Maggie sitting with her hands on her lap, looking down onto the street. Are your aunts anywhere? Asked Caroline. No, said Maggie. Aunt Anne's in bed and Aunt Elizabeth's at Miss Pynchon's. That's right, said Caroline, because I haven't seen you, darling, for ages. The day before yesterday, said Maggie. You're a literal pet, said Caroline, kissing her. I always exaggerate, of course, and it's so sweet of you to tell me about it. She rushed off to the fire and spread out her blue skirt and dangled her feet. Isn't it cold and dark? You funny dear, not to have the blinds down and to sit staring into the beastly street like that. I believe you're in love. Maggie came to herself with a start, got up and slowly went over to the fire. Caroline, where's Bryanston Square? Oh, you pet, don't you know where Bryanston Square is? Cried Caroline, suddenly fixing her bright eyes upon Maggie with burning curiosity. If I did, I wouldn't ask, said Maggie. Quite right, neither you would. Well, it's near Marble Arch. But I don't know where the Marble Arch is. Lord, cried Caroline, and she's been in London for months. You really are a pet. Well, what you'd better do is to get into the first taxi you see and just say Bryanston Square. How stupid of her. She might have thought of that for herself. Is there a park near Bryanston Square? She asked. Yes, of course, Hyde Park. And is it open at 6? Of course, you can't shut Hyde Park. Oh. Maggie pursued her thoughts. Caroline watched her with intense curiosity. What do you want with a park, you darling? She asked at last. Oh, nothing, said Maggie slowly. Then she went on laughing. I've been asked out to tea, for the first time in my life, and I'm terribly frightened. How exciting, said Caroline, clapping her hands. Who's it with? It's a Mrs. Mark. She was a Miss Trenchard. She used to live in Glebeshire. She's going to find me some work to do. Work? Cried Caroline. Aren't you going to stay with your aunts then? I want to be independent, said Maggie slowly. Well, said Caroline, amazed. Could Maggie have seen just then into Miss Smith's mind, and could she only have realised that, with Miss Smith, every action and intention in the human heart pivoted upon love affairs and love affairs only, she might have been warned and have saved much later trouble. She was intent on her own plans and was thinking of Caroline only as a possible agent. Caroline, she asked, would you take a note for me to someone? Of course, said Caroline. Who is it? Martin Warlock, said Maggie. At the name she suddenly blushed crimson. She knew that Caroline was looking at her with eager curiosity. She suspected then that she had done something foolish, and would have given anything to recall her words, but to recall them now seemed only to make it the more suspicious. It's only something his sister wanted to know, she said casually. I thought you'd be seeing him soon. I hardly ever do. Yes, I'm going up there tonight, said Caroline, staring at Maggie. Well, I'll give it you before you go. Then she went on as casually as she could. What's been happening lately? Of course you know all about the excitement, said Caroline, sitting back in the faded armchair with her blue dress spread all about her like a cloud. What excitement, said Maggie, pulling herself up with a desperate struggle from her own private adventures. What? You don't know? Caroline exclaimed in an awed whisper. Know what? Maggie asked rather crossly, repenting more and more of asking Caroline to carry her note. Why, where do you live? All about Mr. Warlock and his visions. I've heard nothing at all, said Maggie. This was unexpected joy to Caroline, who had never imagined that there would be anyone so near the inner saints as Maggie, who yet knew nothing about these recent events. Do you really know nothing about it? Nothing, said Maggie. Aren't you wonderful, said Caroline. What happened was this. About 3 weeks ago Mr. Warlock had a vision in the middle of the night. He saw God at about 3 a.m. How did he see God? Asked Maggie, awed in spite of herself. Caroline's voice dropped to a mysterious whisper. He just woke up, and there God was at the end of the bed. Of course he's not spoken to me about it, but apparently there was a blaze of light and something in the middle. And then a voice spoke and told Mr. Warlock that on the last night of this year everything would be fulfilled. What did he mean? Asked Maggie. Different people think he meant different things, said Caroline. Of course there's most fearful excitement about it. Mr. Warlock's had 2 since. 2 what? Asked Maggie. 2 visions, just like the first. The blazing light and the voice and telling him that the last night of the year's to be the time. Caroline then began to be carried away by her excitement. She talked faster and faster. Oh, you don't know what a state everyone's in. It's causing all sorts of divisions. First there are all his own real believers. Miss Pinchon, your aunts and the others. My father's one. They all believe every word he says. They're all quite certain that the last day of this year is to be the time of the second coming. They won't any of them look a minute further than that. Father doesn't care a bit now what Mother does with the money because, he says, we shan't want any next year. Mother isn't so sure, so she's taking as much care of it as ever, and of course it's nice for her now to have it all in her own hands. They're all of them doing everything to make themselves ready. It doesn't matter how aggravating you are, Father never loses his temper now. He's so sweet that it's maddening. Haven't you noticed how good your aunts are? They're always the same, said Maggie. Well, I expect they're different really. Then there's the middle class like Mr. Thurston and Miss Avies, who pretend to believe all that Mr. Warlock says, but of course they don't believe a word of it, and they hope that this will prove his ruin. They know there won't be any second coming on New Year's Eve, and then they think he will be finished and they'll be able to get rid of him. So they're encouraging him to believe in all this, and then when the moment comes they'll turn on him. Beasts, said Maggie suddenly. Well, I dare say you're right, said Caroline, only it does make me laugh, all of it. Thurston and Miss Avies have all their plans made, only now they're quarrelling because Thurston wants to marry Amy Warlock and Miss Avies meant him to marry her. Is Mr. Thurston going to marry Miss Warlock? Cried Maggie. So they say, said Caroline again, watching Maggie curiously. Well, anyway, Miss Avies is the strongest of the lot, really. I'd back her against anybody. I'm terrified of her myself, I tell you frankly. She'd wring anyone's neck for twopence. Oh, yes, she would. Then there are the third lot who simply don't believe in Mr. Warlock's visions at all, and just laugh at him. People like Miss Smythe and Mrs. Bellaston. A lot of them are leaving the chapel. Mr. Warlock won't listen to anybody. He's getting stranger and stranger, and his heart's so bad they say he might die any day if he had a shock. Then he's always quarrelling with Martin. Caroline suddenly stopped. She looked at Maggie. Martin's a terrible trial to his father, she said. But Maggie was secure now. Is he? She asked indifferently. Then she added slowly, What do you believe, Caroline? What do I believe? Yes, about Mr. Warlock's visions. Oh, of course, it's only because he's ill and prays for hours without getting off his knees and won't eat enough that he sees things. And yet I don't know. There may be something in it. If I were on my knees for weeks, I'd never see anything. But I'll be terribly sorry for Mr. Warlock if the time comes and nothing happens. He'll just have to go. They sat a little longer together, and then Caroline said, Well, darling, I must be off. Where's that note? She hesitated, looking at Maggie with a wicked gleam in her pale blue eyes. You know, Maggie, I can't make up my mind. I've had an offer of marriage. I'm so glad, Caroline, said Maggie. Yes, but I don't know what to do. It's a man, Mr. Purdy. His father's ever so rich, and they've got a big place down at Skeeton. Where's that? Asked Maggie. Oh, don't you know? Skeeton-on-Sea. It's a seaside resort. I've known William for a long time. His father knows father. He came to tea last week and proposed. He's rather nice, although he's so silent. Why don't you marry him, then? Asked Maggie. Well, I know Martin Warlock's going to ask me. It's been getting closer and closer. I expect he will this week. Of course, he isn't so safe as William, but he's much more exciting. He's got quite a lot of money of his own. Strange, the sure, confident, happy security that Maggie felt in her heart at this announcement. I should wait for Martin Warlock, she said. He'd be rather fun to marry. Do you think so? Answered Caroline. Do you know, I believe I will. You're always right, you darling. Only suppose I should miss them both. William won't wait forever. Got that note, dear? Maggie was defiant. She would just show the creature that she wasn't afraid of her. She'd give her the note and she might imagine what she pleased. She got a pencil and a piece of paper and wrote hurriedly. The week is up on Friday. Will you meet me that evening at 6:15 under the Marble Arch? Maggie. The boldness, the excitement of this inflamed her. It was so like her to challenge any action once she was in it by taking it to its furthest limit. She put it in an envelope and wrote Martin's name with a flourish. There, she said, giving it to Caroline. Thank you, said Caroline, and with a number of rather wet and elaborate kisses, Maggie hated kissing, departed. But her afternoon was not yet over. Hardly had Caroline left when the door was opened and Miss Avies was shown in. Maggie started up with dismay and began to stammer excuses. Miss Avies brushed them aside. It doesn't matter, she said. You'll do as well, even, it may be, better. A strange woman, Miss Avies. Maggie had, of course, seen her at chapel, but this was the first time that they had been alone together. Miss Avies was like a thin rod of black metal, erect and quivering and waiting to strike. Her long sallow face was stiff, not with outraged virtue or elaborate pride or burning scorn, but simply with the accumulated concentration of fiery determination. She was the very symbol of self-centred energy, inhuman, cold, relentless. Her hair was jet black and gleamed like steel, and she had thick black eyebrows like ink marks against her forehead of parchment. Her eyes were dead, like glass eyes, and she had some false teeth that sometimes clicked in her mouth. She wore a black dress with no ornament and thin black gloves. She did not seem, however, to Maggie unkindly, as she stood there looking about the room rather short-sightedly. She would not wear glasses. Could it have been vanity? She was not hostile, nor scornful, nor even patronizing. But had Maggie been struck there dead at her feet, she would not have moved a step to help her. Her voice was ugly, with a crack in it, as though it needed oil. Maggie, as she looked at her, did not need to be told that she did not believe in Mr. Warlock's mysticism. She came across and shook Maggie's hand. Her touch was cold and stiff and a little damp, like that of a wet stone. "Sorry your aunt's out," she said, "but I can talk to you for a while." She looked at Maggie for a moment. Then she said, "Why don't you clear out of all this?" The voice was so abrupt and the words so unexpected that Maggie jumped. "Why don't I?" she repeated. "Yes, you," said Miss Avies. "You've no place here in all this business. You don't believe in it, do you?" "No," said Maggie. "And you don't want to use it for something you do believe in?" "No," said Maggie. "Well, then, clear out." Maggie, colouring a little, said, "My aunts have been very good to me. I oughtn't to leave them." "Fiddlesticks," said Miss Avies. "Your life's your own, not your aunt's." She sat down and stayed bolt upright and motionless near the fire. She flung a thin, dark shadow like a stain on the wall. There was a long pause between them. After that abrupt opening there seemed to be nothing to say. Maggie's thoughts also were elsewhere. She was wishing now passionately that she had not given that note to Caroline. Suddenly Miss Avies said, "What do you do with yourself all day?" Maggie laughed. "Try and make myself less careless, Miss Avies." Miss Avies replied, "You'll never make yourself less careless. We are as we are." "But don't you think," said Maggie, "that one can cure one's faults?" "One gets rid of one only to make room for another. But that doesn't matter. The point is that one should have an ambition. What's your ambition, child?" Maggie didn't answer. Her ambition was Martin, but she couldn't tell Miss Avies so. At last, after a long pause, as Miss Avies still seemed to be waiting, she answered, "I suppose that I want to earn my living, to be independent." "Well, leave this place then," said Miss Avies. "There's no independence here." Then added, as though to herself, "They think they're looking for the face of God. It's only for themselves and their vanity they're looking." Maggie said, to break another of the long pauses that seemed to be always forming between them, "I think everyone ought to earn their own living, don't you?" Miss Avies shook her head. "You're very young, terribly young. I've got no advice to give you except to lead a healthy life somewhere away from these surroundings. We're an unnatural lot here, and you're a healthy young creature. Have you got a lover?" Maggie smiled. "I've got a friend," she said. Miss Avies sighed. "That's more than I've got," she said. "Not that I've time for one," she added. She got up. "I won't wait for your aunt," she said. "I've left a note downstairs. You clear out as soon as you can. That's my advice to you." She said good-bye, looking into Maggie's clear eyes. She was suddenly less inhuman. The touch of her hand was warmer. "Don't you cheat yourself into believing in the deity," she said, and was gone. When Friday arrived, Maggie had not seen Caroline again, and she could not tell whether the note had been safely delivered or no. She was not sure what she had better do. Caroline might have done anything with the note, torn it up, burnt it, lost it, forgotten it altogether. Well, that was a risk that Maggie must take. If he did not appear, she would wait a little and then come away. They must soon meet in any case. They had all their lives before them. Aunt Anne was up again, very, very pale now, and so thin that the light seemed to shine through her, making her more of a stained-window saint than ever. Maggie told her about the visit. Aunt Anne looked at her curiously. She seemed so weak and frail that Maggie suddenly felt warm maternal love. Rather shyly she put her hand upon her aunt's. "I won't go away until you're better." Aunt Anne nodded her head. "I know you won't, dear," she said. "Don't be out late today. We shall be anxious about you." Maggie had made a promise and was terrified when she thought of it. Suppose her aunt did not get better for years and years. People often had long, lingering illnesses with no apparent change in their condition. To Maggie a promise was an utterly final thing. She could not dream that one ever broke one's word. She trembled now when she thought of what she had done. She had been entrapped after all, and by her own free will. In her little room, as she was putting on her hat, she suddenly prayed to a God, of whom she knew nothing, that her aunt might get better soon. She started out on her great adventure with a strange self-assurance, as though loving Martin had given her the wisdom of all the ages. Turning down the street towards the Strand, she found almost at once a taxicab drawn up, as though it had been waiting there especially for her, like an eloping coach in a romantic tale. A fat, red-faced fellow with a purple nose, a cloth cap and a familiar vague eye, as though he always saw further than he intended, waited patiently for her to speak. Boldly, as though she had done such things all her life, she said, 14 Bryanston Square. Then she slipped in and was hidden from the gay world. She sat there, her hands on her lap, staring at the 3 crimson rolls in the neck of her driver. She was thinking of nothing, nothing at all. Did she struggle to think? Only words would come. Martin, or Bryanston Square, or cab, again and again, words that did not mean anything but physical sensations. Martin, hot fire at the throat, Bryanston Square, an iron rod down the spine, and cab, dust and ashes in the eyes. She tried to look at herself in the little mirror opposite her, but she could only catch the corner of her cheek and half her hat. But she minded less about her appearance now. If Martin could love her, it did not matter what others thought. Nevertheless, she pulled her hat about a little and patted her dress. The cab stopped and she felt desperately lonely. Did anyone care about her anywhere? No, no one. She could have cried with pity at the thought of her own loneliness. 1 and 6pence, miss, said the cabman in so husky a voice. She gave it to him. What's this? He asked, looking at it. 1 and 6pence, she answered timidly, wondering at his sarcastic eye. Oh, well, of course, he said, looking her all over. She knew instinctively that he demanded more. She found another 6pence. Is that enough? She asked. He seemed ashamed. If I hadn't a wife sick, he began. She ran up the high stone steps and rang a bell. The episode with the driver had disturbed her terribly. It had shown in what a foreign world she was. All her self-confidence was gone. She had to take a pull at herself and say, Why, Maggie, you might be ringing the dentist's bell at this moment. That helped her, and then the thought of Martin. She saw his boyish smile and felt the warm touch of his rough hand. When the maid was there instead of the green door, she almost said, Is Martin in? But she behaved very well. Mrs. Mark, she said in precisely the voice required. The maid smiled and stood aside. And then into what a world she entered. A world of comfort and reassurance, of homeliness and kindliness, without parrots and fierce-eyed cats and swaying pictures of armoured men. A world of urbanity and light and space. There was a high white staircase with brown etchings in dark frames on the white walls. There was a thick, soft carpet and a friendly fat grandfather clock. Many doors, but none of them mysterious, all ready to be opened. She climbed the staircase and was shown into a room high and gaily coloured and full of flowers. She saw the deep curtains, blue silk shot with purple, the chairs of blue silk and a bowl of soft amber light hanging from the ceiling. A mass of gold-red chrysanthemums flamed against the curtains. Several people were gathered round a tea-table near the fire. She stood lost on the thick purple carpet under the amber light, all too brilliant for her. She had come from a world of darkness, owl-like she must blink before the blaze. Someone came forward to her, someone so kind and comforting, so easy and unsurprised, that Maggie suddenly felt herself steadied as though a friend had put an arm around her. Before she had felt, This light, I am shabby. Now she felt, I am with friendly people. She was surprised at the way she was suddenly at her ease. Mrs. Mark was not beautiful, but she had soft liquid eyes, and her hand that held Maggie's was firm and warm and strong. Let me introduce you, said Mrs. Mark. That is Miss Trenchard, and that Mr. Trenchard. This is my husband. Philip, this is Miss Cardinal. Miss Trenchard must be 40, Maggie thought. She was plump and thick-set, with a warm smile. Then Mr. Trenchard was a clergyman. He would be stout were he not so broad. His face was red, his hair snowy white, but he did not look old. He smiled at Maggie as though he had known her all his life. Then there was Mr. Mark, who was stocky and thick and reminded Maggie of Martin, although his face was quite different. He looked much cleverer and not such a boy. He was not, in fact, a boy at all. "I'm sure he thinks too hard," decided Maggie, who had habits of making up her mind at once about people. "Well, there's no one to be frightened about here," she decided. And indeed there was not. It was as though they had all some especial reason for being nice to her. Perhaps they saw that she was not in her own world here. And yet they did not make her feel that. She drank in the differences with great gulps of appreciation, but it was not they who insisted. Here were light and colour and space, above all, rest. Nothing was about to happen, no threat over their heads that the roof would fall beneath one's feet, that the floor would sink. No sudden catching of the breath at the opening of a door, no hesitation about climbing the stairs, no surveillance by the watching Thomas, no distant clanging of the chapel bell. How strange they all seemed, looking back from this safe harbour. The aunts, the Warlocks, Thurston, Mr. Crashaw, Caroline, all of them. There the imagination set fire to every twig. Here the imagination was not needed, because everything occurred before your eyes. She did not figure it all out in so many words at once, but the contrast of the two worlds was there nevertheless. Why had she been so anxious, so nervous, so distressed? There was no need. Had she not known that this other world existed? Perhaps she had not. She must never again forget it. Catherine Mark was so kind and friendly, her voice so soft and her interest so eager, that Maggie felt that she could tell her anything. But their talk was not to come just yet. First there must be general conversation. The clergyman with the white hair and the rosy face laughed a great deal in a schoolboy kind of way, and every time that he laughed his sister, who was like a pippin apple with her sunburnt cheeks, looked at him with protecting eyes. "She looks after him in everything," said Maggie to herself. He was called Paul by them all. "He's my cousin, you know, Miss Cardinal," said Mrs. Mark, "and yet I scarcely ever see him. Isn't it a shame? Grace makes everything so comfortable for him." Grace smiled, well pleased. "It's Paul's devotion to his parish," she said in a calm, happy, self-assured voice, as though she'd never had a surprise in her life. "I'm sure it isn't either of those things," thought Maggie to herself. "He's lazy." Lazy but nice. She had never seen a clergyman so healthy, so happy, so clean and so kind. She smiled across the table at him. "Do you know Skeeton?" he asked her. Skeeton? Where had she heard of the place? Why, of course, it was Caroline. "Only yesterday I heard of it for the first time," she said. "A friend of mine knows someone there." "Beastly place," said Mr. Mark. "Sand always blowing into your eyes." Mr. and Mrs. Trenchard got up to go. He stood a moment holding Maggie's hand. "If you ever come to Skeeton, Miss Cardinal," he said, "we shall be delighted." His eyes, she noticed, were light blue like a baby's. She felt that he liked her and would not forget her. "Come, Paul," said Miss Trenchard, rather sharply, Maggie fancied. Soon afterwards Philip departed. "Must finish that beastly thing," he assured his wife. "It's an article," Catherine Mark explained. "He's always writing about politics. I hate them, so he pretends to hate them too. But he doesn't really. He loves them." "I know nothing about politics," said Maggie with profound truth. "Your husband must be very clever." "He's better than that," said Catherine with pride. "I hate perfect people, don't you?" "Oh, indeed I do," said Maggie from the bottom of her heart. They then came to her particular business. "I would like to get some work to do," said Maggie, "that would make me independent. I have £300 of my own." "What can you do?" asked Catherine. "I don't know," said Maggie. "Can you shorthand and type?" "No, I can't," said Maggie, "but I'll learn." "Must you be independent soon?" asked Catherine. "Are you unhappy where you are?" Maggie paused. "Don't tell me anything you oughtn't to," said Catherine. "No," answered Maggie. "It isn't that exactly. I'm not happy at home, but I think that's my fault. My aunts are very good, but I want to be free. It is all very religious where I am, and they want me to believe in their religion. I'm afraid I'm not religious at all. Then I don't want to be dependent on people. I'm very ignorant. I know nothing about anything, and so long as I am kept with my aunts I shall never learn." She stopped abruptly. She had thought suddenly of Martin. His coming had altered everything. How could she say what she wanted her life to be until her relation to him was settled? Everything depended on that. This sense of Martin's presence silenced her. "If I can feel," she said at last, "that I can ask your advice. I have nobody. We all seem... Oh, how can I make you understand properly? You never will have seen anything like our house. It is all so queer, so shut up, away from everything. I'm like a prisoner." And that is perhaps what she was like to Mrs. Mark, sitting there in her funny, ill-fitting clothes, her anxious, old-fashioned face as of a child aged long before her time. Catherine Mark, who had had, in her life, her own perplexities and sorrows, felt her heart warm to this strange, isolated girl. She had needed in her own life at one time all her courage, and she had used it. She had never regretted the step that she had then taken. She believed, therefore, in courage. Courage was eloquent in every movement of Maggie's square, reliant body. "She could be braver than I have ever been," she thought. "Miss Cardinal," she said, "I want you to come here whenever you can. You haven't seen our boy, Tim, yet, 1.5, and there are so many things I want to show you. Will you count yourself a friend of the house?" Maggie blushed and twisted her hands together. "You're very good," she said, "but I don't know. Perhaps you won't like me or what I do." "I do like you," said Catherine, "and if I like anyone, I don't care what they do." "All the same," said Maggie, "I don't belong to your world, your life. I should shock you, I know. You might be sorry afterwards that you knew me. Supposing I broke away?" "But I broke away myself," said Catherine. "It is sometimes the only thing to do. I made my mother, who had been goodness itself to me, desperately unhappy." "Why did you do that?" asked Maggie. "Because I wanted to marry my husband." "Well, I love a man too," said Maggie. "Oh, I do hope you'll be happy," said Catherine, "as happy as I am." "No," said Maggie, shaking her head, "I don't expect to be happy." She seemed to herself as she said that to be hundreds of miles away from Catherine Mark and her easy life, the purple curtains and her amber light. "Not happy, but satisfied," she said. She saw that it was 5 minutes past 6. "I must go," she said. When they said good-bye, Catherine bent forward and kissed her. "If ever in your life I can help in any way at all," she said, "come to me." "I'll do that," promised Maggie. She coloured, and then herself bent forward and kissed Catherine. "I shall like to think of you, and all this," she said, and went. She was let out into the outer world by the smiling maidservant. Bryanston Square was dark with purple colour, as though the purple curtains inside the house had been snipped off from a general curtained world. There was a star or two and some gaunt trees with black pointing fingers, and here a lighted window and there a shining doorway. Behind it all, the rumble of a world that disregarded love and death and all the higher catechism. Maggie confronted a policeman. "Please, can you tell me where the Marble Arch is?" she asked. "Straight ahead, miss," he answered, pointing down the street. "You can't miss it." And she could not. It soon gleamed white ahead of her against the thick folds of the sky. When she saw it, her heart raced in front of her like a pony suddenly released, kicking its heels, and her thoughts were so strangely wild. The lovely night, yes, purple like Mrs. Mark's curtains, and scented oranges, chrysanthemums, boot polish and candied sugar. Oh yes, how kind they had been. Nice clergyman, fat a little, but young in spite of his white hair, and Aunt Anne in bed under the crucifix struggling, and Mr. Crashaw smiling lustfully at Caroline. The long black streets, strips of silk and the lamps like fat buttons on a coat. There was a cat. Hist, hist, a streak of black against black, and the chapel bell ringing in Thomas's fiery eyes. Behind all this confusion there was Martin, creeping nearer and nearer as though he were just behind her. Or was it that she was creeping nearer and nearer to him? She did not know, but her heart now was beating so thickly that it was though giants were wrapping cloth after cloth round it, hot cloths, but their hands were icy cold. No, she was simply excited, desperately, madly excited. She had never been excited before, and now, with the excitement, there was mingled the strangest hot pain and cold pity. She noticed that now her knees were trembling, and that if they trembled much more, she would not be able to walk at all. "Now, Maggie, steady your knees," she said to herself. But look, the houses now were trembling a little too. Ridiculous, those smart houses with their fine doors and white steps to tremble. No, it was her heart, not the houses. Do I look queer, she thought. Will people be looking at me? Ideas raced through her head, now like horses in the Derby. Woof, poof, off we go. St. Driot's, that square piece of grass on the lawn with the light on it, her clothes, the socks that must be mended, Caroline's silk and the rustle it made, shops, houses, rivers, seas, death. Yes, Aunt Anne's cancer. And then, with a great upward surge like rising from the depths of the sea after a dive, Martin, Martin, Martin. For a moment then she had to pause. She had been walking too fast. Her heart jumped, then ran a step or two, then fell into a dead pause. She went on, seeing now nothing but 2 lamps that watched her like the eyes of a giant. She was there. This was a marble arch, all by itself in the middle of the road. She crossed to it, first went under it, then thought that he would not see her, so came out and stood, nervously rubbing her gloved hands against one another, and turning her head, like a bird, swiftly from side to side. She didn't like standing there. It seemed to make her so prominent. Men stared at her. He should have been there first. He might have known. But perhaps Caroline never gave him the letter. At that thought her heart really did stop. She was terrified at once, as though someone had told her disastrous news. She would not wait very long, then she would go home. She saw him. He stood only a little away from her, staring about him, looking for her. She felt that she had not seen him for years. She drank in his sturdiness, his boyish face, his air of caring nothing for authority. She had not seen his dark blue overcoat before. He stood directly under a lamp, swaying ever so little on his heels, his favourite, most characteristic movement. He stood there as though he were purposely giving her a portrait that she might remember for the rest of her days. She was too nervous to move, and then she wanted that wonderful moment to last, that moment when she had realized that he had come to meet her, that he was there, amongst all those crowds, simply for her, that he was looking for her and wanting her, that he would be bitterly disappointed did she not come. She saw him give a little impatient jerk of the head, the same movement that she had seen him make in chapel. That jerk set her in motion again, and she was suddenly at his side. She touched his arm. He turned, and his eyes lit with pleasure. They smiled at one another, and then, without a word, moved off towards the park. He took her arm and put it through his. She felt the warm, thick stuff of the blue coat, and beneath that the steady, firm beat of his heart. They walked closely together, his thigh pressed against hers, and once and again her hair brushed his cheek. She was so shy that until they were through the gates of the park, she did not speak. Then she said, "I was so afraid that Caroline would not give you the note." "Oh, she gave it me all right." He pressed her arm closer to him. "But I expect that she read it first." "Oh, is she like that?" "Yes, she's like that." There was another pause. They turned down the path to the right towards the trees that were black lumps of velvet against the purple sky. There were no stars, and it was liquidly dark, as though they ploughed through water. Maggie felt suffocated with heat and persecuted by a strange weariness. She was suddenly so tired that it was all she could do to walk. "I'm tired," she murmured, "expecting you, afraid that you wouldn't come." "I believe that I would have come," he answered quite fiercely, "even if I hadn't had the note. I was determined to see you tonight some way. But you know, Maggie, it had better be for the last time." "No," she said, whispering, "it's the first time." "Let's sit down here," he said. "We're alone all right." There was no seat near them. The trees made a cave of black above them, and in front of them the grass swept like a grey beach into mist. There was no sound save a distant whir like the hum of a top that died to a whisper, and then was lashed by some infuriated god to activity again. They sat close together on the bench. She felt his arm move out as though he would embrace her. Then suddenly he drew back. "No," he said, "until we've talked this out we've got to be like strangers. We can't go on, you know, Maggie, and it's no use your saying we can." She pressed her hands tightly together. "I can convince him better," she thought to herself, "if I'm very quiet and matter-of-fact." So speaking very calmly and not looking at him, she went on. "But, Martin, you promised last time that it would depend on me. You said that if I didn't mind your being married and was willing to take risks, that we would go on together. Well, I've thought all about it, and I know that I'd rather be miserable with you than happy with anyone else. But then I shouldn't be miserable. You seem to think that you could make me miserable just as soon as you like. But that depends on myself. If I don't want to be miserable, nobody can make me be." She paused. He moved a little closer and suddenly took her hand. She drew it away and went on. Don't think I'm inexperienced about this, Martin. You say I know nothing about men. Perhaps I don't. But I know myself. I know what I want, and I can look after myself. However badly you treated me, it would be you that I was with all the time. No, no, Maggie, he answered, speaking rapidly and as though he were fiercely protesting against someone. It isn't that at all. You say you know yourself, but then I know myself. It isn't only that I'm a rotten fellow. It is that I seem to bring a curse on everyone I'm fond of. I love my father, and I've come back and made him miserable. It's always like that. And if I made you miserable, it would be the worst thing I ever did. I don't even know whether I love you. If I do, it's different from any love I've ever had. Other women I'd be mad about. I'd go for them whatever happened and got them somehow, and I wouldn't care a bit whether they were happy or no. But I feel about you almost as though you were a man, not sensually at all, but that safe, steady security that you feel for a man sometimes. You're so restful to be with. I feel now as though you were the one person in the world who could turn me into a decent human being. I feel as though we were just meant to move along together. But then some other woman would come like a fire and off I'd go. Then I'd hate myself worse than ever and be really finished. Maggie looked at him. You don't love me then, Martin? She asked. Yes, I do, he answered suddenly. I keep telling myself that I don't, but I know that I do. Only it's different. It's as though I were loving myself, the better part of myself. Not something new and wildly exciting, but something old that I had known always and that had always been with me. If I went away now, Maggie, I know I'd come back one day, perhaps years afterwards. But I know I'd come back. It's like that religious part of me, like my legs and my arms. Oh, it's not of my own comfort I'm doubting, but it's you. I don't want to hurt you, Maggie, darling, just as I've hurt everyone I loved. I'll come with you, Martin, said Maggie, as long as you want me. And if you don't want me, later you will again, and I'll be waiting for you. He put his arm round her. She crept up close to him, nestled into his coat, and put her hand up to his cheek. He bent down his head, and they kissed. After that there could be no more argument. What had he not intended to press upon her? With what force, arid power had he not planned to persuade her? How he would tell her that he did not love her, that he would not be faithful to her, that he would treat her cruelly. Now it was all gone. With a gesture of almost ironic abandonment, he flung away his scruples. It was always so. Life was stronger than he. He had tried, in this at least, to behave like a decent man, but life did not want him to be decent. And how he needed that rest that she gave him. As he felt her close up against him, folded into him with that utterly naive and childish trust that had allured and charmed him on the very first occasion, he felt nothing but a sweet and blessed rest. He would not think of the future. He would not. He would not. And perhaps all would be well. As he pressed her closer to him, as he felt her lips suddenly strike through the dark, find his cheek and then his mouth, as he felt her soft, confident hand find his and then close and fold inside it like a flower, he wondered whether this once he might not force things to be right. It was time he took things in hand. He could. He must. He began to whisper to her. Maggie, darling, it mayn't be bad. I'll find out where this other woman is and she shall divorce me. I'll arrange it all, and we'll go away somewhere where I can work, and we won't allow anybody to interfere. After all, I'm older now. The mess I've been in before is because I always make wrong shots. His words ceased. Their hearts were beating too tumultuously together for words to be possible. Maggie did not wish to speak. She could not. She was mingled with him. Her heart his, her lips his, her cheek his. She did not believe that words would come even though she wished for them. She was utterly happy, so utterly that she was, as it were, numb with happiness. They murmured one another's names. Martin. Maggie. At last, dreaming, scarcely knowing what they did, like two children in a dark wood, they wandered towards home. End of section 11.